What's up? Hello, coming in hot. Hopefully I jump scared you. I'm not late, you're late. Fuck you. What's going on? Oop, I can't. Shouldn't curse in the first few seconds. That's not. That can get the video demonetized. So, heck you. What's up, everybody? Hello. How are we? How are you? How am I? I'm doing okay. I know the most recent thing you have heard from me is, not feeling good. Goodbye. So I am pleased to report that I am doing better. Still not, I would say, perfect. The dogs are still what they are. There's not a whole lot of way around it, or ways around it. They're just gonna be anxious and nervous while Paige is gone. That's just how it is. But she should be back very soon. Unless something very unexpected happens. So we should be hopefully back. Testing. What the fuck was that? God dang it. No! I'm getting demonetized again. No! Shit. I mean, not shit. Shikes. Shiza. What the hell was that? I think it's so dry that I think there was a spark or something. There was some static electricity that messed with my amp. That was weird. Why are we demonetized? Because I keep cursing. You're not supposed to curse within the first 3 minutes or something of a YouTube video. But meh, it's fine. But what's up, everybody? What's up, Michael? Confused Strawberry, Crazy Smith. I know, demonetized so early. Just watched the Larkin reveal, Chef's Kiss, dude. Oh my God, that was the first time. I forgot. Did you guys hear that? Did you guys hear that little? Did you guys hear that? Wait, let's see. What's up, John? Good to hear from you too. Did you hear the little swipe and see the little motion graphics? A little fancy. I stole it from a different streamer. Not actually. Well, I stole the idea. But I did it all myself. And that's how you do good DMing right there. Very nice. What's up, John Michael Ross? Hello, Daniel. Hello. Yeah. So, Deadly Spark, hello. So, as I was saying, right now, I've got a lot of energy because stream always gives me energy, just like getting on and being on and talking to people. But, we'll see how it goes. We'll see how my energy wanes across the episode. If it does, maybe it won't. I also got an energy drink to hopefully help. So we'll see. I would give us probably like a 95% chance of finishing 71. And then maybe like a 50-50 at doing 72 part 1. I'd give it a 50-50. We'll see. I think it's certainly possible, but it'll really depend on exactly how quickly 71.5 goes. Because I could see this combat either being incredibly interesting or very lackluster. I won't lie. I could see it going kind of either way. Cause like the Ripley combat, I had a ton to say. But the Umbrasyl combat, if I remember correctly, I didn't have much to talk about, especially the second part. So we'll see. We'll see. I could see the Garistro either providing a ton of interest or just being kind of a sack of hit points that just dies, you know? So we'll see. I don't know. It'll depend. I'm sad I missed the Kima rabbit hole you had when Vox sent the guard to get her and Allura. Dude. I was going through my notes on that during the theory stream, and I was like, I was going insane. I don't know. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I mean, I know what the hell I was thinking, and there is still an amount of suspicion there on Allura, but Kima has done nothing to be suspicious since the episode she was introduced. And I have to give Matt a lot of leeway when it comes to those early eps, because they are drawing on, especially the entire Underdark arc, is drawing primarily on pre-stream stuff, which was not like really, you know, meant to be as cohesive as I think the later stuff is. It was, you know, just more like run and gun, have fun. You know what I'm saying? And since those pre-stream events, Kima's done nothing suspicious, unfortunately. And Allura's similar. Like, I think Allura's more suspicious than Kima, but not too much so. That said, in terms of not trusting pre-stream Matt, I did have, I would say, not like a big moment, but definitely a realization during the theory stream of like, Ioun is mighty suspicious because Osisa's using a Heartstone. Like, she calls it a heart glass, but number one, Allura has called the Heartstone many different things before. She's called it like the soul anchor, but it's also like maybe soul anchors are separate and they were just using a Heartstone as a soul anchor. Unclear, I would say. But even then, when Allura is describing the Heartstone, or I think it's when Gilmore is describing the Heartstone, that we know is a Heartstone that is inside of Thordak's chest, it is described as like a glassy orb. So I think it's very likely that Osisa is using a Heartstone, and she says that she is being given that Heartstone by Ioun, or that she's like, Ioun's power is flowing through it. And it lights up the same as Thordak's seems to be lit, but Thordak's never goes off. Whereas Osisa seems to be able to like activate and deactivate her Heartstone. And she says that it exacts a cost, exacts a toll when she uses it. And so I think the implication there is if Thordak's is never turning off, whether that, you know, who knows why, probably because he took it into himself. If Thordak's is never turning off, it is always exacting its cost on him. But it also draws some like questions to Ioun and to the Arcana Panasophical, because the Heartstones are also described as being linked to the primordial titans from the First War, and it is described that some of the fools who started the Second War did so through some manner of using the Heartstones. So it draws a lot of question marks to Osisa, Ioun, the Arcana Panasophical, that they are making use of these. Also, like, where did they get it? Lot of question marks around the Heartstones. And also that Raishan corrupted the Heartstone. which we don't know what that means. We don't know what that means at all. At least in terms of specifics. Wait, I have the quote. Here. About exactly the way that she phrased it, about corrupting it or whatever. It was in her backstory. Rare malady, your servitude. I propose the conclave. I corrupted the binding stone. I am assuming, because we've heard the thing in Thordak's chest now have like 3 different names: Heartstone, Soul Anchor, and Binding Stone. It is unclear if those are all just synonyms for the exact same item, if those are different types of things, and the thing in Thordak's chest just happens to be all of them. It's unclear if they're like nested things where like a Heartstone can be a Soul Anchor, but a Soul Anchor is not necessarily a Heartstone. Unclear. But I am going to be I'm going to be really keeping my eye on Heartstone knowledge and like things that we learn about the Heartstone. And I feel like I'm going to get some knowledge. I feel like I'm going to get some clues, because it feels as though it is going to be central to how they end up defeating Thordak, because it's the thing that makes him different, right? Is this Heartstone. So I'm going to be keeping a sharp eye on what's going on with that. And also what is going on with Thordak's like knowledge of resurrection. Because my original Raishan theory about like what she was going to offer and all that kind of hinged on her having the secret knowledge. But it turns out that it's essentially the opposite, where Thordak had the secret arcane knowledge, and Raishan was working with him, whatever, to get the secret knowledge. So it implies then that if I thought that Raishan was the connecting tissue, she had the secret knowledge that was maybe derived from Vecna or the Vecna cult, it implies that maybe Thordak has those things. And maybe, like, she said that Thordak has no knowledge of this place, I believe, or no knowledge of what's under this place. Let me. I have it written down here. I'm gonna switch to screen share, just so that we can all see. Okay, yeah, that's working. Good. Oh wait. Also, I also didn't say it. I should say it out loud. New disclaimer dropped. Occasionally I go and check the CR fan content policy site. And I'm not sure if I just somehow fucking missed it, because I recognize this phrase, I believe, from the beginning of Mike's videos. But I've not seen it before in my reading of their fan content policy. Maybe I just didn't read closely enough. It's possible. But I want to say it out loud. This project is unofficial fan content. Okay, I copy and pasted it, and I haven't read it out loud before. Unofficial fan content is not approved or endorsed in any way by Critical Role. That I just want to put that out there, because it is on their fan content policy. Okay, but also I redid how the thing looks now. It's also not getting updated, which is a little concerning. Let me make sure that it got turned on. It did. Uh-oh. Why isn't it getting updated? Zhupadoo. Because it's saying that characters spoken is 0. Well, that's not right. Why does it think that? Is it listening? Refresh. Mic in. Okay, there we go. For some reason, it wasn't listening correctly. So it also didn't calculate the character cap correctly, which I need to look into at some point because it hasn't been calculating that correctly any of the streams. But it's also not been as important lately, and I can manually edit it. But what was I saying? I don't remember what I was saying. I got it was something about Raishan. Oh yeah, she said something to the extent of Thordak doesn't know what's going on here. I don't know where. I don't know if maybe I actually didn't write it down. Yeah, maybe I didn't write it down. I know that she said something to the extent of he doesn't know what's going on here, but I don't know the exact wording that she used. Now try to take Thordak. Oh yeah, I didn't write it down. I guess. Maybe I wrote it down on Thordak's. I think it's possible. According to Allura, Thordak's presence, Allura. Yeah, there we go. According to Raishan, Thordak does not know what lies beneath Whitestone, which would then imply that he at least doesn't know that he probably, if he does have knowledge from Vecna or from the Vecna cult, that it's not directly related to the Briarwoods, at least. Now, that could still work. It could just be that he was in contact with some other, aspect or portion of it. I don't know. But, yeah. Getting you to follow Kiva is one of my favorite things, lol. Speaking of combat, as I mentioned last time, if you want to rewatch Scanlan's summoning, the timestamp is 21. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Because that was a lot of fun. Yeah. Who do you think will die first in this combat? I would guess the Garistro, personally. I would guess that the Garistro is going to be the first to die. We'll see. I could be incorrect. Also, is it not swooshing? What the hell? Wait, that's swooshing. Did I not? Wait, hold. We have to make sure that the swoosh is working. I might not have set the swoosh in the manual side of things. I did. I should have. Why? Is something going wrong? Is it crashing and thereby not swooshing? What the fuck? What the hell? Why isn't it swooshing? Oh, now it is. I don't know what's going on. All right, whatever. Not to mention the expectations, was it barely making it a couple of episodes, let alone the rest of the campaign? Oh yeah, in terms of Critical Role and the earlier episodes, yeah. I think that there's still things that we can gain and learn from the earlier episodes in terms of the lore, but I think that it is it all has to be taken with some pretty heavy grains of salt, I would say. Let's see. So you think Raishan is going to help them or not? I think she will. Mostly because she seems unironically like I think she is legitimately very interested in the ziggurat beneath Whitestone. And I think that she will want Vox to stick around, even though they are actively belligerent to her. I think that she will want them to stick around more than Thordak. So I think she will actually help them, yeah. They're probably like Ioun stones. They have a bunch of different types. I do think they have a bunch of different types. I think they're all elementally related. So we'll see. Yeah. Are you going to change the color disclaimer? The blue kind of bleeds into the black and it's hard to read. Is it? Okay. I wasn't sure. It's hard to tell as always with the colors on my end. I can change it to a brighter blue. Yeah, I can do that. What's up, Dr. Hoovy? I'm on Twitch and I can say whatever I want, like potato salad. You are the only one in Twitch, Dr. Hoovy. It's your domain. Oh, what's up, Life of Moss? Welcome. Welcome. You love my overlaps with SGM. Hopefully, we're going to be doing more. Unfortunately, obviously, SGM's in California, so he's been having some tough times currently with that and the fires. So we were actually going to meet again, not necessarily to record more content, although it might have happened. But power outages and fires, and any time that he has his power, he's trying to get caught up on editing. So yeah, I think there is more in the future, but not necessarily soon. Do you think Larkin will have that in the fight? Somehow I think she might be involved, or he might be involved. Right. Yeah, you think that Larkin will single-handedly kill Raishan? That'd be so cool. Larkin's actually a DM NPC. I guess he kind of is. Jesus. Ridiculous. All right. Well, I think let's get rolling. Let's get moving. Especially if we want to have any shot of doing 0.5. I think we should get rolling here. So the next couple minutes are a rewatch, but it is all of Scanlan summoning the Garistro. Give us some energy before the combat.
Slightly sweaty and nervous.
That's a little quiet.
I'm not going to read it until I hear wings flapping.
Okay.
It just takes 6 seconds to do, right?
Make a perception check.
Boy.
Oh my.
That's an 8.
You have advantage on charisma checks if this is.
This is not charisma. This is his perception.
Do we see him in the sky at all?
You make a perception check.
I am going to, even though it's fun, I am going to set it on a higher speed.
The rain hitting the ground.
19.
You begin to hear the flapping of wings in the distance, and you glance over.
Do it?
What you doing?
Okay,
Cast it.
I'm casting.
Okay, so as you pull the scroll out and begin reading it, the sigils and the arcane glyphs are ancient and convoluted, and you're trying to trace them with your eyes, and you begin speaking, letting the ancient knowledge that you've gained through your existence of wandering Exandria begin to just pour out on its own. You feel the magic take hold, and your grip tightens as the script begins to light up with a slight bluish-purple tint as it begins to light up around. I need you to go ahead and check to see if you succeed in reading the scroll. So
I roll with advantage?
Roll with advantage, so highest of 2.
Come on.
Not great. Okay, and what am I adding? My
D12 to it. So roll a D12.
Well, you have inspiration.
And a +2.
Jesus. But you get an advantage. Did you roll?
+2?
+2 because of Jack of all trades.
Plus my charisma?
What's your charisma bonus? Yeah, which is 6.
20.
Okay, the DC was 19.
Oh God. Every little bit helps. Every little bit helps.
Oh
God.
We made the gumbo.
Oh God.
That could have been really awful.
As some of the glyphs begin to shake and part of the
Something that me and Mike talked about in our one-on-one that I ended up turning into a short that did relatively well, is Matt typically plays everything very close to his chest, close to the vest. And I've said before that I think that is like good default behavior, is like by default, just don't tell your players anything. But I also think that he is good at selectively revealing info when it will make them feel cool. like right there, I think is a great example of revealing like, oh, DC was 19. Like he doesn't normally tell them the DC. That's not like, a standard thing for him. He normally, keeps it back. But I think that is a good moment to reveal it.
The scroll begins to like burn at the edges. You maintain concentration staring at it. The rain just hammering down on the scroll. It's growing slick and pouring off into the center of your sleeve. You're soaked to the bone now, and you're shivering as you're reading out these various language bits that are just flowing through. You're now an instrument for the spell that is beyond your capability. And as suddenly the spell finishes, your fingers tighten. The scroll bursts into flame and just turns to dust around you. And for a split second, you think you may have failed. This giant bluish doorway just erupts across the way.
Facing away from me.
Facing away from you. You see, all of you, that the somewhat dark and shadowed ravine is now suddenly aglow with bright, vibrant bluish light.
Oh no, my most recent chat failed me. The CR volume needs to be bumped a skosh. I can do a skosh. There we go. Do you think it's related to Matt's dramatic timing knowledge? I do. I think that Matt is very good at... I think that Matt really bends the game to his will. I think that nothing is sacred to Matt, which is like not a bad way to live. Like, or I shouldn't say nothing is sacred to Matt. That's a fucking clip that could get taken out of context. I think that nothing in terms of the D&D rules is sacred. I think it's in Daggerheart, but I think they also included it in the 524, which is like rule 0 or rule 1 is that the rules are just guidelines. I think that Matt takes that distinctly to heart. And I think he is really good at bending the rules for his table and for the moment. And not even necessarily the rules, but even his own like logical consistency. Because the general like downside of not being consistent, which I do think that Matt occasionally runs into, is that you set up incorrect expectations for your players. And so then they take actions that don't end up working, even though they might have worked in this other, scenario. And I think that Matt has fallen into that trap before, but I think that broadly, he is really good at avoiding it because he knows when breaking the rule or breaking his consistency, being inconsistent, will be most effective. I think on average, he breaks consistency at like maximal effectiveness. And so because he only does it then, I think it avoids the worst parts of being inconsistent. I don't think it totally avoids the negatives entirely, but I think it avoids like the worst negatives of that side of things and gets a lot of the positives out of it. Yeah. Does Gate have a size limit? Gate does have a size limit, but it's massive. D&D 5e Gate. It's really big. Actually, okay, never mind. It's not that big. It's 20 feet in diameter. So I think a normal dragon could squeeze through that no problem. Let's see, D&D 5e size chart. I think a normal dragon could squeeze through that. I don't know about engorged Thordak. So like a hill giant, no problem. Because it's 20 feet in diameter, so on all sides, it's circular. So an ancient dragon, yeah, they're gonna have a tough time, but I think they could do it. Because like the storm giant could like crouch through. I think the ancient dragon might be able to like slither through. But Thordak is probably gonna have a problem. Thordak might not be able to fit. But it's I guess it's unclear exactly how big he is when they talk about him being swollen. I assume he's at least 2x. the size, maybe 1.5, you know? But so unclear, I would say. I would say that it is unlikely that he could fit through, but unclear. If the rule stops you from having fun, it's a stupid rule. I agree. I think that the yeah, I agree. I think that he is especially good at, again, like min-maxing when breaking the rule is good. Yeah. The implication that Thordak can't swim. I mean, the only time we know that that we think he's died, he did fall into the ocean. Yeah. I guess that is a good question. I think I would assume that most creatures that can fly probably can't swim. That is what I would assume. I think there are definitely exceptions to that rule, obviously. But I would assume that the majority of things that can fly probably can't swim. Even if that's like a simple majority, even if it's just like 51%, I think it's more likely than not that if it can fly, it can't swim. I have nothing to back that up beyond my own intuition. Because it feels like you wouldn't need to know how to swim unless you're in a specific like circumstance. You know what I'm saying? But I accidentally pressed swim. It's fine. You're all good. But anyways, yeah.
The blue light turns to crimson, to a deep burning red, and you hear this horrible, deep sucking sound. And you watch as Yank the Goristro is thrown from it, landing in the center of the ravine. Fist to the ground.
We're gonna die!
Are you leaving the gate open?
No, I close it instantly.
Okay. The gate slams shut behind, the reddish light then now being consumed with a final blip of blue before it disappears.
And I'm just gonna tiptoe backwards into the mansion if I
Well,
can.
the Goristro swoops the head over in your direction. I need you to make a stealth check.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh,
That's
God.
a 7.
Oh my god.
Oh, Sam.
Just run.
No problem.
Roll a little better.
I'll try.
Run for the door.
You watch as the large hulking behemoth, its extremely muscular body covered in fur and bony protrusions and ridges like spikes that jut out of its form, this horrible hooked teeth and these giant curled horns that push forward with brass jewelry emblazed across the bone, whips around, its red eyes beaming straight on you, and in a deep guttural voice, and begins to just lumber in your direction.
Oh god!
Aren't you the master?
For right now, I need you, just right now, Scanlan, roll initiative.
Oh my god!
Come on, buddy.
Come on,
You
this
are 21.
Yeah!
Let's go.
All right, you're going before it does.
Yeah! Come on.
Bamf to the door and go in.
That's right, focus your chi.
I sing at it.
Oh my god!
No, he's got a movement and an action.
Okay,
I
alright.
sing at it. I
bonus.
will sing. Yank, you will be our friend. Travel through the portal and back again. Your heart is true. You're a fiend and a confidant. Boom, boom, boom. All right, so I will dominate monster
Oh my
with
god.
the hand comb.
Right, all right. Puts you at a full DC of what?
21.
21.
No.
That is a 13.
Oh!
You guys watch as those who are watching, Yank comes barreling and then comes to a stop and just stands there looking down at this tiny gnome about 40 feet away and just nods.
Holy
I
shit,
say,
Scanlan.
you will stay here and you will kill a white dragon.
You see the steam kind of shoot out from the nose. Now you notice the sound of the wings.
And I will tiptoe back into the nest.
That was the coolest thing you've ever done!
Oh my.
Oh, I don't know.
At which point,
Oh my god.
No.
Huge!
Oh, what?
Oh fuck.
Make all the action figure sounds, Matt.
Wait, no.
alrighty.
Wait a minute.
So,
Oh God. Oh
That's a biggie.
So big.
at this point in time, Vorugal lands and unleashes just a torrent of frozen ice in this direction.
Oh, I hope it.
Oh, I've been waiting for this all
I
week.
hope we can take it and it actually does damage.
That is going to be.
He just dies instantly.
Oh, fuck.
Alright, so that's going to be.
Apparently,
Wish we
White
could
Dragons
watch.
are his weakness.
I know.
We're just
Stuck
like,
in a little
we're like in a
wonder
lobby
what's happening.
eating chicken.
Yeah.
Right, 30 minutes of this, guys. What do you think's going on up there?
Elevator music plays.
As the blast hits, you can see coats of ice across the floor. As you guys are aware, the ice and sleet and everything here is making the entire terrain rough terrain. So everyone's at half speed on foot in this entire battlefield.
Aw.
All right.
You can see the actual air around Vorugal itself is just crystallizing into this thick mist that kind of surrounds his form slightly. Yank is blasted with all this frozen frost breath.
Okay. Half speed in the entire battlefield. The entire battlefield is difficult terrain. I mean, much like the glass on the glint shore, the glass sand, I like the fact that Matt is utilizing difficult terrain. However, it's tough because I think that difficult terrain is typically at its best when it only affects a portion of the arena, not necessarily the entire thing, because it encourages decision making that way. Like how are you going to move throughout the arena? The difficult terrain can be a consideration there. I think it can be interesting as a more broad, it affects the entire arena, but again, only if it is affecting decision making. And we'll see about how it does or doesn't, but given that there's not a lot of points of interest in this arena, that seems more like an aesthetic than an actual, than actually something that will impact the encounter and the combat. Which, to be fair, I don't mind mechanical things existing purely for the aesthetic, like purely for reinforcing tone or, anything like that. That's fine to me. I don't mind that. But I think you should make the arena interesting and then worry about like tonal reinforcement and all that sort of stuff. I've realized, especially over like the past 2 episodes, that I definitely have that mindset of, and I actually talk about this a little bit in Fantasy Eye episode 2, which hasn't come out yet, but you guys will see it soon. I think I definitely have the mindset of make the arena interesting at its base, and then work in things that work with your adversaries, and then work in things that reinforce your tone. Like, those are kind of additive on top things for me. It's not necessarily how you have to do it, but I think that is going to give you the most consistent success. And we'll see. We'll see how this one goes. I don't know. All they need to do is melt the ice. Yeah, which, I mean, that in and of itself could be interesting, right? Like, the idea of difficult terrain that is not actually that difficult to get rid of. Like, if it's, this unnatural ice that is only due to Vorugal, you could easily work in, like, it's you see a small fire that was lit by the magic of the gate easily melting away the ice. There's something potentially interesting there, especially if you have a wizard or a sorcerer, someone that is like very reliant on their spells and might have a lot of fire. There's definitely something interesting there. But I don't know. We'll have to see how it plays out, to see how interesting it actually ends up being. Imagine my surprise that Mega's already gotten started. We're going quick. Especially because I don't know how long my energy will last.
You can see the icicles kind of crystallizing in its front form. Goes running forward. and just slams goring with its horns into Vorugal's
It
chest.
feels more like playtime than anything else. Like action figures.
Watch me play with my toys, guys.
Oh, and to be clear, I definitely don't think that snow and ice is not difficult terrain. I just don't know if it will matter. Is more of what I was getting at. Like, I definitely think it's valid as difficult terrain. I just don't know how much it'll end up mattering to the combat. Going quick till there's an interesting tangent. Well, no. That's not what just happened. Shut up.
All right.
You get your whole life.
You watch as the horns slam into Vorugal's chest, not really expecting the veracity and the sheer force of this entity it's unfamiliar with. The horns seem to spark with flames, strangely, as soon as they impact. It also tears this giant gash in 2 points across Vorugal's chest. You can see white scales kind of fly from the impact. And also, okay, so it is not pushed. Vorugal stands its ground as Yank pulls back. You can see this kind of dark purple blood kind of from the edge of the horns of the Gristro. End of his turn. All right, no, it does not save against the Dominate monster.
Oh.
Well, hopefully he'll just
mean?
Oh, yeah, that means he's still dominating.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
He's not realized this is possibly a poor idea.
Go, come on, chum, let's be friends.
Yeah, 'cause it did take damage from the ice breath, so we're trying to make it save, then to not make it. So at the end of Yank's turn, Vorugal is going to use 2 of its legendary actions to do a wing attack. The 3 does not. Yank actually gets pushed back, or is knocked prone,
Oh, shit.
no.
No, Yankee, no. We need you
and
to
suffers 15 points of bludgeoning damage.
That's nothing.
At which point,
Start laying down your
Vorugal,
bets.
moving half last few moves,
No, takes to the air. Shit. Didn't think about this.
takes up into the air, right above. Now coming to Vorugal's turn. Vorugal gets cold breath back, and while Yank is on the ground looking upward and trying to get back up from the slick snow, just releases another blast of cold breath down onto Yank once more.
Yank.
I forgot that we were in combat. We gotta go even faster. This is definitely, I mean, I have said before, I love third parties in D&D combats. I think that having a third party that is potentially unaffiliated or only partially affiliated with either side and like could potentially flex between the two is immensely interesting. And I think that is close to what Yank is here. But I also think that it is, and this is not so much on Matt to even think about, but I am curious as to when the players are going to jump in, because I think that the third parties are best when the first two are distracted, or they're like really engaged. So we'll see how quickly Vox waits to jump in from like a strategic angle. But I love that Yank is here. I think that's cool. I think that is a cool point of interest. I don't know how strategically smart it was for Vox. It's a big risk. But from like a point of interest within the encounter, I think it's very, very interesting. Getting a demon you have to kill, fight a dragon you have to kill is peak D&D. I agree. It's very, very fun. It's very, very fun. And I think that this is maybe this is a good overall point to hit home. When I talk about, the risk factor involved here, before I would not really have thought about that too much. Like, before the Chroma Conclave attacked Iman, I think everything about the maybe first third, maybe first fourth of the Chroma Conclave arc, at least up till now, what we've seen so far, the first fourth of the Chroma Conclave arc, I think really told the players, you need to be careful. You are dealing with things above your power, above your ken. And then more recently, the Ripley fight really hammered that home. And before those two events, before the Ripley ambush and before the fall of Amon, I would have said, yeah, fuck around and find out. Like, whatever, summon the yank. Yeah. Go for it. But with those two things, like, Iman's gone. They nearly got fucking flattened by Vorugal. Even after escaping the initial situation. And then Percy died to Ripley. It was the first PC death that I would say was like 100% like avoidable, I would say. Purely based on PC decision making. Like, I don't think there was like one bad roll that screwed them with Percy dying in the Ripley fight. Now, I think it's debatable as to how that encounter was constructed, but still. I think especially from the PC perspective, it was very avoidable. And I think that onboarding that into your brain of those two moments, the fall of Amon and the Ripley fight, and like how the Ripley fight was constructed in the ambush, those two things are what made them so, I think, so anxious and like really lowered them into analysis paralysis during like last episode and the beginning of this episode. And I think even from my perspective as a viewer, not even as one of the players, I'm so much more nervous about them doing this with Yank. It seems so much more risky. And now I am worried that, like, Matt has shown that if they take risks and it doesn't pay off, they might just die. Like, he is willing to kill them. And so I think it's worth onboarding how those sorts of things might conflict with other tones that you want out of your game. So, like, Turtix, getting a demon you have to kill, fight a dragon you have to kill is peak D&D, love it. I think that is awesome. Like, I fully agree. It's so much fun. But I also think that it is not necessarily incompatible with the Ripley ambush and with the fall of Amon. Like, it definitely can be compatible. I think they're making it work. But I think that they butt up against each other a little bit. If you want your players to be wacky and wild and just fucking going for these ludicrous, crazy plans, there can be a bit of things like the Ripley ambush or the fall of Amon, I think can put a downward pressure on that wackiness and on that risk-taking. If you want them to be taking a ton of risks constantly, I think you have to try and reward those. And I think that that's why this is working, is that Matt is rewarding them for taking the risks simultaneously, but I think it's a tough line to walk. I think he's doing it. I think he is walking that line. But I think it's not guaranteed that it works out this well. And I think, honestly, the majority of cases aren't going to work out this well, where you have those two things kind of simultaneously. So, yeah, I don't know. It's definitely, it's interesting. It's interesting. You forgot because Matt was playing with his minis. Poor Yang. Dragon doesn't want to fight fair and just flies up. I know. How dare the dragon use its wings? I hear the featured comment sound effect. Reminded to read the comment, but it goes away in less than a second. Too soon for me to read it? Oh, like if I guess I do the, I control how quickly it goes away, so I guess I just need to, leave it on screen more often, because I do normally take them off pretty quick, but I guess now that there's a sound effect that lets people know that I'm featuring a comment, I should leave it up for a little bit longer, because now people actually might read it. I feel like something yanked to Vorugal is much safer than venturing into the abyss at the bare minimum. I think that's fair. I think it's more risky in terms of success in the Vorugal fight. It might be less risky than encountering Yank in the abyss, but I think it presents an amount of risk, an amount of additional risk to the Vorugal fight, because now you have two allies, quote unquote, that are very shaky with both Yank and Raishan. That's a lot of variables that you can't control. Two very strong variables that you can't control. Like if Raishan and Yank both decide to flip and join Vorugal, Vox has no chance. Whereas I think they had a decent chance if they didn't have either of those people, at base. But, the reward for the risk is the group watching the minis wrestle. It's watching Matt play with his dolls, yeah. I will say my head turned when I heard the whoosh noise. That's a pretty neat feature. Fuck yeah. Okay. That's cool because I do sometimes highlight chats even when I'm not talking. And I have thought before about like, I bet when I'm not talking, like people probably not necessarily tune out, but like they probably like go and like kind of focus more of their brain on something else. And then they kind of tune back in more actively when I start to talk. But that could be cool if there's like a little whoosh noise when I'm highlighting a chat so that people do kind of tune back in for that. That's not even something that I thought about. If you're not going to read the comment or it's super short, leave it up for like 10 seconds to adjust for reading speeds. Yeah, I think you're right. I think that's normally I don't do that. A lot of times when I'm highlighting messages, especially it's either while I'm reading them or it is because I note down all of the messages that I highlight automatically in my transcripts and they help with the chapter processing. So that's why I do it a lot of times. So I don't even really think about people reading them sometimes. But that's fair. I can start to do that. They in theory could have someone yank individually and prepped a ready attack round immediately to gank it rather than venturing into the abyss. Exactly. Yeah. I think that would have been a very solid way to just defeat Yank. But I think that involving him in the Vorugal fight is a level of risk. Not necessarily, again, I think that level of risk is fun, but I also think how willing your players are to engage in that level of risk, I think depends on what they feel like the consequences might be for that. If they feel like the consequences are just potentially wasting the gate scroll or what have you, sure, yeah, absolutely. But if they feel like the consequences might be one of them dying, I think they're going to be less likely to engage. So, again, not saying that it can't work. I think that Matt is walking the line solidly, but I think that those can be a little bit tonally dissonant, perhaps. I guess that's a question. Do you think Matt considered this plan as a usage of the gate scroll when he gave it to them? Perhaps. I don't remember his reaction when they first said that they could bring someone or something through with it. I think he must have considered at least the broad implications of what would be going on here. But it's hard to say. I think if I were Matt, I probably would have considered the dragons. I don't know if I would have considered Yank or not. It's very hard to say. But I think I would have considered the dragons. And I probably would have considered any of the names on Animus, because they got Animus and the Gate Scroll so close together that I think I would have pre-considered if they brought any of the people whose name is on Animus through. I don't know if I would have considered Yank. I think it probably really depends on, because I'm sure that Matt considered how they might get to the Abyss, right? Like, I think he considered how they might get each vestige. So I don't know how he was planning on them getting to the abyss. If they did express interest. Like, you know, if they're like, let's read a book and figure it out. Because, like, they figured out how to get to the Feywild, right? They looked into it. They learned about Fey crossings. They found Fey crossings, what have you. I think there would have been a similar kind of research process for getting to the abyss. So if he had maybe planned on the gate possibly being used to bring them to the abyss, I think he would have probably also considered the corollary of if they just brought Yank back. But I don't know. It's really hard to say. It's really hard to say. And it's hard to say if he even should have considered it. Luckily, I'm pretty sure they talked about the plan to bring Yank through in episode 70. So he would have had at least, you know, a week to potentially prep for it. I feel like the demon forming an alliance with someone is highly unlikely. In my opinion, one is slightly more dangerous fight is less risky than two dangerous fights. Again, I think it kind of, or maybe not again. I think it depends. I don't know enough, I guess, about fiends. I do think that it is fair for fiends to not have... I kind of talked about this last time with like dragons versus fiends. I think it's fair for fiends to have less of a survival instinct, and so potentially less of a reason to form an alliance. I think that's fair. But I also think that it depends on how much your players know about fiends. I don't know that the players know that. Especially because I don't know that I know that. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. Hodis could have been an option. That's true. What up, Mr. Steak? Yeah. Also a demon. It's a demon, not a devil. It's a fiend, right? I don't know the differences. Again, in terms of like the standard D&D canon and D&D lore, I don't know what the differences are. And I think that most of the players don't know those differences in detail. So I don't think that it necessarily matters. Like, it matters in terms of, like, the more high-level discussion, but in terms of how it's actually playing out in this session, I don't think it matters. You know what I'm saying? Matt probably even considered the possibility of them giving the scroll to Allura. Well, especially since Allura asked for the scroll, I think he definitely considered that. If Allura hadn't asked for the scroll actively, I don't know if I would assume that. But I definitely, since she asked for it, I definitely think he considered that. Also, don't demons also reform on their native plane if they die outside of it? At least that's how Hodis is working. I assume that that's a broadly fiend thing, but I'm not sure if that's a Rakshasa only thing, or I don't know. I know that Matt did tell them some specifics about that, and I think he said fiends generally, but anyways.
The Constitution save plus 14 does make it save again, so it's a hardy individual's Constitution save is high.
Oh boy.
It causes this cluster of ice kind of gather around its form and it breaks free. Vorugal is then also going to, using on its turn, its flight to move over this way and spin around.
Natural 20 on myself.
Yank is going to go ahead now using his turn to stand up. It looks confused around. It does make it safe, breaking dominate monster, so that is gone.
Okay. Would I feel that? No, I'm on another plane of existence.
You're on another plane of existence. You guys are all in this like quiet space, just like fingers crossed, hoping right now. Yank just kind of looks frustrated at this point in time. I don't know what I can do right now at the moment, so it's going to go ahead and run and going to
The greatest fantasy chest.
run beneath.
Bad day.
Aw, man.
Attempt to leap to grab it.
Yeah.
Oh, you can do it.
Yank it.
Unfortunately, does not make the full height. Leaps up in the air, level strength. It's the thick, muscular, hoofed hind legs kind of crouch down. Leaps in the air, its giant claws kind of reaching forth. Vorugal keeps just out of reach and kicks it down with its claws and tail, knocking it back onto the ground. It lands. No effect. Vorugal's turn now. Actually, the end of Yank's turn. No, it's not close enough. So yeah, come back to Vorugal's turn. Vorugal does not get the ice breath back. Is going to swoop down, eager to finish this hunt, and is going to unleash a series of attacks.
My God.
Did we poke our heads out?
Who wants to look at?
This is tough. Oh, this is tough. Because I'm of two minds right now. On one hand, reward the players. Reward the players. They used a very valuable consumable resource. They did take a lot of risk, and it paid off, ostensibly. And you should absolutely reward them for that. And I think that having Vorugal and Yank just hash it out is a appropriate reward. That said, just watching things like, oh, we got ads in a minute. So I'll wrap my. It's a quick thought. It's a quick thought, anyways. I think that just watching other things fight, like combat is already slow and it can be rather boring when it's not your turn in D&D. And when you take the players out, those problems just get exacerbated. It's like, becoming an audience member like us. Like combat, any combat in D&D or in Critical Role is always going to be more boring for us than it is for them. Even if it's interesting for us, it's going to be much more interesting for them because they're actually involved in it. So I would want to minimize the time where it's just Yank and Vorugal fighting. Because that is boring, even though it's their reward. What up? Hello. We're back. It's cool. I guess the thing is they all have the initiative to jump in whenever they choose. Yeah. And I mean, Crazy is saying the others are on a different plane of existence. They don't know what's going on. That's why I say I'm kind of two minds, and I don't know what I would do differently if I was Matt, because Yank and Vorugal just fighting to the death is their reward. Like, it is their reward for a plan well planned and decently executed. The bad thing about it is that the actual process of paying off and like the process of giving them their reward, I think is incredibly boring. I think it is a boring snooze fest to just watch Vorugal and Yank battle it out, especially because, and this is almost the inverse of the thing that I normally have a problem with in Matt Mercer fights, which is Matt using PC stat blocks or stat sheets for monsters, because it makes them too not aggro. What do you call it? It makes them too offensive. Or at least that's one of the problems. This is having two monsters fight it out has the exact opposite problem, where monsters, by and large, have less offensive resources and more defensive. So if you have two monsters that are using monster stat blocks just going at it, they are both. It is going to take even longer than a standard D&D combat, because they are both going to have to whittle through each other's defensive resources with relatively lacking offensive resources. But again, I don't know what I would do differently if I was Matt. Like, I think that any abstraction of it, like if I just said, you know, for the sake of time, we're just going to, you know, make this combat like a roll, I think that would intensely undercut their reward. And like talk about like broken expectations, I think that would be not good. I wouldn't want to do anything that forces them into combat, because they specifically did a lot of things to hide their presence. And I don't think that there's any real reason that isn't contrived that Vorugal would be looking for other participants. Like, they planned this all out very specifically to where that wouldn't happen. So I think that this I think you just have to deal with it if you're Matt. You just have to deal with this fight being kind of boring and try to jazz it up where you can, but I think it's just gonna be what it is. I don't know. I didn't think about it ahead of time. I kind of thought that Vox would jump in by now, but they are not. And so I'm just like, man, I don't think there's anything to do besides have your own little combat for a little while. You know, see you later, Deadly. In all fairness, the lack of resources also lets turns go by quicker. It does. That is true. The relative simplicity of monster stat blocks do let individual turns go by quicker, but also the fact that the DM is doing all of it means that there's no downtime to plan turns. Which would, I don't know that it will fully cancel out the time difference, but it does, I think also extend turns in that way. It might also be more exciting if you were watching this episode all in one, the slow build of tension for the epic payoff. That's why I wanted you to rewatch the summoning. I get it, but I'm saying, like, I think the epic payoff peaked with Scanlan charming Yank. And now we're just into Matt rolling a lot of numbers. Like, I think that we're going very deep down, if that makes sense. But again, I don't know if there's a way to avoid it. I think that it's just kind of what it is. I don't think there's a way to avoid it. Hide the rolls behind the screen for those in the mansion. I actually like this as it is. I mean, I definitely think I by default I hide all of the rolls, anyways, but I think that's fair if the parties are separated to hide even more of the rolls potentially. But I still don't think that there's yeah. It makes tactical sense to just wait and watch. Can't blame Vox for that. No, I can't. It's like that's what I'm kind of saying is like I think that this is all going to plan for them, and there is no way to avoid the boring part. Because their plan, even though I didn't really think about it ahead of time, and I don't know that Matt did either, their plan just results in something boring but good for them. Which, like, a lot of really well thought out plans kind of should. Part of the point of a well executed plan is that everything goes to your specifications, and normally that is not super exciting. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That is why in something like a Ocean's 11 type movie, or in a game like Blades in the Dark, you have flashbacks intercut within the action of a scene. And you will notice if you watch, say, like Ocean's 11, the flashbacks are more prevalent. Like they take up a larger amount of screen time when there is nothing exciting happening in the actual heist, and they are less prevalent when there's a twist or when something is going wrong, like when the guy gets stuck in the case, or when I think that like one of their wires like snaps in the elevator. I don't remember the exact like twists or complications in the Ocean's 11 heist, but at the beginning of the heist is relatively boring. And that is where a lot of the flashbacks are intercut because the planning of it is occasionally a bit more exciting. So they intercut those exciting parts within that. And that's why Blades in the Dark has a flashback mechanic. Is so that you can, number one, skip a lot of planning, but also so that you can intercut those exciting moments of planning. Yeah. Liam did seem pumped about watching action figures smash together. Yeah, he looks super pumped. I don't know. Yeah. The players having the option to jump in does also limit the opportunity for abstraction. Absolutely. Like, I don't think there's any way that you can abstract this that does not lead to it feeling worse. Like, I think you just can't. I don't think you can. Yeah. Yeah. Been a hot minute since a bit dimension. True. Matt could just take the draw steal method and just describe how Vorugal Yank wins and determine the damage the winner takes as a reward. That's where, I think that is a type of abstraction that you can do there. Essentially just turn the combat into a skill check. But because of what Jonathan just mentioned of their opportunity to jump in, which I do think is integral to the plan and integral to the reward, and like integral to their expectations of what the result of their plan would be, because they have the freedom to jump in whenever they want and whenever is most advantageous, I don't think you can actually abstract it into a skill check, unfortunately. Because I think that really takes away a core part of the reward. Maybe not a core part, but a substantial part of the reward. Might be one of those instances where the players are having fun, but might not be to the benefit of the viewers. I think the players are certainly enjoying a plan coming to fruition. I would still claim that you are essentially part of the reward of this plan is essentially turning the players into viewers. So I think in the same way that sometimes combat is not as enjoyable for us as viewers as it is for them, I think this combat is not going to be as enjoyable for them as if they were participating in it. But again, I don't know if there's any way around that. I think you have to give them the reward, even if it is boring. Yeah. Personally, watching my plan be successful and just unravel would be pretty fun. Yeah, I mean I think that is what you have to do at the end of the day. Like, I think that the watching the plan be successful and that reward is more important than the potential boringness of a combat. Like watching your plan come to fruition is good and rewarding and fun. I just wish that there was a way to do it that itself wasn't boring. Like the ideal is that a plan can come to fruition and the experience of watching that plan come to fruition is also interesting separately. You know, the ideal is that we can have both. But right here, I think we only have one. And I don't think there's any way around that. It's basically the rule that if you see the planning, the plan will fail. But if you don't see it, the plan succeeds. Oh, yeah. I know what you're talking about, Confused Strawberry, but I don't know exactly what it's called. But yes, that is the name of a trope, yeah. Could you instead give the players control of the monsters and let them duke it out? Ooh, that's tough. That's interesting. That's an interesting idea. I don't think you could do that with Vox Machina in an actual play, blah, 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 blah. But at a home game, like at my home table where my players are like actively allergic to metagaming and will play their characters sometimes dumber than they need to actively like cut themselves off from metagaming, I could do that. I could absolutely do that, and that would be actually kind of interesting because that could actually theoretically be even more rewarding because if you allow the players to play both of the monsters in this case, they can play the monsters even more tactically, allowing them to whittle down each other's health even better. Like if both sides are, you know, kind of playing to win, that is theoretically even more reward because they are able to extend this fight and potentially, you know, and potentially get even more reward out of it than they otherwise would. You would have to really be confident that your players aren't going to metagame it. You would have to be very, very confident about that. But I think at like something like my table, that could work. That could work really well. I don't know if that's the answer for every table, but I think that's a solid option. I think that's a really solid option. I think that could be fun. Invested might be better. They keep making comments on the fight. I do think they're invested. I definitely think they're invested. I don't think they're invested because it's interesting. I think they're invested because of the fulfillment of the plan. And like I said, ideally it could be both. But right now it's just kind of one or the other. Matt probably has a general idea of how he wants the fight to go, so I don't think he'd let the players control them. Yeah, and especially for the situation that we're in with it being an actual play, I don't think he'd let them, but I think that could work for some tables. Unspoken plan guarantee is what comes up on TV trope. Interesting. Yeah. What would you do regarding the players knowing the monster stats if they had to then fight the surviving monster? That's where it comes into like trust. That's where the metagaming, I think, really comes in. I actually wouldn't be that worried for even a general table about the players metagaming the actual fight between the monsters too much. But it would be difficult. I think at an average table, I think it would be difficult for the players to separate their knowledge of the surviving monster after the fact. Like how much health it has, what its AC is, what its other stats are. I don't know. I think there's a world in which you give them a stripped down stat block, maybe. Like maybe you only give them the monster like attacks and defenses, but you don't give them the health. You just tell them like when each monster is bloodied, or potentially like, you know, 3/4, half, quarter health, so that they have a general gauge. But if they go to fight that monster later, they don't have an exact gauge. That could be possible and could help cut down, I think, on the worst aspects of metagaming if they then had to fight that monster afterward. But it's risky. I think the fighting the monster afterward is the worst. Is the most not necessarily risky, but like the biggest downside to having the players control the monsters in this situation is that it will just be hard for them to extract that knowledge from their brain. Again, I think my players could do it, but my players are like paranoid allergic to metagaming. I've never even had to worry about it for a second with them because they will actively like fight against it, even if I tell them it's okay. So I wouldn't have to worry about it, but I think that the average table might. Yeah. The way Mega said even more reward made me realize that he would be an amazing voice actor for an animated talking dog. Is that not an unhinged thing to say? An animated talking dog. Like Clifford? What are other animated talking dogs? I'm trying to put that into context. The two dogs that I'm thinking of are Clifford and Dog from Cat Dog. But I don't know. I'd love to do voice acting. I actually tried. No, I didn't even try. I actually am technically. I'm never going to tell you the link. And I did it under a pseudonym, so you can never find it. But I did actually do voice acting. I have voice acted a published audiobook. This is a true piece of Megaphone Man lore. I got paid $300 flat. I think it was about 3 hours at final cut length. It was quasi smut. And like I said, I did it under a pseudonym, so you could never find it. But so I guess I could technically with a giant asterisk, call myself a voice actor. But the fact that I would never put it in my credits, I think means I can't really claim it. I think that's stolen valor. But I would love to. I really want to this year do a more regimented vocal training, regimen, partially just to make my voice more resilient for longer streams. But I would love to voice act. I've been interested in voice acting for a long, long time. So I think I would love that. Bluey. Oh yeah. Scooby, Courage, Rough Ruffman. I don't think I know Rough Ruffman. But obviously I know Scoob. Scoob and Courage. Courage is such an interesting flashpoint of culture. Of like, I feel like it's one of those kind of things that you can categorize people into of like, you either watched Courage or didn't watch Courage. I think there's a bit of a binary there. If you're of a certain age, I guess. I watched Courage. I loved Courage the Cowardly Dog. Paige hated Courage. And I don't think you get a lot of people that are like super neutral on Courage the Cowardly Dog. I think people a lot of times have strong emotions with it. Something about that line delivery made me think that it would be a great line to lip sync a character to. Interesting. It'd go nice as a TikTok sound. Yeah. Mega, you can't just drop that lore randomly. Look, man, I got a history. I did things before this. This is like my 5th YouTube channel, and those are the past ones of those are easier to find. I've been out here. Balto, Oliver, Airbud. Oh, I'd love to have been in Oliver. I was in the Oliver musical. I was one of the orphans. I was an orphan. I was singing about food, glorious food, you know? I was out here. I would love to be in the Oliver Disney movie, though. Interesting. Animator brain. Oh yeah, brain. Animaniacs. Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, this is an interesting dynamic right now because it looks like Yank is resisting a lot of the cold impact from this.
Good.
Vorugal's gonna go ahead and do a full range of attacks against it.
Yeah, he got gored at the beginning.
Hits with the bite, hits with the claw, hits with the tail. So that's gonna be
Vorugal.
lands and just bites into him with a bunch of these like ice shards go shooting off from the impact of the teeth. Both claws tear into the chest, but you can just see the flesh itself is just hardy and resistant to the dragon's attacks. It's damaging him, but Yank is definitely made of sturdier stuff.
While this is going on, Percival,
Yes.
if Yank dies really fast, what do we do?
I'm just going to signal them to come out.
Oh, fuck.
Okay, it comes to Yank's turn now. He's got to have this conversation. He's going to make 2 of its fist attacks and one with its hoof.
Yes, Yank, yes.
A hit, a miss,
We didn't think anything.
and a hit.
Every
23.
all of this is
Like,
also.
just straight up die.
No, well, it's also he's expending.
I do think, I will say, I would, as Matt, it's totally separate from the entire previous conversation. As Matt, I would definitely want to, even if this is not like my typical DMing style, I think it's important in this fight to give them health milestone indications. I've said before, I generally always give bloodied, which is half health. Sometimes I will go even more granular than that. But I think in this fight, especially, it would be important to give bloodied. Just as a thing, as just free information to the players. Because so much of this, I think a substantial piece of the reward is the timing of when they join the fight. I definitely think I would give bloodied if I was Matt. I don't know if either of them are at bloodied yet. I kind of assume not. But I think that's definitely something I would do.
Expending powers.
Yeah,
Yes,
he's
got
burned
2
2 of his legendary actions already. Yeah, we were watching the dragon burn through his legendary
That's the other
actions.
thing.
Oh,
That's
that's
the other
great.
thing.
And he only gets
Legendary actions get
They
a
reset
return.
every
No
turn.
resistance.
Legendary
He hasn't burned
resistance.
through any resistances. He hasn't burned through any resistance.
So you watch as
man.
after the clawing goes through Yank's chest, Yank reaches up and grabs the edge of Vorugal's scaly back of its head and just uppercuts right into the bone, and then brings up one of its hooves and just straight up chest kicks with the sharpened hoof into the center of Vorugal's chest, leaving Vorugal stumbling back for a second. At the end of that turn, is going to use 2 of his legendary actions to once again beat its wings. Yank, not being a very dexterous individual, fails and gets knocked prone once again, sending
Yank.
Vorugal once again up to there. Back to Vorugal's turn.
Should one of us peek our
Does
heads
not
out?
get the
Yeah, someone peek their heads out. Someone with good stealth.
does not get the ice breath, but it looks like Vorugal actually is moving further and further away and is just biding his time.
I'm gonna cast invisibility on myself and poke my head out the door.
Okay.
Will it, that'll work. Yeah, right?
Hey, look out! Make perception checks. Now the sleet is coming down pretty hard, and you're having to kind of glean what you can from
Fucking
it.
8.
You can see what looks like some movement of dragon stuff in the air, and you hear various pitches of growling, horrible, angry yelling in the center of the battlefield.
So we know they're here.
You know they're there.
Battle's still going on. I'll check again in 12 seconds.
Yank his turn. Very frustrated. Can't seem to figure out what to do. He's gonna go ahead and attempt to leap once more. Nope. Yank just leaps, tries to grab at the foot. Vorugal steps out of the way. Yank finishes landing on the opposite side. No effect. Turns around. All right. At the let's see. Vorugal's going to. All right. Gets the cold breath back. It's going to fly backward. And as it does, just spray unholy mess of frozen breath energy down towards Yank, who does not make the save, but still takes resistant damage thanks to cold resistance. You can watch with each impact, Yank's like open wounds are getting frost shards jammed into them. Right now, it looks like Yank doesn't have much of a recourse until Vorugal's on the ground, and Vorugal seems to have noticed this and is starting to keep a distance, and is just waiting.
I can ground him.
This is also this is an interesting way of Matt. There is another again. So much of this is such a good reward and such a good fulfillment of their plan that I definitely don't think there's much that Matt can do differently. It's also a really good opportunity for Matt to show off Vorugal's tactics. And Matt just very blatantly narrated it right there of Vorugal is realizing that if he keeps his distance, Yank doesn't have much recourse. I think that that is it's a very explicit, hey players, I'm showing you Vorugal's tactics right now. Keep that in mind for your fight, which I think is cool. Like, again, I think that's a cool reward for all of the planning that they did. Stuff. The boringness of the fight also depends on the narration. I feel like the way Matt describes how they fight is so cool. Yeah, well, how do I say it? I think you are... I think that the way that a fight is described is definitely is definitely one of the factors that leads to how overall interesting or fun a fight is. My mind flashes back to the Grog arena battle in Vasselheim during, I think it was the Slayer's Take arc. Potentially the second time they went to Vasselheim. No, I think it was the Slayer's Take arc, where he battles the guy that had like the monk level in that arena, in that like pit fight. I thought that fight itself was boring as hell. Matt did describe it super fun. Matt did a lot of legwork to make that an even remotely interesting fight. And I think that he is doing the same legwork here. I think, how do I say it? I think that is it is a very distinct demonstration of Matt's skill. And I don't think it is something that most DMs will be able to rely on. So I think that Matt is making it work through his own specific skill set. But I think that is Matt's skill set, and I think that the aspects of his skill set that are making it work are more rare. Like, him keeping this fight interesting is impressive, but I think it is impressive to his running, not necessarily impressive to the design, if that makes sense. Because there is kind of that duality of like, how is a combat designed versus how is it run? And I think that the description is like really solidly within the running of the combat. And I think that Matt is doing that amazingly. But the kind of design or prep, maybe you could call it, is possibly lacking here. But again, I don't think there's anything that I would have done differently in the prep. So I think he's doing the absolute best he can. I think he's doing the absolute best version of this that I can think of. Yeah. If Matt just kept saying they hit each other, it would have been lame. Also true. Damage averages could also be super helpful here with speeding stuff up. Absolutely. Yeah. I think if Matt's not using damage averages, that would be, I definitely think he should be. Yeah. Damage averages are really good for speeding things up. Using average health if you normally roll it. Yeah. Is the queer skeleton joke out of date now? It's a little old, Fat Yoshi. I won't lie. It's either so out of date that I haven't heard it or so new I've never heard it. It was from... It's a few months ago. It's a few months out of date at this point. But yeah. I don't know. This is tough. I definitely think that, again, I think I'm definitely coming down on the side of like, I think this is the best version of what it is, but it has this like inherent thing that I don't like, but I think that is worth everything else that we're getting out of it, you know?
And expose yourself?
I'm just throwing it out there.
Coming back to that. Back to Ying's turn. Oh no, then Vorugal's turn. Vorugal's actually going to go ahead and take up about 10 more feet.
Oh, fuck this guy.
To get completely out of his leaping range there.
God damn.
How high is he?
I can go.
Now, 60 feet up. Yang leaps and cannot quite get that height and just angrily begins to reach over and climb up the side of the mountain there. Just
Can I attack him right now? Oh no.
Surprise attack!
I attack him right now. Sneak attack.
Which one?
Vorugal. 60 feet. I'm sharpshooter. He's 60 feet away from me.
60 feet is your range. He's a little higher than 60 feet.
Are you on the ground or you
You
up?
He's on the ground.
have to move
Got the
underneath
wings.
to go up if you want to. Or
Got the
wings, you do that.
Fly within 40 feet of him. Throw Whisper at his ass.
Okay.
That's what I'm doing.
Oh, shit.
Assassin.
You're gonna go up his ass into his stomach?
That's-
Not
In the
doing-
dragon again.
In the dragon.
All right, as you step over, the wings unleash and you fly up right underneath Vorugal right there. The dragon...
Do I need to roll for stealth though?
no, you're still stealth before you're holding that, yeah. So you don't seem to be noticed right now. Vorugal's attention in the head is face over as it's floating, staring at Yank, who's now starting to climb up the side of the mountain.
So finally, this is advantage and an automatic critical hit.
In
The
this
assassin trait.
Yes. Well, let's see. Yeah, I'd say
Ooh, this is tough. Because I think that if we look at the exact raw wording of assassin, I think it's debatable if the assassin trigger would go off here, because it's like they have taken turns in the combat. You know what I'm saying? But the assassin in this case has not been in the combat. I would lean towards being more permissive, right? I would lean towards being more permissive. I would say that it should be from the point that the assassin enters the combat, people that haven't taken their turn yet. That is the way that I would rule it. Because I think that if we're actually boiling down to what the raw, quote unquote, should be, I think technically they all should have rolled initiative, even if they're not actively participating. And then the assassin would have worked off of that. But also, fucking, that's lame. I think that's fucking lame. And like actively overrides one of the like core assassin fantasies, which is jumping in at the most opportune moment. If he had been revealed, and I would say, and Matt is kind of going towards this intuitively, of given that it is unaware, blah, 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 like, I think that is the right way to handle it. Like, I think of, like, the XCOM 2 Ranger, right? With, like, they have, like, the Phantom ability, where they can stay concealed even if the rest of the party's revealed. I think I would lean towards that, and they still get the benefits of being concealed in that case. I think I'd lean towards the same thing with Assassin. I think that the point of Assassin, even if the raw doesn't maybe exactly work out that way, I think that the point should be if they're unaware and if you're surprising them and all that sort of shit. Just let my boy use the skill. He's entering the dragon's ass. Let him do the assassin shit. Yeah, exactly. Matt's definitely going to the book now for that reason. Yeah, which, like, I get. I get him wanting to look this up. I would claim that Raw is unclear as to how this would work in practice, and I would say that rules as intended. I would hope that rules as intended would come down on Liam's side here. I think that should work. It's happened a lot in the past too. It hurts for this rogue subclass. Yeah. Also, this is like the one time Vax is surprising someone. Yeah. Liam's most effective use of the subclass was conking Kynan on the head. Honestly, yeah. So yeah, man, I'd let the man get his assassin auto crit here. I think that's just, I think it should work. But I don't know if the raw necessarily supports it working, but I would let it.
Given the circumstance that it is unaware that you are part of the battlefield, even though there is a current threat in the situation.
Busting out the other book.
Let me double check real fast.
All right.
It's not even a Dungeons and Dragons book.
It's a cookbook.
They're all people.
No. Let's see.
It's a cookbook!
I would say, given the fact that it's completely unaware that there was any other combatants in the vicinity aside from Yank, I will allow this to be a surprise attack from you, though he is not considered surprise to anybody else. There isn't a surprise round.
All right. So I rolled a 28. Oh,
That is.
Shit.
So I'm
I think that is 100% fair. I think that not giving Vorugal the surprised condition, because the surprise condition, he's, talking about surprise round, whatever. I think that not giving him the surprise condition, but letting him be surprised for the purpose of the assassin mechanics, I think is a very, very fair ruling. I completely agree. I can't find the queer skeleton picnic anywhere. It's really useless right now. I don't think you're gonna find it on Google. That is a joke from my prep for my Saltmarsh game.
going to. This is Whisper. I'm using Whisper. I'm going to cast Divine. I'm going to use Divine Smite on the attack as well.
All right. I roll damage on that.
Here we go.
Kill him. One turn.
Here we go.
2.
4.
Wow. Hold on. Wait. No. So all the dice first. 2 plus the psychic damage, which is 1d8, is 9. Plus the divine smite, which is 11, 15. That's okay. Here comes the sneak attack damage. 19, 24, 26, 29, 32, 34, 36.
38.
38,
Yeah,
sure.
38.
38. Plus my modifier, which is 46 before anything. No, we double the dice first. So
Double the
38
dice.
times 2, right? 76. Plus 8 is 84.
84 points of damage against Vorugal. As the blade, are you going with the blade or are you going against it?
Oh, I went with the blade.
All right.
So you're on Vorugal
I'm
right
on his
now?
ass.
So as you throw the blade up, it strikes into one of the wounds that Yank had already clawed into right under its chest, and the blade sinks up to the hilt and further in. And as you appear, you're actually wrist deep in the wound right now.
Back in the dragon again.
You are up, right up with Vorugal right
That's,
now.
I'm hasted. That's action number 1.
Correct.
Action number 2 is to throw Whisper down towards the trees closest to you, DM,
Right there.
and bam for there.
Okay.
And use my bonus action to hide. It'll hit the ground, right?
The blade loses its luster and stumbles into the snow. Hits the ground. It's just out of range. It doesn't hit anything solid.
Okay.
You don't go with the blade.
I'm going to push off him then and use
Wings.
Your wings.
Yeah, I know that. What did I use? I used 40 feet of movement.
Correct.
Okay, but okay. God, I don't know how much I have left. If I'm hasted, I would have 120 total, but that's half, so 20 feet. Just because you said rough terrain, but I'm in the
Yeah.
air.
You're in the air, but there's a lot of sleet and rain
So,
hitting.
Jeez
so
Louise.
10 feet. That's all right. I'm just going to keep moving away. I'm going to use all my movement to get away from him and go away from his butt. So I should have a bonus action that I can use.
Right.
Use the rest of my movement plus dash.
Right. Before you get there,
All right.
because now the angry scream, Vorugal's head swoops around underneath and directly into your eyes as you dart away with the blade. He spins in place and bites at you as you're trying to pull away.
Okay, I have advantage on dexterity saving throws.
Okay, this is just a bite attack, so it doesn't
Bite,
matter.
go for it.
So that is a 26.
That hits.
All right. So with Vorugal there,
Worth
it
it.
is.
Oh no.
You take 22 points of piercing damage.
Okay, can I uncanny dodge this? Is this melee?
Yeah, it's a melee attack, so you can do
uncanny
that.
dodge.
Plus 14 points of cold damage.
Which is half because of my armor. So
Right, so
26
seven.
down to 13 and 7, 20 total. Okay.
20 total, reduced by half because of uncanny dodge.
Okay, so I'm down to 95.
Okay, so 95.
Worth it for 84 points.
Yeah.
All right.
So I buffed up 150.
So you pull away, it's about there. The rest of movement?
I want to use bonus action to dash. I don't know if that gets
Okay,
me.
so yeah, so dash would be-
60 feet away, flying.
Right, flying, so it'll be 30.
It's 120 hasted, so 60 feet half.
Right, okay, so yeah, so you can get all the way to the ground if you want to.
Yes.
Okay, so you get down to the ground about there if you want. Okay. Now I need you to go ahead and roll initiative and put you on the initiative order.
Yes, sir.
Since you have now engaged.
Okay, so it's an 11.
11.
Have you said anything to in your piece yet?
Well, especially because, like, resistance doesn't stack, right? But uncanny dodge is, I believe it's uncanny dodge. It's one whichever rogue feat allows them to, rogue 5e. Whichever rogue feat allows them to have the damage. Is it uncanny dodge? It might be. Yeah. It is just you can use your reaction to have the attack's damage against you. That is not resistance. Resistance is applied separately. You can't stack mechanics that have the same name, but because uncanny dodge does not have the same name as resistance, they can be applied separately. So giving him a vestige that allows him to pick a damage type to be resistant to, especially in this campaign where they can expect, what kind of damage is going to be done. It makes him really, I don't want to say tanky necessarily, but it makes him pretty resilient, we could say. Yeah, just because uncanny dodge is so good. Now, the way around that is having a ton of combatants. So it's like Vax is especially good in this arc specifically, where he can expect what type of damage is going to come out, and when you are primarily fighting single adversaries. Like the Chroma Conclave arc, with the Raven Queen armor specifically, is just built for Vax. Like, this should be Vax's, like, these are the combats that are most suited to Vax. Because rogues are suited for single target damage, which is great against, the single adversary combats with the dragons. And his Raven Queen armor lets him pick that damage type, which, normally you're having to take some risk, what damage type do I think will be useful today? But with the dragons, you pretty much know. So Vax should feel very powerful right now. How powerful he will feel later, that's maybe debatable. But especially for assassin, this should be the best. I love how Vax is essentially a bullet with his haste and fly speed. Yeah. Doesn't Vax have like the lowest HP of the group? I think probably because he would have the same die as, I believe rogues have a D8, which I think is the same as Druid and Bard. And I think it's more likely that the Druid and Bard have a higher con than him because they need it for concentration checks. So I think most likely he has the lowest HP. Just because he's using the same hit die as those two, and he probably has a lower constitution. But that's just speculation, just based on like the odds, the probabilities. I don't actually know if he has actually the lowest. No wonder people speculate if the Deathwalker's armor was meant for someone else. Yeah, I mean, I could see it. The thing about the Deathwalker's armor is it just kind of works for everyone. You know what I'm saying? Like, it kind of just works. I think Whisper is obviously meant for Vax, but I think the Deathwalker's Ward it could kind of just go with any of them. It's not specifically amazing for anyone. It's just great. Now, I think theoretically you could say, well, it works especially well with Vax because he can stack it with Uncanny Dodge. You know, I can see some arguments there. He was doing pretty well with Boots of Haste and all. Yeah, I mean, I think that Vax is making the best usage of all of his magic items, which is that's also just kind of a rogue thing. Even if you're not an arcane trickster or a thief, I should say not even arcane trickster, even if you're not a thief. Thief is the magic item class, arguably. Well, actually, no. I don't even want to say arguably. No, they are. They are the magic item class. They have a feature that allows them to bypass restrictions for magic items. They're the magic item class. Or I should say magic item subclass. Artificer is the magic item class. But Thief is the magic item subclass. But even without that, even without Thief, Rogue is really especially suited towards using magic items really well because of their flexible bonus action, I would say. Because a lot of magic items require taking up your action to use them really effectively. And because rogues have such a robust set of options for their bonus actions, they are essentially, debatably giving up less by using like magic items and such. Theoretically. But he also has no con mod, so not as tanky as he could be. And Blight is his nemesis. Okay, yeah, no con modifier. So yeah, there you go. Yeah. He does have a level or two in Pally. That is true. He does have a level or two in Pally, so he probably has a higher health from that. But technically, Pike has the lowest HP. Oh yeah, because of lower level. That's fair. I never considered Uncanny Dodge capable of doing that. Maybe I've read it wrong. It is only because it doesn't give resistance, technically. It just halves the damage. So you would apply resistance before. Well, I actually do think it's debatable as to what order you apply them in. But I think it is not debatable that you can apply both. You absolutely can apply both. But, yeah. Deathwalker's Ward, clearly for Pike, sort out that stealth problem. No issue with her current god or the crew's fan and image of Sunshine Pike. I would say that the isn't there like a set of armor that they haven't gotten that I think is more for Pike? I think it's like the main one of I think it's like the vestige that they won't end up getting. Dawn Martyr. Yeah. Yeah, beacon of protection to the chosen of Pelor. I would say that Dawn Martyr is most likely for Pike. But I don't know. It's also debatable. It was perfect for Percy? No? Was that common ironic? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Since Pike is the only one that wears plate, resistance always happens, so I apply that first. I would also argue that you apply resistance first, but I don't know if there's actually like an ordering ruling on that. Yeah. Liam has never played a rogue because he's never played the class without Boots of Haste giving him multi-attacks, something rogues specifically don't get. You know, I don't think that's the worst take. I would definitely say that he has not played the standard rogue experience ever, because he's had the Boots of Haste since Pathfinder. So I would agree with you that he has not experienced one of the primary rogue limitations. Because I would fully agree that one of the main differences with rogues as a martial is specifically their lack of multi-attack. I do think that is one of the primary things that distinguishes them from the other martials. And they get sneak attack and replacement, but yeah, I think that's fair. I don't think that's, it's obviously a bit of a hyperbolic way to put it, but I don't think it's wrong. I don't think it's an inaccurate take. Yeah. Oh my gosh. When did Vax get the Boots of Haste? Like how early in the adventure? At least in the Pathfinder days. I don't know exactly when, but yeah. It also kind of has to be resistance first, since the damage type dependent usually where Uncanny Dodge isn't. Yeah. I mean, it would, at the very least, it would be very awkward if you applied resistance second. Like, if you applied Uncanny Dodge and then applied the resistance after, it would just be awkward more than anything. So yeah. Percy, the gothic gunslinger that wore a plague mask, resembling a crow or raven. That's fair. I hadn't considered that, Ivo. That's fair. And I think it's also the right armor type that he normally wears, so that's fair. That meant he had to have played without the Boots of Haste at some point. Oh, I think that's more... I think more along those lines. He hasn't played D&D 5e Rogue. Because I think that Rogue and Pathfinder is a little bit different because of the way that like the 3 action economy works compared to like the major action, minor action in 5e. I don't know the distinct and like detailed differences, but I think more to the point, he hasn't truly had like the 5e Rogue experience. Specifically because multi-attack is such a 5e thing compared to Pathfinder. So he hasn't really experienced that difference and dichotomy. Yeah. Also, Laura was feeling especially underpowered around the early CC arc. That's true. Yeah. I don't know. Oh, I think Caught Dingoes also does present the more what I would call diegetic argument for it, like the more like sort of in fiction Watsonian perspective of you dodge the damage and then what hits you gets resisted. I think that's a very fair argument. I have no real rebuttal. I think that makes like the most in fiction sense for like what the mechanics are doing. But I also do, I think my instinct would be the alternative of applying resistance first and then Uncanny Dodge. I don't know how much that would change the would that actually change the overall number? It would. It would have to. Yeah. It would depend. If you're taking purely the damage type that you're resisting, it wouldn't change the number at all. If you're taking partially that damage and partially other damage, it would change it. But it's something to consider talking to your players about. But anyways.
Well, you guys
All right.
saw it.
We saw it,
People
right?
inside can't hear me.
All right, so comes back to the top of the round now. Yank is currently climbing up the side.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh
Oh
no.
god.
Gets about halfway up the side. Is
Oh,
not
God.
is not entirely up, but is like clawing up, and you feel the impact
Careful,
from where you're standing, Percy.
I'm holding.
See you? Does he see
Going
you?
to use the rest of his action to climb up. Gets all the way to the top of the ravine, which is about the same height that Vorugal is. Based on your help, actually, I need you to roll another stealth check because you did help him for that last half hour. This is going to. You have advantage because she was helping you.
Oh. 13. No, 13 is a -1.
Oh, for you.
13, that's worse than it was before.
Yeah, well.
That
Yank gets to the top
sucks,
and turns around
Guys, here's where the rubber
and
hits
sees Vorugal off the side. Glances down. He goes, "Tio Kordak," and is going to make a giant bowling underhand fist punch right towards you, Percy.
I was holding ready. Can I try and beat his initiative and get a shot off first?
As a reaction right now, you can go ahead and take a shot. if you'd
Okay.
like.
It's time to go. It's not
Has it been 2 rounds?
It's been more than 2 rounds since it started.
I'm gonna-
Since I looked last.
Wait, aren't you guys
It's
like,
almost
lower
around
down in the mountain?
Can I see all this happening?
You do watch this happening.
I'm
It's
gonna
hard to
take
see
an arrow.
through the sleep.
I'm gonna take an arrow and shoot it. Oh, I can't see. I can see the door, but it's not gonna register on the magical door, is it?
No.
All right.
We're about to pop
Popping in this thing, huh? Hey, BT Dubs, I've just learned that Whisper can only ban for me once per round, right?
No, it just needs a solid.
It just needs to solidly
Stick
hit
within
something.
60 feet.
Correct.
Okay, got it.
All right.
You can like throw it as hard as you can, and it'll teleport wherever it lands. Like, it has-
I'm
it has-
gonna press a torso push with this, by the way.
Okay.
Oh, on Yank.
Yeah, I'm gonna press a torso push.
Okay.
Nothing else.
No.
Better. 20, 28, 20,
It's a personal.
33. I don't even know why I bother.
Okay.
So he's automatically pushed 10 feet away from me.
Okay. He does still get the one hit on you,
Okay.
which is 27.
Well, that hits.
I will say, even though the others are in, the alternate dimension, at this point, now that part of the party is in, I would probably have everyone roll initiative. Not necessarily because it makes the most sense, but just because it is the... I think that it would be a boon to the actual process of running it, where you're not having to like organize people now like jumping in. It's like now that some of the party has jumped in, and now that the adversaries are aware that there are some party members out there in the snow, I would have everyone just roll initiative. Just honestly, for the process of organizing everything. That way you don't have to like make these weird delineations between who's in combat and who's out of combat and when they're jumping in and how they're getting slotted into the initiative order. At this point, everyone rolls initiative and we go from there. I think that there was a lot of benefit towards before anyone jumped in towards keeping them all out of the initiative order, but I think now that benefit has been mostly exhausted. So I would have them all roll. And the other complicating factor is, and I don't know how much they have clarified this because it seems like they're relatively on the same page about how them like looking through the door works on the mansion. I think that's definitely something to either clarify before this fight because they pre-planned on using the door on using the mansion as a core part of their plan. So probably something to clarify ahead of time. And if they didn't, probably something to clarify after this session on like, can you see through the door? Who can see the door? Because to my understanding, anyone can see the door if it's open. It only disappears if it's closed. But regardless of who can see it, the only people that can pass through are the people that are named by Scanlan. That is my understanding of it. But I can see that being, maybe interpretable. So definitely, if you're going to use it as a core part of the combat, like something kind of weird and softer like that, I would definitely clarify it ahead of time, especially in terms of like, information transition or transmission, because they're definitely playing this as if there is very little information that is passing between the mansion and the material plane. And so clarifying exactly how much information can pass, I think, would be important here.
So you take 23 points of bludgeoning damage from the fist.
It's fine.
And then the fist seems to sparkle with electrical energy as it goes to impact you.
That's magic. Is that magic?
It's not a magic spell.
Okay, never mind.
You take 6 points of lightning damage.
But Yank is on top?
Yank is at the top of the ravine.
Is it Percy halfway down?
Or it got up to where he would see him, and then saw him as he was passing by and stopped, basically just slam him.
All right.
All right. So 23 plus 6, that's fine. And the lightning damage, though, is just the cloak doesn't absorb that.
No.
Okay. Then I'm going to do my damage on him, which is new to me. So that's terrible.
Yeah.
That's 11 points of damage. 11 points of damage plus 2 points of psychic damage.
Okay, so 13 points of damage. He's pushed back because he's still holding onto the edge. He has to see if he can. Yep. No, he does not. Yank then loses the grip from the blast of the gun after punching you, stumbles back, claw hits the edge, and just falls down prone to the ground at the base of the ravine, taking it's 40 feet, so 50 feet. 50 feet is an additional. Okay, additional 16 points of bludgeoning damage, which is halved. All right.
Now do I join the initiative order?
You do. Go to initiative.
21.
All right.
Ads incoming. We're gonna do ads in a second. I wasn't able to comment, but I was watching last stream live and died laughing at Mega as Liam. I think that's the most coordinated chat has ever been. Because y'all are assholes. I don't think I've ever seen chat coordinate so much. Assholes. Don't Dragon, Blindsight 60, Dark Vision 120. Yeah. I mean, I think it depends on how you're playing the mansion. Again, my understanding is that it's visible no matter what. Like, no matter what special senses you have. It just depends on if you can go through it or not. So I would say that in my interpretation, both Yank and Vorugal can see it. They just, wouldn't be able to. What's up? We're back. Hello. Oh, I don't know how you get the Discord link to pop up. I think it should just be !Discord. Oh yeah, Discord. And also it's !no spoilers. No spoilers. Also, there is !commands, which can show you all of the commands you have access to. because I've seen people making Larkin jokes in the CR comments well into C3. Oh no! That's fine. I get it. I ain't tired of it. Sam said he was doing it behind a rock to hide it from view. As a GM, I would hand wave it not being noticed unless something was happening, draw its attention to it. That's fair. I mean, especially in the blizzard that has been erected. I think that's totally fair. I just think it's definitely something that I think broadly, if you, especially as a DM, you know ahead of time that the players are going to use something that is probably not intended for combat in combat, it's good to clarify how some of the maybe softer aspects of it work. Yeah. We didn't want to ruin your Larkin experience. Oh no, I don't think you guys even got close to ruining it. I think it was all good. Yeah. We gotta make fun of you for something. What is a live stream chat but a bunch of bullies? Nah, I'm fine with it. I don't give a shit about people making fun of me. I'm good. I want you guys to have all the fun in the world. Matt ruled it earlier in the app that the door is only visible to the people Scanlan wants to see it. Okay, he did? Okay. I vaguely remember them talking about it, but I didn't remember the specifics, but that's fair. Anyways. If we have any hope of getting to episode 72, I gotta go faster.
All right, and Yang's turn. Vorugal does not get the ice breath back, however, does see both of you in the vicinity and is going to use, does not see you, no, but sees Vax and Percy.
Sees me? All right.
The blast of the gun and the impact and the whole encounter with Yang kind of exposed to you.
All right.
It's going to use action to use Frightful Presence. So I need both Percy and Vax actually, because you're still in the range, to make a Wisdom saving throw. You have advantage. You guys are immune to frightening, so it doesn't actually affect you regardless, so don't worry about that.
Don't roll.
Don't roll.
Don't have to roll, you're immune to fear.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
And Yank makes a saving throw actually, so Yank is not afraid either.
Thanks, Mike.
All right.
Pop out. Should we do this?
Oh, no, not yet.
After 12 seconds,
Yes.
I will look. I will stick my head out and look again.
Okay, Vorugal's now kind of just watching the battlefield here and seeing people that have been revealed.
I don't know what's
Vorugal's gonna actually go a little higher.
Oh, that dick.
Total, not a good hunter. Wow.
Oh,
I thought he enjoyed the hunt.
Doesn't enjoy being ambushed. Want to fight that it can't win.
So I poked my head out to look.
Okay, you look out and you see Vorugal way high up in the air. You see Yank on the ground, and you see a couple of your companions less stealth as they were before.
Is it looking like Scanlan?
So I pop my head back in and I tell them, shit's going down. Should we go out or let this play out a bit? Yank is not dead.
They can't hear you. They can't. I can hear you, Percy. They can't hear you.
The door's open.
Yank is not dead, so we will be fighting Yank as well.
He's within.
Well, we can't just leave them out there alone.
I guess we go. All right, so.
Right?
Oh.
Are we just gonna leave
Well,
them out there to
I
die?
can
Oh, God.
I can try and I can try and ground him.
Do
It's a
that.
strength saving throw though. It's gonna be tough.
Try and ground Vorugal?
Yeah.
Try it.
All right. Excuse me, Scanlan.
Those who are entering the
Pop
fray,
out.
roll an initiative. Roll.
Oh, Lord.
I'm gonna leave the mansion and start running.
Oh, son of a fuck!
I need you to roll as well. Ouch.
The worst initiative rolls always.
14.
Should we just...
What'd you get, Keyleth?
4.
Okay.
That's
Oh, yeah.
top of the round.
Alrighty. Anyone else? Go on.
15.
15. Alrighty.
Good advantage, right?
And Vex, do you want to roll? Or you? So now you.
I guess if everybody... As soon as I see everybody run out, I would start attacking.
Probably. So roll it. Pike as well.
5.
5.
This is great.
Well,
Jeepers. Oh, jeepers, we're gonna die.
Don't worry, we've got our secret weapon. Our secret weapon, by the way, now is he wants to kill all of us.
Did he lose a save against it?
Yeah, he does. He wants to kill us.
Except that he also has a dragon intent.
Sure.
So as long as we
Bigger
keep
threat
it.
than us.
Yeah, we're way bigger.
We might vindictively smash a couple of us,
But I think he'll keep this concentration with it.
Should still try and stay
Alrighty.
out of all this.
So everyone's rolled initiative. We'll be on the next initiative we're now. But Vex, you're finishing up this round.
Oh, I am. I would like to throw Whisper to the rock that I was initially hiding behind and bamf there.
One attack roll.
Yeah. Sure, that's 25. I would like to use my bonus action to hide behind that rock.
Okay. Go ahead and roll a stealth check.
Yeah. That is a 25.
Okay.
This one.
I'd like. Can I hold my last action?
I do.
You can hold an action to do one thing.
Actually,
With your trigger. Sure.
Actually, might not help
This is your. We can use your hasted action to do.
I'm gonna. No, you know what? I'm just gonna stay put.
Stay put.
I'm stay hidden.
All right.
Just up to you.
All right. That brings us to the top of the round. Percy, you're at the top.
Oh, boy. Okay.
Try and ground that dragon.
I'm going to take a wing shot at that dragon. Try and drop him.
Okay.
Come on. Natural 20.
Yes!
All right.
There it is.
Does the 1d6 also double, or is it all dice, or just the standard damage?
No, the dice as well.
Everything. All right. Okay.
Percy, my favorite.
Oh, you say that now. Let's see how this goes. So first the damage, which is
Oh, come on.
That's not bad.
That's not bad at all. That's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's not
Get
bad.
wang.
16 points of normal damage and 11 points of psychic damage. And he's prone.
Okay, so the total amount was
16 and 11, that's 27.
right. Well, it has to make a saving strength save.
No, not against the wing shot. No, strength saving throw. Yes, you're right, sorry. Against a DC of 19.
Okay. That is a success.
It did make a success.
21.
Again.
Okay.
Again.
That'll hit. 31 hit.
They want to hit. Yep.
Same thing.
Your rolls are insane.
Topped.
15 points of damage. 15 plus 1 psychic, so 16.
16. What was the DC again? It was
19. 19.
19. Just fails with 18. So being knocked prone, it drops 60 feet per round.
Yeah.
So it's dropping now?
We'll say for now, yeah, it drops 60 feet.
Yes.
Thank God.
Down to.
Come on, Yank, kill that thing.
Whoa.
He died!
Should I make it have difficulty? Not saving with checks.
It's not gonna have to check anything.
You never know.
There.
I mean, so if I try and do
All right, Percy. That's your second shot.
One more shot. I'm gonna take a. I'm gonna do. First, oh my God! I'm gonna hex the dragon.
Okay.
Going to give him disadvantage against strength checks.
Okay.
And I'm going to shoot him with a sharpshooter shot. My last shot. Come on. Yeah. 29.
29 hits.
That's this is good. 18. Oh my God. Okay, so 10, 18, 28. 28 plus 5 psychic, so that's 33 points of damage.
33 points of damage.
And
As one shot.
no, plus another d6. I'm sorry. Plus another 5 necro.
Nice, so 38. All right, so as you're aiming up, as Vorugal is like getting further away, you aim up and fire. One side just hits the side and wings it ever so slightly. The second shot, you aim the other side, actually hits the joint and causes the wing to flap. Vorugal tumbles out of the air for a second and just manages to catch himself, and the final shot impacts right in the back of the skull spines and shatters part of the bone and ice off of it. You can see leaving a nice fresh wound in the back of the head.
Okay, and now I'm going to take cover in my little cove.
Okay.
So if you think if you're driving on cutting someone off on the 101 and going, plus 5 necro. Plus 5 necro.
All right.
He's checking the sheet. Oh no.
Oh no, what is checking
That means that there's a very angry dragon now that's looking at me.
Oh no.
Okay, so Kima, who's now eager to go out there, goes, okay, all right, let's do this. She's going to go ahead and cast Aura of Vitality on herself as her action. And then she goes running through the center of the portal, leaps out, turns the corner to there, and just kind of stops and goes, oh, shit. But that's her turn.
That's her turn.
Yeah.
And she's just entering the fray, and she basically did a preparation spell as part of that. And in Kima's turn, let's see here. From out of seemingly nowhere in particular, you see a flash of electrical energy arcing from one of the nearby sections of the crevasse alcove. The bolt of energy arcs out and slams into Vorugal, who does not make the save, not seeing it there, which then suffers.
All right. You got a game.
Yeah.
5 points of damage.
What were you good for?
I don't normally. I just realized that you guys can see me. I'm normally relatively aware of it. And I'm not ever typing on my phone normally, but I had a thought that I needed to write down as a task. And then I very suddenly got anxious about the fact that I was looking down, and so I felt the need to explain it. Oh, man. But I thought about something, because I thought about the fact that, like, I could walk away, and, like when I was thinking about the whiteboard, because I was like, the cord is long enough. Like my headphone cable, absolutely long enough. But if I walk like all the way back here, the mic I have to like kind of like shout, and it freaks the dog out. So I can't necessarily, I can't necessarily just like walk away like that all willy-nilly. But I could make a toggle that could turn up this guy's sensitivity. Just like one click, just go boop. And then it could turn it up so that I could like walk away. Then we could have whiteboard time. If I wanted to draw something, I could go and get whiteboard time. We also have a bigger whiteboard that I bought in college that I could hang up back there. And then I could have whiteboard time where I like zoom in the camera on it as well. I don't know. Because that's kind of fun, like the physical prop nature of it instead of like drawing on the tablet. That's kind of fun. I don't know if it's worth it though. I don't know. We'll see. You got to project your voice. I know. They used to not mic me up when I was in community theater because we only had a limited amount of mics and I did not need one. I got the projected voice. Don't you worry. Big cork board. That could be fun. if I put like the most current theory on a corkboard. Corkboards are weirdly expensive though. Maybe I do like an Amazon wish list or something for a corkboard. I don't know. We'll see. Conspiracy corkboard with like the red string and all that. That could be fun. That could be very fun. Yeah. Some red string. Picture of Kima in the center. Yeah. Get a mic with a long cord or headphones with a built-in mic. I could. I really love these headphones. And I do really love this mic. And I also do have a lav mic. Like I have a lav. I have a lav mic, but it's kind of weird. It's not like the most consistent thing that I've ever used. So I don't really like want to rely on it for mid chat. I'd rather just like turn up and down this, but we'd have to see how good or not good it sounds. It's also like most of the time when if I were to be back there, I probably wouldn't even need my headphones. You know what I'm saying? Like I would just like take them off. I don't need them right now even. Oh my gosh, I feel so alive. I feel so alive not having the headphones on my head. But yeah, it's mostly the mic's mostly the issue. I don't know. I'll experiment with it a little bit. We'll see. Use magnetic and marker instead of pins and string. Mine costed the same as a whiteboard or even less. Yeah, it's just the big ones. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. I guess I don't know exactly how much one is. Like, what would I need? Like, how tall am I? I would want something that's like probably like 5 feet at least, like maybe like 5x3. 5x3 cork board. Yeah, 5x3. Yeah, it's like 175, it seems. 3x5 cork board. Yeah. It's like just expensive enough that I don't necessarily, because I would want it to be big is the problem. That's the main problem. And it's just big enough to where, I could expense it, sure, but I don't necessarily got cash like that. But maybe we'll see. I'll have to think about it. Because one of the things that I really want to do is work more on this background. Like I really want to invest in making this background look nice. Kind of like Ryan Immel's background. I really want to invest in that. So we'll see. I would actually do the whiteboard so it's easier to change your theory than corkboard. That's true. It would depend. It would also depend on if I want to be actively managing it midstream or if I just want like the aesthetic of it. You know what I'm saying? That would also depend on which one I do. Yeah. Magnet that looks like pins. I bet there are magnets that look like pins. That's true. Did you just give us an earshot? What's an earshot? What? Sounds like a sex thing. That's expensive. Yeah. Is cork like hard to come by in the US? I mean, I honestly don't know. I can't think of anything that I don't really use cork a whole lot. I don't really encounter cork a lot in my daily life. So it probably didn't used to be as expensive, but I think a lot of it's transitioned to whiteboard nowadays. You can pull it out specifically for theory. That's also true. The real ones are made from a very specific tree's bark. Apparently Portugal makes half of the world's cork? In Portugal? That's crazy. I didn't know that. That's wild. I figured cork was, I don't know why I figured this. I guess it makes sense that cork is more, is like a more natural. I kind of pictured cork being like more synthetic than that, but I guess it makes sense. We've been corking like wine for forever. So it must have been a relatively natural product. That's crazy. That's crazy though. It's just like a tree. Huh. Anyways,
That'll be 41 points of lightning damage.
Okay.
And within 30 feet,
Chunky dust. Remember, she learned from the druids.
just out of range.
Nature shit.
Yeah, one of the arcs tries to reach for Yank and just manages to disperse before it can get to. It's not quite within range. But that finishes wherever that lightning source was. Yank angrily is going to stand up in turn. Is going to attempt to run and grab up at Vorugal again.
Come on, Yank.
Yeah, roll this at all.
Come on.
Runs, leaps, and misses,
Oh no.
landing right next to the rock.
ever.
It's a natural 20 on perception check. As it lands, looks over right into your face.
Jesus.
Yank is now aware of you.
He's just noticing everybody.
At the end of Yank's turn, let's see. It's not going to help him right now. Actually, no, it's going to end that. Vorugal's turn. Aha! Breath does return this time. Vorugal from up here is going to go ahead and send Ice Breath Coat just across the entire ground, sweeping up across both Yank and Vax. I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Could I use evasion for this? Is this
Yeah,
dexterity? No, or no, it's
No, this is Constitution.
Oh, balls. All right. I'm gonna use luck. First luck of the day. All right. 13.
13, no. You suffer 72 points of cold damage, halved because of your resistance.
How much again?
72, but halved because of your cold resistance. 36 points of cold damage to you.
What?
Yeah. Vorugal's then going to take higher up into the air.
That's
Can you do that already, even with
Get
even
hit over
even
again?
recovering from the prone?
Yeah.
From knockdown. Okay.
The idea with prone is unless it maintains or can't improve its movement past its next turn, it continues to fall.
I'll try. I can do.
That's going to finish Vorugal's turn. Grog, you're up.
I'm up?
Yep, so it's like a mansion. You watch two
Do
darts
not
though.
draw attention to yourself, friend.
No, fuck that. We're all going down. I take the
No.
Titan Stone Knuckles and I smash them together and I use the enlarge.
Yeah, son.
And I will burst out of the mansion
Oh dear lord.
in a rage.
Hey, Grog.
So
Coming
fucking
out of the
rad.
right side of the rock.
So that's 30 feet of movement. You have 20 more feet if you want to.
No, remember it's halved.
Oh, right, no.
That's
So be
fair.
there, 25. Yeah. So that's your movement. Dauntless took your bonus action hit, so you can still.
well, this is. I mean, I don't need to go into super deep detail on it, but this is one of the. I don't want to say problems, but this is one of the results, I guess, of single adversary combats. Especially if you have more players than the standard 4. Like, the more disparate the numbers are between, like, the amount of players and the amount of adversaries, in order to be balanced between the sides, the adversary has to really jack up their damage and health numbers. And that's fine, in terms of health, but because the entire damage numbers of like an entire side are all concentrated in essentially like one attacker, one attack, it's going to wind up doing a lot to a single person. It's basically the equivalent of if an entire side of adversaries, I think of like 4 or 5 adversaries on an enemy side, if they all ganged up on a single member of the party, that's something that just naturally happens if you have a single adversary instead of multiple. So it's something you really have to think through in terms of your targeting priority as a DM. It's like why I said last stream that like Matt really needs to think through just Vorugal's behavior. I think that's true in general, but especially when he's the single adversary. Now, Yank is sort of a flex adversary. Who knows whose side he's on? So this combat doesn't like, it's not the strict like single adversary norm. But I think that still applies. And that's why, 36 damage is more than a third of his HP. Because that's you just kind of get those types of scenarios when you're this high of level and using one adversary.
Use your action to dash if you want to move further, or you want to stay there and hold your action.
Wait. I'm sorry. Yank knew where I was. The dragon knew where I was too?
No,
It's funny.
attacking Yank.
Yank, got
You hit Yank in the whole thing, but also the dragon has an aerial view, and you have a single rock that you should move behind to hide, and just kind of saw you move behind the rock.
I'll
You have to break eye contact to stealth.
use that dash.
That's Okay, I was wondering. So exactly what Matt just said. It hit Yang in the whole thing, but the dragon has an aerial view, and you have
view, and you have a single rock that you can
and you have a single rock, there's no vertical cover. There's no vertical cover. And especially if we assume that the ancient white dragon doesn't have as much of a challenge seeing through like sleet and snow. Like if we don't give Vorugal any sort of perception disadvantage or deficiency, then the cover on this map isn't quite meaningless, but it approaches being meaningless. Yeah. And we did kind of talk about how Vox, since Vox had a bunch of time here, they maybe, and they even talked about, creating divots in the walls, hollowing some stuff out, which would have given them vertical cover, but they were, too afraid of it ruining their stealth opportunity, which I think is not unfair. But I think it is, I would say, a slight deficiency in the map's design. Is that in order to provide any opportunity for cover from a flying enemy, which is going to be in the combat, they would have to prep the arena beforehand. I don't like that. I don't like that. I think that they should at least be able to trigger something mid-combat, non-prepped, that could give them that vertical cover. The trees could technically provide cover, but there's so little of it as to be irrelevant. I don't disagree. I definitely don't disagree. I think that, yeah, theoretically you could consider the trees could provide maybe like half cover. But yeah, I agree. So little as to be irrelevant. Also the divots in the wall would only work for the snipers. Yeah, it only work for the ranged combatants. So yeah, I think there's, and it's tough. It's I guess to sort of asterisk my own point. I think there is something to be said for present at this level, at how high of level they are, for just presenting players with challenges and just expecting them to figure it out. Because they have so many tools. They have so many tools. Like, I kept saying, like, how are they going to ground Vorugal? To be clear, I think there's an argument to be made that maybe Matt should have presented them with something. However, I'm not really interested in making that argument. I think that the challenge of grounding a flying enemy is a fair challenge to present to players that are this high of level, especially when there are so many of them. Now, I think it's a little weird that Vox didn't really make a huge plan for how to do that. I think they're just relying on like Percy and Keyleth, which might work out for them. They have access to the features. They know how reliable they'll probably be. So that might just work. But I think that is a fair thing to present them with. But the aspect of just presenting them with challenges, I don't think absolves you. Or not absolves you, but I don't think it takes away from the need to make an interesting arena. Like, your arenas shouldn't become, less good and less interesting the higher level your PCs get. Debatably, it should be the opposite. But, so I think that they definitely had some things that they could have done to prep the arena better. But I would have liked to see a little bit more inherent design in the arena, just hide behind Yank. Just hide behind Yank. It's easy.
behind to hide and just kind of saw you move behind a rock. You have to break eye contact to stealth.
I'll use that dash to keep moving towards the ice wall.
Oh, this way?
Yeah, towards you. Maybe two first, and then that'll be my turn.
Let me get there. Yeah. Just hulking, axe gripped, giant grog is just leaping through the snow. You're like 2/3 the size of Yank right now, which is kind of crazy. All right, that ends Grog's turn. Scaling, you're up.
Me?
Yeah.
I'm still invisible. I'm going to leave the mansion. And
You're not still invisible because you cast Dominate Monster.
No, I cast invisibility after I cast
afterwards. You're right. You're correct. So you
So
come
I'm
out
going
of
to
this.
leave the mansion and clockwise around the game board.
That's as far as you can get is right there with your reduced movement running through the.
If I inspire, that kills my invisibility.
Technically, no. It's not really an attack or an action, so I would say it wouldn't.
Okay.
Don't make it away your location because inspires.
And I will just use my bonus action to keep moving to dash. Is that what it's called?
The dash is your action to do that, but you can do that. Yeah.
I will
Your bonus
dash.
action, that's only a rogue ability. Dash.
I will dash and keep moving away and that way.
This way?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your action.
That's it?
Yeah, it's big, heavy snow and slick ice, man. You have to be careful.
Okay. I mean, I don't want to draw attention to myself, so that'll be that.
Alrighty.
Right, I'm only within range of Kima. I'm not going to give away my position to inspire her, so.
All right, finishing your turn. Max, you're up.
Holy shit. Yeah, I'm gonna take to the air, and I'm gonna fly.
You know what? I'll take back something I said earlier. I said earlier that the snow and ice and the pervasive what do you call it? Restricted movement, the difficult terrain. I said that was it seemed like mostly an aesthetic choice, something that reinforces tone. I'm actually coming around on that not being the case. I think that it is having a mechanical and interesting benefit here, specifically because of the dragon, which, again, I think that arena should be designed kind of before you consider the adversaries and then built on top of that. But that said, considering the adversary here, the fact that the adversary has the breath weapon, the dragon breath weapon, and I think this kind of applies to any monster that has AoE, like a consistent AoE attack, which I honestly don't really know how common that is. My intuition says not very, but I don't necessarily trust my intuition on that. But any monster that has this really consistent, really damaging AoE attack is going to inherently discourage grouping up, especially when that adversary also has substantial mobility. So, like, I think back to, like, the Orthax fight, right? Near the Ziggurat underneath Whitestone. In that fight, they just gathered in a they just gathered in a ring around Orthax and beat him to death. That is exactly the opposite of what you want. You do not want it to just be gather around the sack of hit points and hit it until it's dead. I think that an AoE attack can just generally AoE helps with that, and then not so generally along with AoE just helps with that. God damn, did one of the dogs shit their pants? They just had a bad fart. But along with that, the fact that Vorugal himself can so easily reposition means that if they all gather around him to attack him, yeah, he'll take some opportunity attacks, but he can just get away a little bit and then ice breath them. And they are all relatively grouped up if they're all standing around him or standing relatively close to each other. And even if they're not all, standing within melee, if they're all too grouped, that can be a big issue for when they're facing an adversary with such high mobility and such a potent AoE weapon. So, putting a constant restriction on their movement will definitely have an impact. It will definitely make them think more about their positioning, because they have to basically pre-position to make any potential ice breath as weak as they can, if that makes sense. Right? So they have to constantly be thinking, okay, this person was moved this way, this person was moved that way, especially because it seems like Vorugal has like a little bit of like a mini movement ability with his wing beat, although that might just knock people prone, it might not move them. I can't really tell. But they're constantly running through their head, where can I position myself to where I am useful in the combat, but also not ice breathable, or at least not giving him a good opportunity for ice breath. And without difficult terrain, that's honestly not that hard because, you know, movement's relatively high compared to most AoE ranges. But with difficult terrain being pervasive, especially both difficult terrain on the ground and in the air, it makes those calculations of where should I be a lot trickier. And I think a lot more of an important decision because it's much harder to reposition if you get knocked out of position. So I will compliment the combo of both the air and ground difficult terrain when paired with the Ancient White Dragon. I think that's an interesting combo in terms of positioning around an arena. Yeah. I don't want to caveat it too much because I think that would detract from the thing that I think is good about it. So I will just say that flat out. I think it's good. I think that itself is a good combination. Yeah. Wishlist fight with Thordak. Fight in the sky on an airship. Then just cast Hold Monster and watch him splatter. I love airship fights. I love mid-air fights. Airship, floating islands, whatever. I think I talked about this in the airship combat on the way from Iman to Vasselheim. Setting your fight in the air just adds inherent risk that is cool and that I think is fun. Dumb Kima joke, but letting you know in case it's a tech thing. Hopefully not, Cont Dingoes. Hopefully not. I will say the new chat program that I'm using is in beta, so there might occasionally be some issues with it. I hope not consistent issues, and I hope not like pervasive, but there might occasionally be an issue. Steal a joke from the original How to Train Your Dragon book. Feed him only fried fish until he is too heavy to fly away. Yeah. AoE can also be on spellcasters. Also true, yeah. There are definitely several enemy types that I think this works with, but I think that it's especially good with any ancient dragon because they are combining that really consistent AoE with high mobility. I think those two things in combination really play well off of the pervasive difficult terrain. I think those work well together.
Holy shit. I'm gonna fly within 60 feet of Vorugal.
Okay.
Like 55 feet away.
I'm gonna put you about there. Okay. Yank has a reach of 10 because his arms are long, and you're within his combat range, so as soon as you fly up, he swings out with his fist to attempt to impact you.
Alright, uncanny dodge.
So you, as your wings dagger out, this fist can swing like a battering ram from the side. That is 22 to hit. Misses. You just barely dodge it. You feel the force of it. The wind just batter a bunch of errant falling sleet and snow right across your face, but you rush past the hasted bonus, saving you on that one.
Okay, so how far did I just go, ish?
That would have been 55 feet.
55 feet, which is, I can go 120 in one action. So that's my movement.
That's halved, yeah. So.
Yeah, halved, but 120, so halved, so that's my movement.
Yes.
Total. I'm gonna throw Whisper in his face. I'm not gonna bamf there, I'm just gonna throw the dagger.
Into Vorugal?
Vorugal's face. Yeah. That's halvesies, so I'm gonna roll again. That's way better. That is a 20, 30, 32.
That hits. How many luck have you used, by the way?
Second?
How many? One.
4 is 12 plus the psychic damage.
I thought you'd used luck once before today.
I don't think so. No, not since waking up.
Let's wake up. One yesterday. You're right. Go ahead.
12 plus 2. I rolled 14, and I'm going to cast Divine Smite. No, I'm not. No, just 14 of damage.
Okay.
Okay, so that's movement action. My next action I'm going to use to fly under him towards halfway between Percival and the gang.
Okay.
And land on the wall.
And on the wall this way?
Yeah. Now that wall is higher up than it looks, so I'm really just flying straight, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll say you're about there, technically, looking at height.
Yes, and then for a bonus action, I'm going to cast my last spell slot. I'm going to cast Shield of Faith on my fucking self.
Okay.
Plus 2 AC. Yeah.
There you go. All right, any next turn, Pike, you're up.
Yikes. Okay. Well, so are we outside of the mansion?
No, you're inside the mansion right now. You just watch Grog and Kima and Scanlan all dart out of it. But you don't see Scanlan leave. Scanlan vanished.
Scanlan vanished. Shit.
So now it's you, Trinket, and Keyleth.
Did I ever get on the initiative order? How do we get down there?
You should roll.
Okay, you see this guy?
10
We're
right,
not
yeah.
actually up there.
It's actually
You're
technically
actually
after
there.
that,
We're behind there.
Behind that. So when you pop out, we pop out that little circle.
We'll do yours right after this, but you're after next.
I'm gonna pop out. Maybe I can stand there and do this while I'm peeking through the door. Try to cast divine intervention. Intervention.
Divine intervention.
Divine intervention. You are.
All right. All right. So you step out. You see this chaos happening. Dragon in the air. The fiend over on the side, just swinging, barely missing a flying Vax. Swoops past in the middle of the sleet storm. You close your eyes and concentrate, holding your holy symbol, praying that Saren Ray has the ability to reach beyond the divine gate and lend you her strength temporarily. And you should go ahead and roll a d10.
Man, how awesome would this be?
It'd be insane.
So cool.
What'd you roll?
10?
A 0?
Yeah.
0.
0.
Shut the fuck up! She has to roll under her
You have to
level.
roll under your level.
Which she did.
So this succeeded. So
Shut the fuck up, Ashley!
So as you clutch your holy symbol, concentrating, hoping that
Also, oh my god. Jesus. Also, I think that there was something that Matt just mentioned there. Yeah, and I think that someone in a comment was like, I don't know if you caught this, but you were theorizing about something that seemed pertinent for blah 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 about the divine gate, which does seems relevant, and I think I would have tuned in on it here regardless of the comment. Hi. Set the speed a little bit slower for that one. Yeah. I think so too. If you rolled another 10, it would not work. Is how percent dice work. Yeah. Doggy, it's okay. It's okay. Oy, the dogs, man. They are. Honestly, I think I will have the energy. Well, maybe. I mean, we would see. But I think I will have the energy for the other episode tomorrow or today, but I don't know if the dogs will be able to handle it. They are anxious. Saren Ray. Ooh, that is not how you spell Saren Ray. Oh, wait, I can see it right there. Saren Ray. Actually, that was pretty close. Has to reach beyond the divine gate to lend Ashley her strength. Or I shouldn't say Ashley, Pike. Pike, her strength. Could have something to do with the sun tree mentioning that he can't quite, or that he can't feel the gods as much anymore. Might have something to do with that, because that seems interesting. Seems not necessarily super important, but at least somewhat impactful.
Ray has the ability to reach beyond the divine gate and lend you her strength temporarily. And you should go ahead and roll a d10.
Man, how awesome would this be?
It'd be insane.
So cool.
What'd you roll?
10?
A 0?
Yeah.
0.
A 0.
Shut the fuck up! She has to roll under her
You have to
level.
roll under your level.
Which she did.
So this succeeded. So
Shut the fuck up, Ashley!
So, as you clutch your holy symbol, concentrating, hoping that she's there, feeling the division between the gods and their followers since the divergence occurred, and you reached out to her a number of times, you look up.
Okay. Yeah, there's definitely something going on here. Say that again? The division between the gods and their followers since the divergence occurred? What? The division? Matt says that Pike can feel the division? As you concentrating, hoping that she's there, feeling the division. Yeah. Pike can feel the division between the gods and their followers since the divergence occurred. That's a little interesting to me, given that... Let me go. Maybe that's not as interesting as I think it is. But it'd be Divergence, the Second War. There was a civil war, most of them fell. Yeah, okay. So I guess that makes sense. Most cities fell except for Vass. There was a power-up of the existing vestiges and more created. Dark gods got banished to the other planes. The gods thought they'd gotten too involved, and that was part of the problem. They pieced out... okay, yeah. I don't know what just happened. Oy, dogs. They pieced out warning about the dangers of the arcane. So I guess... And the penance is related to this. The penance is the guards, Noah flood wiping everything. There's also some sort of separate oath sort of deal, also called the penance, where mortals still make up for the infraction sins of their ancestors. Yeah. So, okay. That would make sense then with what the Sun Tree said. I guess I'd forgotten that even the good gods pieced out more. But that's very interesting then. The interesting part of this to me is not necessarily that happened. This definitely makes sense with what the Sun Tree said. Although it calls into question the apparently relatively consistent involvement of the Raven Queen, and to a lesser extent, Ioun with Osisa. There's a little bit of something there. The Raven Queen is very available. I mean, I think it makes sense that she, they do the ritual and she talks to Vax, totally fine, whatever. They did the whole ritual. She's had an eye on him, blah, blah, blah. But then she also talks to Percival. He just did the ritual. So I guess possibly the ritual is what kind of helped break down the Divine Gate. You can only talk to the Raven Queen in a temple. That is fair. Maybe the Raven Queen can't be fully gone because she's literally death. So that is an aspect to this of, I don't know about Ioun necessarily, but I do think it makes more sense that the Raven Queen is more consistently involved because, yeah, she has to manage the deaths of mortals. So she's just naturally, I think, more involved in the lives of mortals specifically, as opposed to, something like Melora, who's, the more like a nature goddess. It would make sense that she would be, maybe after the divergence, she's more distant from mortals. Maybe same thing with Sarenrae. That could track, but Raven Queen kind of has to be more involved. I can track that. But it still stands out because they also, it seems like, contacted the Raven Queen I guess it was in the tomb, which was a former temple. That's something I've never thought about. I haven't thought about recently, that the Marrowglade Lock beneath it was the former temple to Raven Queen. It's kind of interesting. And I've never really interrogated why there was a goo beholder there. I don't know if that's something to interrogate right now. I think that's maybe too deep of a well. But yeah. And maybe Sarenrae is easier to communicate with in her temple, but we just don't really see that because, Pike's not at the table very often. That's possible. So it might just be that now the gods have to like communicate in a consecrated spot. And if they're not in a consecrated spot, it's like an extra like force of effort or will. That's possible. That is possible. Death and taxes. It's not like she can just call her up at any time. The only reason that I'm sort of, I don't want to say hesitant, but the only reason that like I'm kind of debating this is because it does kind of seem like they've been able to call up the Raven Queen at any time, but they have always been in a Raven Queen temple when that's happened. Or in a dream, because she has talked to Vax in a dream before. But that was her reaching out to Vax, not Vax reaching out to her, so maybe it's a little bit different. I don't know. I guess they're only gone in as much as 5e allows Raw. Yeah. I don't think, and to be clear, I don't even think in the lore they're gone. It seems like they just took a step back from being so actively involved. I think that they are still involved to the degrees that they need to be, but it seems like an interesting cosmological detail in how exactly that structure works, you know? Like, where exactly can they make contact easily? Where does it require a little bit more effort? There's something there. There's something there. Oh, yeah. A former temple is like when you used to run the social media account for your job. You go like 2 years ago. Yeah, kinda. Yeah. There's also a guest at the Marrowglade Lock Lake, so Matt might put the beholder there because it's iconic. Yeah, I don't know that there's too much to interrogate with the goo beholder. There might be, but we didn't get enough. They didn't explore, honestly, enough of the Marrowglade Lock dungeon for us to, I think, get a good sense of why that happened. So, yeah. Vax is also the Raven Queen's champion, so maybe it's different from being a follower that allows for more communication. That's also possible. And he has like the consecrated armor, so maybe there's a little bit more consistent communication there. I can totally buy that like the blood ritual just lets them bypass it no problem, which is why Percy could talk to her. There's definitely some interesting cosmological details. Because it seems like, the times that Vax has talked to her has either been in a temple, resultant of a ritual, or she has reached out to him. And Percy talked to her as a result of the ritual. I'm trying to think of anyone else who has talked to a god besides Pike. Yeah. So it seems like it is not just that the gods maybe necessarily chose to walk away. They did something to distance themselves to the point where their accessibility to mortals does seem possibly self-imposed, but it seems limited in some way by this divine gate. It seems like there is somewhat of a wall there that even they possibly can't freely cross. Unclear. Because I don't think the Raven Queen has ever reached out to Vax, even of her own volition, while he was awake. And it's a classic trope that, like, while you're in the realm of dreams, the borders between worlds are more shallow, blah, blah. So it makes like intuitive sense to me that even if there is this wall, it would be more accessible while he's sleeping. And then the other times are in consecrated spots, which you can almost imagine as a tunnel through the wall, through the divine wall, right? The sacred consecrated spots, like their temples, are kind of tunnels through that wall that are for that deity only. They're bus lanes. If you perform a special ritual, it's almost like paying the guard at the gate. You know, bribing off the guard. Hey, I'll do all of X, Y, and Z. I'll make it through the maze, and then I can get through to talk. Or you have to kind of partially go past the wall just by default, like with dreams. Like dreams can maybe almost be thought of like as like getting on top of the wall. And either one of you can get on top of the wall, but maybe not fully cross it. The fence. And so if you're on top of the wall from the dream, then the god can come and meet you up there. But I don't think we've seen a god just straight up contact someone of their own volition while not in a dream, not in a temple, not in a ritual, except for right now. But arguably, this is still the ritual reasoning. Like, I think it could easily be argued that whatever Pike is doing to make this work, this divine intervention probably involves some sort of ritual and some sort of expenditure of power on her side. And then it still is a question mark as to whether or not, Sarenrae can come through. Because most of the time with divine intervention, I think of it more and I see it more described as a willingness on the deity's part to do anything. Like whether or not something happens is up to the willingness of the deity, not necessarily the ability. But it seems from Matt's description, it seems like Sarenrae was actively attempting to no matter what. And it was a question mark of whether or not she would be able to. It's very interesting. Very, very interesting. Yeah. Reaching beyond the divine gate. Very interesting. Very, very interesting. And even Osisa, with her connection to Ioun, she's in the Ioun temple. When she's operating the Heartstone, which she says that Ioun lends her strength to work the Heartstone, but that's still in an Ioun temple. The Ziggurats are Ioun temples. We know that. So even that connection is, in the sacred spot. Interesting. There's possibly like a self-imposed wall that the gods put up for themselves. Very interesting, very interesting, very interesting. It also it's also possible that it's required. This is another possibility that when the gods possibly ejected the dark gods, they had to craft a wall around the material plane that would keep divine entities like the dark gods out, and thereby they also essentially get kicked out. Like it was just like a necessary evil of if they wanted to keep the dark gods out, they would have to build something that would also affect them. That's also a possible explanation for how/why this happened. And it's possible that the history just got muddled in the process of like, but the divine gods are so much cooler. They're so much more powerful. They're so much better than the dark gods. Even a wall that would hold out the dark gods would never keep the divine gods back. So they must have chosen to stay away. I could see the histories potentially getting skewed to maintain the supremacy of the divine gods. It doesn't look good if the wall that they erected to keep the dark gods out also keeps them out. It kind of puts them, you know, on the same level as the dark gods, which, you know, especially most of our information has come from religiously affiliated sources at this point. And if you're a religiously affiliated source, it makes apologetic sense. And by apologetic, I mean the practice of arguing and arguing for like proof of your religion. It makes apologetic sense to say that the gods chose to walk away and chose to get less involved because we're dirty, mortal sinners. Because we're so dirty and sinful. As opposed to, hey, you know, if they were gonna keep the dark gods out, they had to keep themselves out too. One of those is much more apologetically like convincing that you're on the right side of things, and provides more apologetic like reasoning for more, you know, let's call a spade, of more possibly authoritarian religious practices. So interesting. All said, all told, very interesting. I feel like kind of not necessarily like revelation, but interesting, almost complication to Matt's cosmology. Very, very, very interesting. Oh, we have ads in a minute, which that's fine. That's fine. I gotta take the dogs out anyway, so this ad break might be slightly longer than some of the others. Gate sounds more porous than wall, to be fair. It does, which kind of makes sense with all of the ways that they seem to be able to get through still, but there are just requirements. There are restrictions, which makes sense with a gate, right? A gate only allows you through if it's open. So you can only contact the gods if you meet these requirements. Totally makes sense. Yeah. I don't think about the Watsonian reasoning because I think about the Doylist reasoning that Ashley is around enough and doesn't want to explore their relationship while Liam does with the Raven Queen. That is very possible. That is a very possible, very succinct reasoning that all this might be happening. Like, I think it's fun to explore, you know, the What's up? Hello. Hopefully you guys had a good break. I'll be honest. Being on the break, starting to feel it a little bit. A little bit more. We'll see. We will continue to see. I still think it's probably a 50-50 as to whether or not we do 72-0. But I think we'll still definitely finish 71-5. What up, Drunken Dragons? Hello, welcome. Oh, that does not show the emoticon. Fair enough. Let's see. But yeah, I think John's comment very fair. I think there is just distinct meta reasoning for why that might be. But the meta reasoning does seem relatively consistent with a certain Doyleist perspective. Yeah. They're able to get through it like a widow cat. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait. I didn't think being in the temple was related to Vax chatting with the Raven Queen while in the blood pool. The being in the temple. I think it could be the temple, or again, it could just be I would say that's like an obvious example of like a ritual for getting into contact. It's like the blood pool is some ritual because Percy performed the same steps and he still got there. So I think that's more of a ritual aspect to it. The good gods lost and the bad gods left because they couldn't handle. Yeah. Oh, what the hell? My chat program is being strange. Anyways, we gotta get back to it.
Followers since the divergence occurred, and you reached out to her a number of times. You look up through the darkness of your closed eyes and you see a light, a beacon open like the clouds part, and suddenly the sound of rain goes away, the sound of all the chaos goes away, and it's just warmth and quiet. And you watch as Saren Ray's hand comes down and touches your forehead and with your closed eyes and says, "I'll do what I can." As she drifts away and smiles, you watch as her hand turns into a fist, and she looks up and disappears into the light. As you open your eyes, you now see up in the sky cloud above Vorugal, the clouds that are dark. There's a little sparkle of divine energy begins to swirl. As it grows stronger and stronger, the clouds suddenly part, and a giant column of divine energy slams down right on top of Vorugal. Vorugal looks up just in time to try and move out of the way before it slams him in the back. Does not make his dex save with a roll of a 5.
Launch fries, motherfucker.
Vorugal suffers.
We've done this 6 times.
Vorugal suffers 50 points of divine damage and is slammed onto the ground. Stay down.
Yes! Sounds so hard, Hex fell off of him.
I know.
Holy fuck! Pike! That was amazing! Boy, oh boy, oh boy.
That's gonna be a bunch
Okay, I think two good things there. Typically, for that sort of like almost divine interference, I typically like to buff people or heal people or that sort of thing, like give the entire party a full heal or give Pike some sort of buff for the rest of combat, because I think that's going to more consistently sort of remind them of the reward. That said, which I think Jonathan Busby's hitting on, who needs a way to get the dragon to the ground when you have a god? I was like, the 50 points of damage, I was like, okay, that's sure. I think that if that had been it, if it had just been a stack of damage, I think it would have been, frankly, kind of lame. But the entire, I've brought it up several times, of how are they going to keep Vorugal on the ground? I think that if I don't even think they need to, or Matt needs to do this necessarily, but I think some sort of like divine shackles or something that just like pulled him to the ground and were like seemingly holding him there, or potentially like clipped his wings, like, you know, like a chain that like wrapped around his body and like wrapped his wings into him. I think either of those two things could, number one, solve a potential tactical problem that the players have, and would feel, I think, incredibly satisfying if her divine intervention just kept Vorugal on the ground. Because then they still need to beat Vorugal, and they'll still have the satisfaction from doing that. But Vorugal isn't allowed to run away, which I think is the main potential problem to them beating him. So I love the knocking Vorugal out of the air broadly. I think I might have opted for like no damage, but also no future flight at all. Big debuff energy. I think that's generally where I lean on these sorts of things, is either buffs or debuffs. The pure raw damage doesn't do it as much for me. I think it's easily forgotten. And especially when you don't know how much health Vorugal has, like explicitly, 50 is just kind of a meaningless number. But the buffs, or in this case, the debuff, that is much more like raw and visceral, and I think you can feel it a lot more. I think it feels a lot better. So I think, you know, with the damage, it makes sense to just knock Vorugal down. We'll see if he can fly at all the rest of the fight. But I really like that. I like that debuff side of things for the reward on this divine intervention. I like that a lot. The dragon got spiked. He did. That's true. The description is what sells it for me. Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Look, if I don't say it enough, Matt is good at describing things. Take that as a given. I think Matt rarely falls under my expectations when it comes to like good and powerful descriptions and descriptive elements. I think it's one of the things that makes Critical Role in general so far so strong. But a lot of times I have to try to look beyond that, because that's like a Matt Mercer special. Like I can't make my I can't make my advice describe things as well as Matt does, because that is not actionable. But I still think it's a fair comment. I think it's a fair comment. This isn't to say bad. How dare you comment that? This is just say I think you're right, and that is just not actionable for most of us. This is the first time divine intervention has worked for Ashley. Let her ground the dragon with a giant fist. Absolutely. No. I'm saying I don't really care about the damage aspect of it. I think grounding the dragon, hugely impactful. In retrospect, because my mind would have gone to a buff, it would have gone in that direction. But in retrospect, I think grounding the dragon is substantially more satisfying. I like that decision a lot more than the kind of gut decisions I would have gone with. Yeah. I remember watching this for the first time and initially thinking the exact same thing. 50 HP is meh for divine intervention, Lamau. Yeah, exactly. It's like, 50 HP. I don't... What? But when it's combined with the downing, perfect. Umbrasil, Bear Trap, Vorugal, I cast Fist. You can't just talk about what makes Matt good over and over again. Yeah, especially when it's like Matt specific stuff. I like to talk about things that I think are actionable for anyone to implement at their table. But he is good. Also, I'll just bring it up. Pike once again mogging Scanlan. Absolutely showing him up. Oh yeah. Bixby's fist, really? Interesting. That's cute. Yeah, Your Scanlan's fist is real cute. Yeah, let me show you how it's done.
Action figure is down. Action figure is down.
Additional
Percy does your head.
additional 26 points of bludgeoning damage. As the light column slams Vorugal to the ground, you can see the ice and snow underneath melts immediately. And what was once a column, you can see now looks like a giant fist made of spiritual energy that then withdraws slowly off the back of Vorugal and then dissipates before the clouds close up once more. So that's your movement and your
That's how
action.
you make an entrance.
Sarah Ray.
For a bonus,
Sarah Ray, my
action,
babe.
The
I
hell?
would like to place a spiritual weapon at the back.
What the hell just happened? all of my windows closed. Like it wasn't boats. all of my windows closed. Like it just like got freaked out all of a sudden. It was just like ah! Like my entire computer just said no more windows for you. All of them closed. That was weird. Anyways. That would convert me to a worshiper. Oh yeah, I'm worshiping. Both dragons got canonically fisted. Oh no. Okay, yeah, everything's good now. That was strange.
Back of his neck, since he's on the ground.
Okay.
And I would like it to be a very large flaming sword.
Okay. So you watch as the hand of Saren Ray dissipates some of the energy that's residual there. Just kind of lingers and then forms into a flaming sword of pure golden white energy. And it's now hovering over the currently slammed down, broken-looking body of Vorugal.
Amazing.
He's the best one in the group.
Alrighty. So what level spell was that again? That was. What level spell was that again?
What level spell is what?
Second level. Got it.
Yep.
Okay, got it. All right. So make a melee spell attack against Vorugal. Go ahead and roll d20 and add. I believe it's 11.
I'm so sorry. What was that?
Roll d20 and add 11 to it.
Heart is pounding a lot.
As the flame blade attempts to strike down towards Vorugal.
25.
25 hits. Go ahead and roll 1d8 plus 5.
I'm shaking. I'm shaking so hard. Okay, well, 6.
Okay.
Saren Ray to the damage.
Okay. So 6 points of divine energy damage as the blade strikes down.
50 points of damage and I do 6.
Through you did 50 points. So you're still
Oh,
right.
right.
All right. Then it's Pike's turn. Vex, you're taking your turn because you're
Yes.
attacking the initial order above her.
That's okay. I'm gonna cast Hunter's Mark on Vorugal. Away. And
Because dragons are your chosen enemy. I'm giving you the +2 damage.
yay!
Oh yeah.
Oh, now he's got the like two
Look
little
at
guys.
him. Okay, so I'm hidden technically, so I can sneak attack on him, right?
Currently, you have not been noticed.
Okay, so I'm gonna hit it. Try to.
Let's go. +2.
Okay, I think that hits. That is
Favorite enemy, great feature.
34.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Divine intervention, man.
Wow.
Final word. Can't use it for a week, by the way, Pike, just so you're aware. Once it succeeds, you can't use it for a week.
That's fine.
I
know it's gonna work again.
He's gonna go back to work on that temple again.
That I think has never worked.
This never
I
worked.
don't
Never
know.
worked.
You've gotten close. You've gotten really
3 years.
close.
That worked.
Yeah, 3 years. Yeah.
I've been feeling it before.
No, 30 points of damage on the first hit. What?
Yeah.
2 of those are lightning.
Right?
Gargantuan. Is it Gargantuan?
Dragon.
Gargantuan. Gargantuan. Trust Travis on this one. Why would you?
22 on the second, 2 of which are lightning.
Okay. Nice. All right. That ends your turn.
And I use my bonus action.
Use your action to Hunter's Mark.
I did.
Yes, you did.
So I'm just gonna hang out there and duck down if I can behind my little outcropping.
Okay. Keyleth, you're up.
Oh, okay. Oh god. Okay, I'm gonna pop out of the mansion. Was expecting to do an earthbind.
Holy fuck, she still hasn't gone yet. I forgot. To be fair, I paused a lot, obviously, but damn.
Spell, but that's unnecessary. Well, that's okay.
Pike, do you want to move at all, or do you want to stay behind that rock?
I'm gonna stay behind.
Okay.
I'm gonna fuck this guy up while he's down. I'm gonna peek around the corner, going towards you a bit,
Don't cross the bridge. Peek around the corner.
and seeing everyone there and all this going down. I'm gonna firestorm the fuck out of this.
Alrighty.
Death from above.
So,
Fire rains from above.
how are you organizing the firestorm?
What do I have? 10 of these? 5 10 of these? I'm shaking.
Okay. Firestorm, you create 10. You create
10 by 10 to...
10 per cube. So you
Oh,
can,
actually, I'm not nervous
you
anymore.
can maneuver it to hit both him and Yang if you want to.
Yeah, that's what I want. I want
Make
all
a
of him.
dexterity saving throw.
Hit that epic loop drop.
I want it.
All right. That is a failure on Vorugal with a 10 and a 7 on Yang. They both fail. So go and roll damage on that.
Okay.
7d10 fire damage. You need some d10s.
7d10. Yeah.
That's
sure.
3 right here.
Yeah,
Yes.
thanks.
Three.
3. It's better if you roll more. 5.
It's 5. I always like rolling them all together. Yeah, I got it.
I got it.
Two is all right.
Spell attack, boom.
Yes, there's a difference.
I understand. You would keep it.
No enemies.
Don't fall on the floor.
Oh,
Here.
Okay,
On bonus. On bonus.
It doesn't count. It doesn't count on the floor.
Here, I'll use all this roll.
Where's
It's
your-
8.
Okay, hang on. So that's 7, 8, okay,
For like all of this.
10, 20, 30. This was a... I picked it up 38.
38. 38 fire damage to both of them. Alrighty. And, okay, so the first one tears through the ravine. You see the flames just burn over Vorugal's body. Vorugal is now like trying to get back up. Is extremely angry. The flames curl over Yank, who kind of like bats away at them. It burns him, but Yank seems to resist it fairly well.
I'm gonna use the last bit of my movement to pop back behind that stone.
Okay.
Pop.
There you go. Alrighty, then your turn.
Yeah.
Percy, you're up.
I'm going to take aim and hold my full attack until he tries to get up.
Okay. Brings us to Kima's turn. Kima sees the opportunity. 3, because of the snow, she can't quite get there yet with her full movement, unfortunately. Alrighty, Kima is going to use the rest of your action to dash up and get right up next to Vorugal, and is going to use her bonus action to use Vow of Enmity against it. She goes, "You are going to see Bahamut in pieces." And as she kind of brings them across, the holy symbol glows for a second. You see a mark kind of like emblazoned and burn itself into the side of Vorugal's body. That's going to end Kima's turn.
It's a sick tattoo, y'all.
Maybe it's like Hex in Hunter's Mark.
Little text.
We don't know what that does.
I did.
You now watch as... I'm supposed to watch actually. The range on this would be...
I get 2 times for sure.
Ooh, it's going to be a rough call. Okay. You watch as emerging from the tree line here, you see a little dwarf step forward, unaffected by the ice, and reach out a hand as a cluster of necrotic energy kind of sparkles in the center, leaps forward towards Vorugal. That is a success on the save, so it's half damage. But if you recognize at a glance of your eye, this necromantic leap, this is a blight spell.
Blight spell?
Yes.
Who's doing a blight spell?
Larkin.
He's secretly Raishan. What? Yeah. Where did that dwarf come from?
14 points of necrotic damage.
Use tactics.
Did you hire more mercenaries? When are they showing up?
It's been here all along.
All right.
I'll own it. It's fine. It's been a long week.
Yank turns around with a grin.
Yank.
Swing forward.
Do it.
Yes, Yank. Finally.
I'm just going to go ahead and make 3 attacks against.
Yes.
And has advantage on these attacks because it's prone. So it's 5 and a 1. Are you serious? So misses the first strike with advantage. 7 plus 14, 20. Hits with the second attack. Hits with the third. Okay. So that's going to be 48 points of damage.
Yeah, Yank.
From Yank.
How much?
That's 48. Slams the fist once and just glides off the scales. Second one goes and slams into the side of Vorugal's neck and then picks up the hoof and just jams it in the side of the skull, cracking in the side of Vorugal's head. You see some teeth break, thrown off, and scatter into the ice and snow nearby. At the end of Yank's turn, Vorugal's going to go ahead and use 2 actions to wing attack once more, getting up. Let's see, I need... Well, Yank's going to make a strength save that fails. And Kima fails as well. They're both knocked prone and suffer bludgeoning damage.
Right on him, because I'm only 2 squares away, I think.
You are also within 15 feet, Grog, technically. So I need you to go ahead and make a strength saving throw.
I'm great.
17.
17 does not cut it. You take 15 points of bludgeoning damage and you are knocked prone.
Dang it.
Halved, because...
Oh, the trees are down.
I know, it's rough.
They probably would not.
And
They can knock Grog down.
Vorugal gets half its...
Oh, no, he's even starting to move. I'm laying into him.
Go for it.
Spending a grip point, and I'm knocking him in the foot back prone before he can even stand up.
Okay. How many grip points do you have by the way now?
This is my 3rd or 4th because I did crit, so I've got one back.
This is correct.
You see that smile?
Grit.
22.
22 hits.
That's a 10 and a 6 and another 6. 12 points of damage plus 1 necrotic and 2 psychic, so 12, 13, 14, 15 points of damage.
Alrighty.
And he has a save against 19.
Okay. So natural 20 has disadvantage because of your... that is still a...
No, it doesn't have. I was about to say he doesn't have because that's a save, not a check.
Oh, right. Yeah.
Strength
Strength
check,
check, right. So, yeah, natural 20. So, yeah. Unaffected.
So that unaffected? Again!
It's your last grip point.
No one can't say we're not honest.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Well, it's worth it.
Oh.
Gun jams.
Oh no.
Jams.
So you know what happens.
All that snow.
So as you go to fire, Animus, suddenly it charges up for a second and blasts back, and you watch as a bolt of necrotic energy shoots up Percy's arm and into his head and bursts at his temples. You take 2d6 points of psychic damage.
I do.
Does the spiritual weapon get an attack of opportunity?
No, it doesn't get an attack of opportunity. It's a creature.
Ow. That's
Ow.
the end of my.
You know what? Yeah. Does it still work after that? Like, right, so it just did that on the misfire, but can he continue to use it after that, or does he have to repair it? Because normally it's like on a misfire, the gun totally breaks, and then he has to repair it back at like his workshop before he can use it again. If all it does on a misfire is damage, but he can still use it, I'm more down with that. I'd actually be broadly down with more shit that is that type of risky. I think it's like the normal misfire. Oh no. I think it's like the normal misfire mechanic after that. Lame. Damn. Cause I've said I think I don't like the misfire mechanic because it just means that using his class has a chance to let him not have to, or to make him not be able to use his class anymore. Like, I think that's kind of lame. I would like it a lot more if the misfire if like the gun had a chance to do damage to him, but he could continue using it. I'd be down with that. And even if it was, also an auto miss, which I think it only happens on Nat 1, so it's already an auto miss. But I don't think there's many. I'm trying to think about it. I think Wish, possibly. Because I think Wish has a downside if you fail it, right? But I'm trying to think. I don't think there's many things that are downsides if you fail them. It is almost exclusively you succeed, you kind of succeed, or you fail. But a failure is nothing happens. I'm trying to think if there are any mechanics that aren't like that. But yeah, I would definitely. Oh, when he misfires, he has to roll a check to fix it in combat. But if he fails, then he needs to take it back to his workshop. Okay, yeah, that's fair. But no, I would really like it if it was what I thought it just was. Of the misfire just does damage to him, and then he can continue from there. That'd be cool. I'd like that a lot more. I think it would still embody the kind of risky nature that they're going for with the guns, but it isn't necessarily. It wouldn't be as it's not as punishing, and it doesn't like take the feature out. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the really weird part about misfire to me. If you cast Wish not for casting a different spell, there's a 1 in 3 chance you can't ever cast it again. Right. Yeah. I think broadly, I think it'd be cool if more features were more risky, like had active negatives or like banes from failing them. But then they had these, more powerful effects. I think that'd be cool. I think that'd be very interesting. Now the scary part is if Reshon unpolymorphs, Vorugal might immediately message Thordak, considering he probably can since he's a big boy dragon. Possibly. I mean, I guess it depends on like how much spellcasting these dragons have, because they obviously have polymorph. But I don't know if they also have like sending. It seems reasonable that they might. But I have no reason to think that they do necessarily. Actually, I would actually think that they definitely don't have sending or anything like that because they have the orbs. The Chroma Conclave has those orbs that they can that we saw in Umbrasyl's lair and in Brimscythe's lair. And it seems like they use those for communication primarily. So I would actually lean towards they probably don't have just inherent messaging capability, or at least instant messaging. Seems like they'd have to go back to the orbs. Yeah. I sometimes think that Taliesin would rather not risk completely breaking his gun, so he just leaves it jammed in the fights. Possible, which again, I think is lame. I think that's like I think that's not a super fun decision point. It definitely is. Like it is strategic, and I think in some lights it's interesting, but I don't think it's like fun at all. I would much rather encourage my players to use their mechanics. And even if you want it to have a downside, which I think is fair, I think maybe like, disadvantage on the next attack roll or self-damage. Self-damage, even to an extent, could discourage the use of it, which I don't love in general. So like maybe something like a disadvantage on the next attack could be something. Yeah, I don't know. Teleportation spells can have a failure condition that can be bad. Oh, really? Interesting. I can't think of any of them off the top of my head, but I totally believe it. Yeah. I'd like those to be more common, more worked into things. Forget about the orbs, though Raishan probably has sending anyways. Raishan probably does. But I think that Vorugal is more likely on the level of Umbrasil and Brimscythe, so probably has to use the orbs. Can't use that gun for the next turn. Maybe for the next turn, yeah. Like a temporary. I still would prefer it not take away things. Like, if you want to make things worse or harder, that's one thing. But I wouldn't want to discourage the use of the gun or take away use of the gun. Because that's so central to it'd be like taking away a Warlock's Eldritch Blast. You know what I'm saying? Like, it feels just not like I don't love it. Especially when it's like, I'm imagining if Eldritch Blast had a chance to make it to where you can't use Eldritch Blast for until the next long rest. Like, that is, I don't know, that feels strange at best. So I'd rather it be things like self-damage, disadvantage on the next roll, because like even disadvantage on the next roll doesn't make you not want to use it. It just makes your next use of it worse. So yeah, I don't know. Almost like a reverse true sight. Do we know what magic Raishan has? We know that she is magical broadly, but we don't know any specifics, at least as far as I know. Yeah, Raishan needs sending so she and Larkin can talk to each other. Yeah. Jam means you have to use bonus action plus action to fire it for the next round. I think that I'm okay with. If it was just that, I'd be more okay with it. It's the fact that it also has the possibility to just completely break. That's the part that I'm much less keen on. The jamming, that's I could kind of take it or leave it. But the thing I'm much less keen on is the fact that when you're trying to repair the jam or repair the misfire, it has a chance to just completely break, which has happened multiple times. It's not even like maybe, whatever, like maybe it'll happen, but it's not that common. It's happened several times. I know with Dimension Drawer, if you misjudge the distance. Oh yeah. Anyways.
My turn. It's gonna dive down and hide and hold.
It's Enzang's turn. It's now Vorugal's turn. Gets the breath back.
Oh shit.
Fuck.
Turns around here. The giant cluster. Here, that's gonna get.
Oh, but he does not see me.
Doesn't need to. There's a very big space there.
Oh no, you guys.
I need
Yeah,
Pike,
gotta-
Scanlan, and Keyleth to all make Constitution saving
Roll
throws.
high, roll high.
The cloak doesn't have anything
It
to
does
do with
not.
this, right?
Right.
Can I use cutting words to reduce the attack?
It's not an attack, it's just an effect that happens,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Constitution saving throw?
With advantage?
Yes.
Yeah,
Natural 20!
Advantage?
What?
Why do you get advantage?
Thought you said advantage.
No.
Fucking fuck. Well then I guess I just reroll. I don't know.
We rolled twice, right?
2 dice.
Yeah, roll 2 dice.
Roll one dice.
Oh man.
Should have just kept the first
Yeah.
one. Oh, that's an 18, which is good. So 23.
Okay, Scanlan?
Constitution.
13, I didn't get to
Oh, wait,
add
wait,
nothing
yeah,
to it,
23.
right? Just you and me, man.
Is it Constitution saving?
Yeah.
Yep, plus 2.
Yeah,
Oh no, yeah, 2.
And 23. Pike, what'd you get?
9.
Okay. And Kima failed. Okay, so that is 72 points of cold damage to Scanlan, Pike, and Kima.
Divided between us all, right?
Sorry. And halved to you.
So that's what
72.
36.
Just 72.
That's right.
Wait, does one of you have the cold snap armor on?
I do.
Oh yeah, so all right, so 36 cold damage to you, Keyleth, 72 to both of you, and Kima.
It's gonna be a heck of a postman.
And Vorugal is then going to go ahead and step back a bit and fly a little higher.
Damn it.
You move really far in one turn.
Well, the wing effect is a legendary action on somebody else's turn. Then on his turn, he has a speed of 80 feet flying.
And the
Even half?
and the
Oh, he's not affected by cold.
Goddamn, of course not.
oh right.
Sorry, White Dragon.
Sorry, my dragon.
Okay, we're still gonna need you then, apparently.
So that's going to end Vorugal's turn. Grog, you're up.
Oh, well, he's in the air, which is
Strength check.
just my preference all around. Can I get up, please? Now we're somewhere. Can I move directly under him as far as I can go?
It's half movement, so that's about as far as you can get right now.
Can I haste or pick my nose to go any further?
Unfortunately, no.
That sounds good.
Hold your
the
turn,
drop?
please, within range.
Hold from the drop.
I will hold until he drops.
Oh, set Brog.
Okay.
Sorry, Grog. I'm working on
Scaling
it.
you up.
Jesus. I will continue my movement clockwise around the board.
This way, you mean?
Yeah.
That's your movement.
And, I mean, how far is he from me? A long way.
Quite a ways right now, yeah.
Like 150, 200 feet?
Not quite that much, no. 100 feet. Maybe somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 feet. Surmise.
Has my invisibility dropped when I got blasted?
Actually, make a concentration check. With advantage because you have Warcaster.
Concentration was just plus anything?
It's a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, 14.
14, yeah, no. You had to beat a 36.
Jesus.
Because of the damage from the ice blast. So, yeah, your invisibility drops. You're now fully visible.
Okay. I mean, if is he within 120 feet of me?
Yeah, he's been 120 feet probably.
I mean, all right, I'll punch him in the face.
Big B's hand?
Yeah, I will Big B's hand him.
All right.
Yeah, especially across the course of this combat. Also, what's up, Jirka? I have become more confident, in my opinion, that the main difficulty lever for this combat that was really going to determine how easy of a time Vox Machina had with it is whether or not they could find a way to consistently ground Thordak. They may have figured out some ways to stop him from running, but the fact that he can consistently get off the ground and high off the ground is a massive problem. And I think is really having an impact on how successful they even can be. We'll see, though. We'll see how it goes. I mean, it's also like, it's extra risky for Ashley because she's underleveled. But it's also tough because I don't really have a good sense of how low Vorugal is at the moment. So I think it'll be difficult to tell how hard the actual combat is until afterward, like until we know when it dies. Because Matt doesn't, like, sometimes he'll narrate health, but he doesn't do it super consistently, so I'm not necessarily taking to the bank that Vorugal is definitely not bloodied just because Matt hasn't narrated that he's bloodied or anything like that. He totally could be, and Matt just might not have narrated it because he doesn't always do that consistently. So yeah, hard to tell exactly how well this is going, but we'll have to see afterward. The flying problem was a big problem with Umbra too. They just hard countered him with the bear trap and the immovable stick. Well, and they had with Umbrasil, they at least had a distinct plan for how to ground him that worked for 3 rounds. This is, I think, the second round that all of them have even been in this combat. So in the equivalent of the Umbrasil fight, I believe he would still be grounded by the hooks that the herd was holding. And then once they got into the cave, it wasn't a problem at all. You know, once they got into the cave, Umbrasil, like into the lair, Umbrasil flying away was not even a worry. So Grog could always access him, if I remember correctly. I don't remember him flying at all in the lair. I could be misremembering. To be fair, if Grog can reach, then he's at least, or can't reach, then he's at least above 10 feet. Yeah. Yeah. So, like, in terms of, I think this is tough, because they did a lot of planning for this, right? And I still think that the rough terrain of the snow and the ice combined with a white dragon is an interesting challenge. I think it is a challenge that very specifically plays off of the strengths of the white dragon. However, this is I think one of an aspect of high and low level D&D, but possibly even more at high level, is if your players don't thoroughly understand the biggest threat to them in the combat, like the biggest part of an encounter that is the actual problem, especially especially in a single adversary encounter, it can go so badly for you so quickly. Because, like, I imagine this as, like, a multi-combatant encounter, right? If there was multiple combatants and only, say, one of them was, like, the real core problem. Like, if they don't deal with that, they're gonna eventually lose, right? In that case, even if they go for the other people that aren't the problem, they are progressively reducing the strength of the adversary's side. That's not necessarily going to save them in the end if they're not dealing with the problem, but it's going to give them longer. It's going to extend the time that they have to identify the problem. With a single adversary, it doesn't. If you don't figure out what the problem is, there is no reducing the strength of the enemy side. They stay at full, like, offensive capability. Unless you're, using a very specific feature to reduce their offensive capability. Like, I'm thinking, like, enlarge reduce, right? If you reduce them. But I think that, that's an exception. That's neither here nor there. So while I think that this was a really good challenge with the difficult terrain aspect, I think it may have been worthwhile. And I don't necessarily blame Matt for not doing this. I don't know that I would have thought it necessary or even thought to do it at the time. So I don't think it's Matt's fault for not. But in retrospect, I think it might have been useful if the Ravenites and or Raishan had pressed them on their plan to ground Vorugal. Like, had really pressed them on, like, how are you going to do it? How are you going to keep that Vorugal on the ground, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Not even necessarily to force them into having a plan, but just so that they become aware that the NPCs around them think that is the most important part of the fight. That way they'll at least be thinking about it. Even if they don't necessarily formulate a totally cohesive plan, at least it will be at a higher priority in their head. I think that could have helped. Just based on, what I'm seeing and how this fight is unfolding. Maybe it won't turn out to be necessary. We'll see. I don't know. Grog being able to do damage is a big factor in any fight. Flying mobs just suck for him. They do. Flying mobs are a huge, they're a huge weak point for any sort of melee combatant, but especially melee combatant that doesn't have any sort of flying or throwing weapons. I mean, I guess Grog does have throwing. He has the axe with the chain of returning, but it's definitely a big weakness on his part. And it could be that Vorugal was kind of meant to highlight said weakness, I mean, which is totally possible. It might be that, this fight wasn't necessarily, like, meant to go well for Grog. But if that's the case, that is, like, that sort of, like, targeting weaknesses, I think can absolutely work. And I think it can be good for, highlighting certain people and, maybe challenging others and, maybe provoking some creativity. But I definitely wouldn't do it during a single adversary encounter that is so potentially deadly. I do those sorts of things in encounters that I don't expect to be deadly at all. That sort of highlighting and challenging. So I certainly wouldn't have done it here. If they just ambush grounded Vorugal with the Ravenites, it would feel too similar to ambush grounding Umbrasil with the herd. I'm glad they went in a different direction. I'm glad they did too. But that doesn't mean they don't have to deal with it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean they don't have to deal with it. If only he didn't lose his Javelin of Lightning. I mean, yeah, also that. But the Javelin of Lightning is still only a one-use thing, which, to be fair, you know, encounters or combats normally only last like 3 or 4 rounds. So if you've got an option for one of them, you know, that can work. Where are the Ravenites? I don't know. They're not around. They rolled up and they were like, when should we tell Vorugal? And then Vox was like, tell him in like 30 minutes, and then they bounced. So they haven't been back since. Also, get banned. Marai, get banned. Goodbye. Anyways.
Creepy's hand flies up to meet Vorugal.
Oh, it's so
Back down
cute.
to
Yank
ground
your shit down?
Yeah.
He's way too big. I can try to grab a wing.
Yeah, grab a wing.
Can you like grapple him? Can you grapple a wing?
Grappling, DM, how's this work? Grappling, I cannot grapple anything above a huge monster. Can I grapple part of a
Takes
gargantuan
the
monster?
grapple, yeah. Unfortunately, he's just too big for Big
Yeah,
Man.
yeah, so I just punch him. Simply a punch.
All right. So go ahead and roll a d20 plus your spell attack bonus.
17.
17. Woof, the fist swings past and Vorugal just dodges out of the way, batting his wings and getting out of the trajectory. The fist just streaks by harmlessly.
Great. And I think I'm within range of Lady Kima. I can inspire her, maybe?
Yep.
You know what? Fuck her. I'm gonna heal myself. She crossed me one too many times.
She crossed you?
Yeah, fuck her.
Poor Kima. Trying to get my one so many times.
No, he did.
Ah.
I'll healing words myself.
He's angry about it.
Healing words. Can I do level 2? Out of my re-education
You can.
program. That's 2d4 plus 6 now?
Yeah.
Great.
Oh.
Oh, jeez. 12 points. Great. Okay, thanks.
Alrighty. That's your turn, Scanlan?
Yes.
Vax, you're up.
Oh, jeez. Really? Where am I? Okay, so I'm right there. Am I within 60 feet?
Maybe.
I'm gonna fly 20 feet forward through the storm toward him.
Okay. I'll put you right about there.
Yeah, dagger.
Thank God you can fly.
Dagger.
Oh, you have 3 daggers?
Dagger. They come back, man.
Oh, right, you have this one.
Yeah, 20. First is 26. Second is a 17, but I'm going to use luck, my second luck. So the second is a 21, and the third is a 19.
All right. The was it 17, 19 miss.
Okay, so the first one was really high, the second two were mediocre.
So the first one hits, the other two just kind of streak off.
Whisper hits.
Yes.
That is 9 plus.
Does he get sneak attack because I'm on the flank with my
Oh,
hand?
do I because of Bigby? No, I didn't think so.
Bigby isn't
That
technically a
was
creature.
terrible. That's just 10. I'm going to
damage.
use my movement to fly directly under him.
Okay,
as
so you're
far
not
as
going with Whisper.
Say again?
You're not going with Whisper.
No.
Okay.
No. Yes, I am.
Are you? Okay.
So we'll say, could I hit him in the tail?
If you want to, I'll say sure. Why not? So you impacting you.
All right, so I got a blade in his tail and I'm there.
Okay, you're right there with Vorugal.
Becoming like a Jenga minigame.
Yeah.
That's it. That's where I am.
Alrighty. That ends Vax's turn. Vax, you're up.
Okay. I'm gonna try to hit him a couple times.
Go for it.
Okay. My moves are really intricate. 25 on the first one. And I'm using blazing bowstring on this.
Okay.
Okay. So that's that. One. 38 plus lightning. Oh, that's okay. 40 points of damage on the first hit.
Whoa.
2 of which are lightning, 7 of which are fire damage.
Yeah. Wordy.
Yeah, because I get sneak attack because Vax is on him.
On him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is that Fenris?
Fenris. And then 25 on the second hit.
Yeah.
Points of damage?
No, that's
Okay.
attack. So, that's jeez Louise. 4 plus 7. 10 to 17.
Ding.
Okay, so this is a good thing to bring up. Also, immediately Saunders. I mean, I'll just say I hate when Matt says maybe to anything that is an objective, observable fact in fiction. But regardless, what G. Hercom just said. Yes, I fully agree. Similar to Vax with the uncanny dodge. Oh, I think we were talking about that before you got here. But yeah, the fact that Grog is resistant to literally all of Vorugal's attacks, combined with his naturally high health, absolutely makes him very tanky. But, and there's a big but here. This is, I think it's a really good example, or it's really exemplary of the tank fallacy in D&D. because Grog's tankiness on this map in particular does not matter. All his tankiness means on this map is that he'll be the last of Vox Machina to die. Like, he cannot utilize his tankiness at all. He cannot bring it to bear upon the encounter. There is no reason that Vorugal needs to attack him rather than, you know, the person doing shitloads of damage with Fenthras, or the assassin, or the magic user. Now you can have some maybe personality prioritization reasons. I think we talked last stream about, like, maybe Vorugal will go after the person that looks the most challenging, like looks like the biggest prize. You know, you can have some aspect of that, but broadly, his particular tankiness in this combat is really exemplary, that you either need to have a feature that, you know, forces someone to attack the tank. The enemy has to have some reason to attack the tank, or the map needs to facilitate, or the map needs to at least make it possible to force the adversaries to attack the tank, given correct positioning and correct action on the PC part. And in a big open space like this, there is basically no way to force Vorugal to attack Grog. Even in Umbracyl's cavern, there was more ways to go about forcing Umbrasyl into certain action. But it's in this giant open map with absolutely no, like, vertical cover or anything, there's very little reason for Vorugal to ever attack Grog, other than maybe some personality reasoning. But that is, you know, very DM dependent. Yeah. I wonder why Scanlan hasn't tried to throw Grog with Bigby's hand. Then he can attack on top of the dragon. Yeah, I mean, that's possible. They have done the fastball special before, so that's definitely something that they could consider. I think they're honestly, if I had to speculate, which that's all this is, if I had to speculate, I think they are a little nervous about anyone kind of attaching themselves to Vorugal because of their memory of what happened last time with Umbrasyl. I don't think any of them would go inside, but, like, even, like, getting on him, because I think that Grog embedded the axe in him, right, and, like, went along for the ride with Umbrasyl, right? And there's nothing to stop Vorugal from flying away, so I think that would be the basic reasoning for why they aren't. But it's, you know, it's possible. A tank that doesn't fire, is it really a tank or just a big paperweight? Big paperweight. If Grog wants to tank, you should just grapple Vor's mouth and block the breath weapon. Yeah, of course. Does that mean he's only resistant to poison? He's only resistant to poison? Or only, you mean not resistant? I think, like, a lot of the mental stuff, like psychic, I think, fire. I don't know all of what he's, exactly all of what he's, oh wait. Why did my chat scrolling break? But anyways. What they should do is try to go inside him. Yeah, obviously.
23 on the second one, with 4 points of lightning damage.
Nice, alrighty.
2 points of fire damage.
Alright, is that your turn?
And I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide.
Okay, go ahead and roll subcheck.
Bonus.
Would Pass Without a Trace still be cast on me? Because
No,
another
because you
concentration, right?
Yep.
So that is 27.
Okay, good enough. End of your turn, Vorugal's gonna use legendary action to make a tail attack against Vax.
Is that melee? Can I use Uncanny Dodge?
You can if it hits, yeah. So that is a 26.
Shite! Yeah, Uncanny Dodge. I'm at 25. God damn
Okay,
it.
so the tail attack, as you get up there, and the arrow smacks into the side from both of Vax's, from Vex's attacks, you...
Wait, I want to use my last luck to make him roll again, which I can do.
Okay, you can. That is 27. 13 plus 14.
Man.
Wow. All right.
Man.
It's all right.
All right, so you
Hey,
take
ancient white dragon.
No, what are you gonna do? Ancient White Dragon.
Try to be lucky.
Someone's gonna get knocked unconscious.
23 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm out of luck.
As the tail whack slams you in the
Don't
side,
see
almost breaking
that.
one of the wings off, and you just manage to catch yourself in the air. So 28 minus, and you can now have that to, yeah. All right. So that ends, next turn, Pike, you're up.
All right.
Just do that divine intervention thing again. That was really good.
Hard roll out. Right? We did one round, right?
Celestial week. Yeah.
Okay, so what I'd like to do
Yes.
is so here's a question.
Yes.
Flame strike.
Yeah.
Since it comes from the sky, would it work since he's up in the sky? Right, like beaming down.
Flame strike.
It comes from higher up in the
Comes
sky.
from above.
Comes from 7 rays.
It's a 10 foot radius, 40 foot high cylinder. So yeah.
All right, that was just a little bit of a stretch.
Oh, I see.
But it comes down, so
They're on a
it
point
comes
within
down from the
range.
heavens.
They're on a point within range. So like it's a 60-foot range.
Oh well.
Can't be in the air.
Then-
well.
Doesn't say it has to be on the ground per se. So
Oh, right. Let's give it a try.
Open
Do
it
it
all
towards
up.
the front of
Open it all
Vorugal so
up.
that
Yeah.
it doesn't hit.
Turn the
yeah,
key,
and then
push the
but
button.
shit, just
Try
towards the
hit him in the face.
Just hit him in the face. Yeah, can I just go? You know.
10 foot radius. Yeah, you can direct it away where it's not gonna hit.
Thanks. Thanks, Matt.
Okay.
All right. So what's your spell DC?
18.
18. This is Dex, right? So 21. So 16. So it's half damage. Go ahead and roll the damage on that. So it's 8d6 damage.
Oh, yeah. Do you even have to roll the attack on that? It's just 8.
No, it just it explodes in. It's a saving throw to see if you manage to avoid some of the damage, which you did.
Oh, thanks, guys. Okay.
10 foot, 10-foot radius, 10-foot diameter. 10
For
foot.
radius.
It doesn't hit the hand, does it?
No, she's running in a way where it hits the
Okay,
front of
great.
him. There's like bursts right through his head and the edge of his wings.
Okay. It is ad time. It is ad time. I'm debating skipping the ad. Nah, I can't skip the ad. Especially if there's any shot of me doing the part 2 or the 72 part 1, which I think is getting to be a lower and lower likelihood, mostly just based on how the dogs are going. But if there is any shot, I will definitely need to still rest occasionally. I just realized what time it is and how long stream has been going. Yeah. I mean, it's been we've gotten an hour through, but we still have nearly an hour to go. So not maybe. A stream always goes faster towards the end of the episode, but we'll see. I don't know. Go tend to the puppers. The puppers are fine. They're so anxious. They're just so wired because Paige isn't here. That is the like primary issue overall. Is just that they don't like that I'm what's up? Hello. I was thinking about this in the bathroom, actually. The main thing that I wanted to potentially do first half today and then second half on like a weird off day, like Saturday or Monday, so that we could do 73 next Wednesday. But based on how this is going, I think we'll probably, I think that it's very possible that I'll just do that, John, is just all of 72 next Wednesday. Because it's so short. And then depending on 73's length, maybe, try to do some of it on Sunday, maybe do something with 73, or it might just be that, that we get a week behind. The main thing I want to avoid is getting a week behind, essentially, which would happen even if we did 72, on Wednesday. But that might just be what ends up happening. It's not that big a deal. I'd like to do it today, but if it doesn't end up happening, it just doesn't end up happening. It's just how it is,
19.
And 2 more, right? 86.
Is it 86?
86, yeah.
Do I add anything else?
Just those.
Let's say 29.
29, all right. It's just 14 points of damage with the halved. The blast hits, the flames kind of spin around. See Vorugal's starting to look rough now and is like getting angry. Wings are beating faster. You can see there's kind of a feral desperation in Vorugal's eyes right now.
Oh, that is something that I will say. So maybe Friday, but John and Crazy, yeah, no stream on Sunday. I kind of mentioned it in the Discord announcement, but the Discord announcement was very convoluted and confusing. But yeah, no stream on Sunday because Paige is getting home that day. So I have to no, right? I guess I don't have to, but I want to spend time with her on Sunday. So yeah. So no stream on Sunday. So the next time there might be another stream between now and next Wednesday. That is possible. And I'll have to debate how cool I am with it being the 72. I know that 72, I won't lie. I saw Super Geek Mike's Critical Role Demystified title for it. So I know I don't anticipate it being, a super jam-packed episode that people really want to participate in. But I still don't necessarily want to do it on like an off day, or like a non-normal day. So I don't know. We'll see. I've been thinking a lot about the schedule and how exactly I want to interact with it and when I'm cool with like breaking it. I don't know. We will see. I don't know. A week behind what? Is there a deadline of some kind? No, it's more that my current goal for the series is one a week. And it's just like a personal, like, I am a very momentum-based human. I think a lot of humans are more momentum-based than they would like to admit. I think that we like to think that, like, oh, even if I, take a week off, like, I'll get right back into it or, whatever, just like riding a bike. But, and I guess I can't, speak for the entire population, but it is, it's harder for me to get back into something if I take a bunch of time off of it. And 1 week is not a bunch of time by any means. But generally keeping the pace of episodes high is just good for my mentality and like my motivation to want to do it. It gives me like a sense of movement, a sense of moving forward. Once I cancel a stream for whatever reason, it's even, every time I cancel, it's very valid. I don't go canceling willy-nilly, but no matter how valid it is, it makes it a little bit easier to cancel the next stream. It kind of lowers the bar on how valid the reasoning needs to be. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just that momentum aspect of things. So definitely no like deadline, but I want to keep, like, my goal is 1 episode a week, and ideally I'd like to keep to that as close as I can. And if we, didn't do part of it today, then we would kind of fall behind that. But if that happens, it happens. These are all like goals. They're not hard lines. You know what I'm saying? Do you want me to tell you the length of 73? Potentially. We could talk about that offline. Yeah. Or I guess now. I guess there's no reason to take it offline. But I'm not going to make I'll make a decision on whether or not I continue this stream. I'll say the chance is getting lower and lower. And then I'll make a decision on when I want to do 72, probably today or tomorrow, if I had to guess. You want to spend time with your wife? No! Sitcoms have not prepared me for this situation. Oh my God, it's been so amazing to be away from the old ball and chain. God, I hate that. I hate it, dude. Me and Paige are really into stand-up comedy, and the majority of comedians that we watch never do that type of material. But occasionally, we call it I hate my wife material. It fucking sucks, dude. Like, it's unfortunately common in, like, even with comedians that I otherwise find funny, they will occasionally slip in I hate my wife jokes that are, something to do with, like, the man cave or the she shed or whatever. And anytime I hear, like, an I hate my wife type of joke, I'm like, then why did you fucking marry her? I don't get it. Which I know that I have a skewed perspective on it. Even when I was very religious, it was not a certainty in my mind if I wanted to get married or not. If I wanted to, like, be with a life partner. Even when I was super religious, I thought I might just do consecrated single life, which is a Catholic thing. That is separate from, like, being a priest or being married. And I think it's partially because I have an aunt that is single, and I don't think we'll ever, like, have a life partner. And she's dope. She's really cool. And I was like, man, that'd be, all right, sure, I guess that's an option. Fine. So from my perspective, it wasn't like I have to find the best, like, I have to pick one. I just have to find the not worst, I guess. It was always like I have a level at which, like, if they do not pass this level, we do not date, and I am cool with being single. That's it. So to me, with that mentality of, like, I was cool with just being single forever, I hate my wife jokes just really don't land. I'm just constantly like, man, it sounds like you don't like being married. Maybe you shouldn't be. It might also be the perspective of my parents got divorced really young. So the majority of my life, they were both single. So yeah, it just doesn't land with me, you know? They all get TVK'd, yeah. They all get TVK'd. Yeah. The next few episodes are very forgettable. Yeah, that's, so we'll see how I plan out the next few episodes. Big ADHD mood. If I stop, I can't start again, and also I die. Yeah. Precisely. I've described my brain before as a flywheel. I actually don't have a lot of the distractedness symptom of ADHD. I have all the other symptoms at high magnitudes, but distractedness isn't a super big one for me. But my brain is very like, again, I call it a flywheel of like, it takes me a while to spin up, but once I'm there, I'm pretty in, which is why like long streams don't bother me. But it then like takes a while to spin back down. And beyond that, it's hard to like change between them, you know? And especially if I let it spin back down, it's hard to spin up again, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Gian Marco Sorisi. I think I've seen a short of his. I've never watched a special though. So I don't like to say I like or dislike any comedians just based on clips of their material. I think you can fully judge a comedian based off an entire special, like an entire set. But a single joke, you know, some jokes land or don't land. I will say I've liked the shorts. I think if I'm remembering correctly, I've liked the shorts I've seen of his. But I don't know. I haven't seen a full special. I have a soapbox rant for 72. All right, we'll see. I think people that make those jokes marry only for the tax breaks. Fucking maybe, dude. That would make more sense. That would make a lot more sense. That would make a lot more sense. I hate my spouse jokes. Yeah, they fucking bug me. They bug the shit out of me. I am fine with jokes about like my spouse does this weird thing or here's a funny story about my spouse. But when like the crux of the joke is either just women, am I right? Or damn, doesn't it suck being married? Like there was a movie I was watching recently. We were just rewatching We Are the Millers. Which I broadly like. I think that movie's fine. We watched it while high, which was an experience. But there's a joke right at the beginning of the movie where he runs into someone that he knew in college, and the guy's like, "Oh, you're still single?" And the main character, I can't remember his name. Jason Bateman? No. Jason Sudeikis? No. God, I can't remember the main character's actor's name. But the bit character is like, oh man, still, you know, living that single life. Oh, dude, I envy you. I really do. I wouldn't, if I could do it over again. And I'm like, damn, dude. That's just sad. That's not that funny. That's just kind of sad that you hate your wife this much. It's so refreshing to hear someone say that being single is not only a valid option, but doesn't make the person necessarily unlikable. Yeah, absolutely, man. Yeah. I could not think of a more succinct way to put it. It is an option, and it is not necessarily because you could not do the alternative. You know what I'm saying? Like I am married to Paige because I love living with her and spending time with her. She is my best friend. I have to come up with reasons to hang out with friends that are not her. And that's why we're married. That's it. So yeah, I don't know. I feel like a lot of people just want to be married as opposed to married to someone. I think you're right. I think that is the ultimate thing, but I don't get it. And I think it is because of my upbringing of like, I had my aunt who was single. Both my parents were single for the majority of the time that they were raising me. Like they dated people, you know, here and there. And like they are both now remarried, to like long-term partners. But for the majority of like my formative years, they were single. And they really kept the people that they even did go on dates with, like, away from me. So I think it's just, like, so baked into my brain of, like, yeah, you can be a functioning adult and still be single. Like, it's just so, and I don't think that is necessarily baked into everyone's brain, you know? I think he's only filmed a special and it's not out yet. Oh, okay. Well, I'll have to watch it when it comes out. I love watching new comedians, yeah. Imagine making I hate marriage jokes as someone who has never been in a relationship. That would be me. Damn, imagine having a wife. I've never been in a romantic relationship, so there's an ironic value to it. Yeah, I feel you. Anyways, I'll get off my soapbox. That's just a thing that particularly bugs me in comedy, because I really like comedy and comedians and stand-up, but that even people that I like will, like, I like the rest of their work, will make those jokes. I'm like,
All the things that are starting to come at him.
I'm gonna stay put, and then for bonus action, I'm gonna cast Healing Word on myself.
Okay.
So I'm gonna do it second level because I'm a little rough. Okay,
All right. At the end of your turn, Pike, use another legendary action to make another tail attack at Vax, trying to just beat you away from behind at this point. That is a 25.
That hits.
It hits, okay.
And I'm out of uncanny dodge, right?
Well, you can only make one reaction per round, yeah. So that'll put you at 14 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Whack! Right across the side. This time, though you're able to dodge most of the first impact, this one smacks you in the side, and you kind of spiral over to the second, catching yourself and still keep afloat right there. All right, that brings us to Keyleth.
Okay, I am going to cast Earthbind on him.
Earthbind. What's the range on Earthbind?
300 feet.
What the fuck?
Yes!
Yeah, that'll do it. All right, what's the
No,
saving
you
throw
can
on
do it
that?
again. What?
Saving throw on that is a strength saving throw.
So this is where he is? No, he doesn't have disadvantage.
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
All right, that is a failure. I'm gonna go ahead and use one of its legendary resistances.
Oh, good. You burned it.
All the curse words.
You burned it. You had to burn it. Good job. You burned it. Good job.
All right. Dragon, yo.
She's speaking parcel tongue.
I'm gonna do a bonus action to cast Healing Word on myself. Same kind of deal.
Go for
Just
it.
heal myself real quick. And can I also take whatever? Same thing. I want to scoop back a little bit, kind of behind that tree, maybe a bit. Kind of try and.
Behind here?
Yeah, because I got whacked with that ice breath.
And this isn't as necessarily like anyone's doing anything wrong here. This is just like, I guess, encounter building things to keep in mind for high-level D&D for DMs, if you're constructing, encounters. And I guess things to keep in mind for players as well. It is incredibly risky if your plan relies on saving throws, period, at high levels. Is very, very risky. Given how at very high CRs, how, relatively common legendary resistances, and how not often you go compared to the enemy. Like, you go the same amount of times as them, as the person trying to evoke the saving throws, and they can choose to essentially just nullify your turn, and you cannot do the same to them. And especially I've said it several dozen times in this combat, but especially in single adversary combats, it is an important thing to keep in mind. Where it seems like most of their strategy for keeping Vorugal grounded involved Earthbind, and I think Percy's like Wing Shot. It involved saving throws, which he might just succeed naturally, and then he has legendary resistance in his pocket. So, again, it's just something to keep in mind. It's something that is unavoidable to a degree, and you just have to understand it as a high level PC or as a high level DM making an encounter.
I don't want that to happen again. All right.
All right. Is that your turn?
Yep.
In your turn, use his third and final legendary action, make another tail swipe at Vax.
Oh, come on.
That is a 27.
You just hit me right now? Yeah, that hits.
His third tail strike now is going to do 17 points of bludgeoning damage.
Okay.
Just whacking batter.
Would LR be better if you had to use it before making the save? Ooh. I've never heard that before. Gut instinct, I like it. Gut instinct, I like it. And I I would even be down to give an adversary more LR. Like, I think Ancient Dragons have 3 LR, which I think is a pretty common number for LR, is 3. I'd be super down to give it 4 or 5. But yeah, it has to make it before it knows if it saves. Because then you force the LR on things that... Yeah. Because the first time that we ever had the, like, you know, full out LR conversation where I drew out the fucking flow chart, you know, about like, oh, you either, you know, save or fail. And then with LR, there's, or actually, this is my counterspell argument, where, you know, it was this with this diagram with counterspell, but it kind of applies similarly to LR of does the thing, you know, save or fail, and then does it use LR or no LR, right? And this is just a decision that it can make, but it doesn't even have to make that choice on the save option. So it is in a sense even more safe, where it's not having to use out its LRs on something that it's potentially good at or bad at. Because I mean, I'm thinking about like my mentality as a DM running a monster with LR if this switch is made. Because then I'm probably hedging my bets on something like the wing shot, which is a strength save. But if there's a feature that targets one of the weaker saves of the monster, something, then, especially if the thing is very disruptive, I might burn out an LR just to be safe. And so now it's actually a little bit more of a, I wouldn't necessarily say chess match, but it's actually a bit of risk reward on the adversary side of things. It doesn't make them quite as safe. They have to actually make resource management decisions. Right? You know? I like that. Again, even if we had to give them more LR charges because of the change, I think I just like it broadly more than them being able to use it after knowing that they already failed. Because that is just staggeringly more powerful. And it is so much more consistent. So much more consistent. Which, that's why it's staggeringly more powerful, is that consistency. And because of how high-level D&D shakes out, and because a lot of the people that are using LR are probably going to be the primary combatant, they are probably going to fall into these, like, you know, single adversary problems or fallouts. And so having them have that consistency until LR is out, which is going to be across the first few rounds of combat, makes it so much more likely that they are going to land a killing blow on a PC in those first 4 rounds. And so then by the time they're out of LRs, they're already, they've already weakened the PC side so much more than just getting resources out of them. Yeah. I still would prefer a system that doesn't need LR. I would still prefer that, but I like that change enough that I might even talk to my home table about it, because I like that difference a lot. It's also a strength save, which dragons are really good at. Yeah, and I think under this, like, you know, potential change of, like, they have to use it before, you would then have to hedge your bets essentially as a DM on like, well, the monster's good at this, but not good at this. I'm not going to use the LR here, but I might use it here, but maybe I have to use it here because it would be so disruptive, even though the monster has a good save in it. Yeah. I feel like the boss should either have LR or LA, and they have to choose which, like a spell. I could potentially get behind that. I think there's some verisimilitude there, potentially. But I think that the designers put in legendary actions because I think both legendary actions and legendary resistance are both there to solve a problem of having this one creature at a high level is such a massive single point of failure. You know what I'm saying? Such a massive single point of failure that if LR has to exist because of a simple spell like Hold Person, right? LR has to exist because if you have a high level mage that gets Hold Personed, or not even a high level mage, high level, dragon that falls to like Hold Monstrosity, or is Hold Monstrosity a spell? Whatever. Or even something like Banish, right? Those can be so insanely disruptive at that really high level that they can totally swing a combat with one spell. So that's why LR has to exist. I think LA is similar in that it addresses the fact that this super high level adversary it's harder to work in minions and lieutenants at that really high level. At least minions and lieutenants that do anything. And because of that, you need for that single adversary to be able to essentially go during their off turns, like go in between their turns in the initiative order. You can also do that by having the, I don't remember if the whole like top of initiative type actions are legendary actions or if they're technically some other category of thing. But that's another way to like address that. But I think both of them are things that are there to address problems with how D&D combat is just constructed. So while I think that choosing between the two makes an amount of sense, I think it also kind of, I don't want to say misses the point, but it's, they're not there because they're both cool and there's something and powerful and there's something that someone should have to choose between. They're both there because they solve a problem. And so taking away one or making them choose just means that they don't get to solve one of the problems. Now, not every adversary has LA or LR, even at high CRs. But yeah. I don't know. It's definitely it's definitely a route. It's definitely a route to go down. Thoughts on more LR, but it works like Luck or Indomitable, where it's a reroll. I would also be down with a reroll. I am a person that is not normally a huge fan of more roll. And I think that this has an interesting effect. Say, compared to the G Hercub of you have to use it before they roll, right? If it's a re-roll, like Luck or Indomitable, that sort of thing, then more rolling makes it more likely that you are going to get closer to your average, right? Just broadly. Or I guess actually, I guess that's only if you're rolling and then picking one. So that's not necessarily true. They're independent events. I guess it would. When would you re-roll? When would you re-roll? You would re-roll after you know if it's failed. Yeah, no. So then that's fine. It would basically be giving yourself advantage. Yeah. Yeah, which is going to bring you more towards your average. It's going to bring you more towards your average or above, which is going to highlight the abilities and skills that you are good in, like saves that you're good in, more than potentially. So I think that sort of system would highlight their stats more. I guess is my overall sort of thinking through it. Anything like advantage or that is really good at mitigating super low rolls. So it's going to bring you up closer to your average. And so that'll highlight those skills that you're good in, like the dragon with strength saves. Now, I think that's a valid thing to want out of a mechanic. I do think I would still prefer the you have to choose beforehand. I'm more of a fan of risk. I'm more of a fan of risk and reward than necessarily rewarding than necessarily like rewarding inherent traits. I'm down with rewarding inherent traits when it comes to the PCs and their character building. And I think that sort of option would work good for a campaign that is centered around like hunting, like a Monster Hunter campaign, where it's centered around really knowing and understanding the monsters and playing to monsters' strengths and weaknesses. I think that Arch's suggestion works really well tonally in a campaign like that, because that campaign is already centered around the monster and the monster's stats. So that type of LR would highlight that even more. So I think it would be campaign dependent is how I would say it. I think for my typical campaign, I would tend towards the you have to use it before you know if it fails or succeeds, like before the roll, essentially. But I think there are many campaigns and many tables where I think yours would work better, Arch. In both cases, I like that it is, because one is guaranteed, but you don't know if you succeed or fail. The other is you succeed or fail. You know if you succeeded or failed, but it's not guaranteed. So one is making it theoretically less reliable on if it works, and the other is making it less reliable on when you should use it. It's more of like a judgment call. Both directions I like more. But I think overall I like the G Hercup one more. I really like the LR mechanic. The monster either fails and gets affected or uses up a really powerful and limited resource. Both feel rewarding. I think... Oh man, Turtix, we're on the opposite side of things. You want to make LA more like LR. I don't agree. I even think that this is just a general claim that I'm making. If you disagree with the claim, I think that's fine and fair, and that's just like a difference in like assumptions and experiences that we have. I would say that using up LR, using up that limited resource, does not feel good. Especially because it is in a situation where you know that they would have been affected anyways. You know what I'm saying? And I think you can kind of see that with the moment that we just saw, where they all say, don't worry, you used up your LR, you burned it. And Marisha's still mad. I don't think that Marisha felt rewarded by burning that LR right there with the Earthbind. I think she felt cheated. I would say. Claim I would make. I think she felt cheated out of what otherwise would have been a rewarding situation. And everyone has to come around and remind her that, hey, you forced it out. You forced it out. It's all good. So I think that one of the reasons I dislike LR is specifically because I think it doesn't feel rewarding. I think it is a necessary band-aid that you can't get rid of, but I don't think it makes the players feel good. Yeah. It also removes a little bit of the false hope moment for the players when the DM says fails the roll, but I agree. Yeah, I think that's one of the most like ball busty parts of LR is that false hope aspect where it succeeds, except yeah, I agree. Oh my god, the chat keeps acting weird. Yeah. LA helps with the single enemy action economy. Yeah, precisely. Yeah. LR is there to help against really disruptive saves, and LA is there to help with the action economy. Yeah. I just think it would be cool to see what the DM chooses to equip on a boss. The same type of enemy could have different builds that way. That's fair. That would be something that could be interesting if you could kind of customize a boss. Yeah. I think that could be interesting. And I think that there is something to be said for potentially LR and LA coming out of a common, like, legendary resource pool where using an LA or using an LR comes out of this pool, and maybe the pool regenerates a certain amount of points per turn. But also potentially each one costs multiple points. So maybe like LA and LR both cost, 2 points or maybe 3 points. And the enemy regenerates like 1d4 a turn. That way you could also potentially get rid of the recharge mechanic and just have an enemy use this kind of constantly regenerating resource, but they have to use it for everything. You might recognize this thought process because it's the fear mechanic in Daggerheart. I love and adore the fear mechanic in Daggerheart. Having run it, I think it felt great. I love the DM having this resource pool to make enemies do cool things. And I think that jamming everything, layer actions, legendary actions, legendary resistance, recharge stuff. I think jamming all of those into just they cost varying amounts of this common resource not only I think gives them more room for balance and more room for nuance, and makes them more interesting to pilot, but also I think is more in line with how player characters are designed. You know what I'm saying? Like, the class resource is a term in D&D 5e because almost every class has a, like, resource that they use or use up. Even non-spellcasters that aren't just using up spell slots. You know, we have Ki, we have Rage. Not every class has that. But even something like the Fighter with Action Surge. Rogue is one of the few that doesn't have anything like that. So, all that said, I think that working LR and LA into something like that could be nice. It'd be cool. But that's a little bit off in the woods. I don't know. I don't like how layer, action, and legend action are abbreviated the same. It should be called layer effect. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I just hate the randomness of LA. The boss can just do random bullshit whenever, all the time. LR has much more structure. Yeah. I think that's fair. I think that's a fair, if if like expectation and structure is important, LR is a very consistent mechanic, which is one of the reasons that, again, I would say it's so powerful and frankly feels so bad. But I think it's fair that because of how LA is constructed, it is much less like not perceivable. What's the word? Predictable. It's way less predictable. Because, behind the screen, they can't just do whatever, whenever. It's sort of like going against a blue deck in Magic. I know, fucking nerd reference. It feels like the blue deck in Magic can counterspell you every time you're doing your important thing. But they actually can't. They can only do so many legendary actions. It just feels like they can do it whenever because it's so flexible. So I get the feeling of it from that side, yeah. I think Ledge Act serves the same purpose as multi-attack, so making it limited feels odd. I agree. You would have to have it not be like LR. It would have to come from a resource pool that regenerates, sort of like Recharge. Because I agree, it does definitely serve a similar function to multi-attack. Not the exact same, because multi-attack doesn't exactly interact with the action economy necessarily, but similar. I would say similar. Where it allows them to kind of spread out their damage. So I think if you had it, it would have to be from, again, a pool that recharges consistently. And I think I would just have it be a dice, like a D4 or something. And then you can, because we know very easy statistics on what you'll roll on any given dice. It's 2.5 for a 1d4. So that makes it incredibly easy to balance all of it. Is you can say, okay, well, they have 2.5 points per round, essentially, plus whatever they start with, they have 2.5 a round, and so we can balance all of their abilities, resistance, lair action, blah, 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 balance all of their abilities to where as long as they are using around 2.5, they're not going to be that crazy. And then, the recharge dice is the real kind of randomness factor there, but they're still consistently regenerating it. Yeah, I don't know. Fighter was going to have a resource, but then they made a subclass thing. Yeah, the maneuvers, yeah. That's fair. LA having its own initiative would be preferable to me, making the boss have more actions that are predictable instead of doing them whenever. I think that's fair. There is something like that. I believe the Gyno Sphinx has it, or the Andro Sphinx at least, because I remember it from the Sphinx Mountain fight. What is it? I think it's like a lair initiative or something along those lines. The Sphinx makes 2 attacks. First roar. Each creature. The Sphinx can take 3 legendary actions, choosing from the option below. Only one legendary action option can be used at a time, and only at the end of another creature's turns. Actually, okay, legendary actions, I forgot, are already almost exactly set up like I was saying, but because they do have like this cost, like a variable cost, but it all just regens on the start of your turn. Which, I could have sworn it might have something to do with lair. Yes, it is lair actions. On initiative count 20, losing initiative ties, the Sphinx can take a lair action to cause one of the following magical effects. The Sphinx can't use an action again, an effect again until it finishes a short or long rest. So essentially, you would want legendary actions to work similar to lair actions, where lair actions just happen on a static initiative count. I think that's fair. I think that's totally fair. And I think that, honestly, it's not that hard to work in. Like, if you wanted to work it in at your table, or if you wanted to work it in with your DM, I think it's doable. You could, call it initiative count 15, something like that. Say, like, initiative count 15, 10, 5. On those initiative counts, it will have the option to use a legendary action if it can. I think there's some stuff you could do there. Yeah. But that's just a service level idea, or just roll for it. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. I don't think that would, I guess I'll put it this way. I'm generally not a huge fan of homebrew rules for the sake of them. But I think that if this is a consistent thing that bugs you, and if it bugs especially other people at your table, that going in the direction of like a lair action initiative is not, it doesn't require the players to remember anything necessarily, which I like. I have a much lower bar for including homebrew or homebrew rules when it's not something that the players are going to have to remember and like remind each other of. Like, even if you implemented that sort of homebrew where they can only do legendary actions on a certain initiative, it would nerf monsters, which, isn't terrible for the players. And it would not be something that they necessarily have to remember. If they forget about it, then they just can't work it into their plannings. Or not even can't, they just don't. And then if they remember it, it's, pure gravy. So, yeah. I think it's cool.
On the air by the white dragon tail, it's just swinging behind. Focus less on you as it's just hitting you while it's focusing on the whole battlefield down in front of it and a giant demon that's still lying on the ground.
Thanks, Heroes Feast.
All right.
Yeah, no joke at all.
Oh my god.
That brings us up to Percy.
It brings us to Percy.
I'm just going to heal as my bonus action. That's not bad. 19
Percy.
points. So that's 19 to 108. So I'm a little better now.
You at now?
I'm at 108. I'm fine.
Okay.
Now I'm going to take out bad news. I'm miss for now. Take out bad news and take 2 shots at this
okay.
bastard with sharpshooter.
Yeah.
What is Yank doing down there? Just sleeping?
Nothing.
Well, Yank got knocked prone.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
No.
Gun jam?
No.
Gun jam.
Oh,
What are you gonna do?
Fire again this time.
Roll the 3.
Poof, you see a burst of smoke come out, and part of the metal slightly bends. And you're like,
Oh.
All your guns?
No, I have one more gun.
Yeah.
But I don't have time to that burns the whole action.
Yeah.
So
That's it for you.
I mean, you could use your action surge if you want to do that.
I'm using my action surge.
Okay.
Might as well.
You're trying to jam it?
No, I'm taking out my last pistol and I'm just shooting. I'm just gonna shoot.
Okay.
See if I can take 2 more shots.
Yeah.
Oh, technically, no,
Well,
3 shots.
if you're just pulling your next gun out, if you're not trying to repair,
No, I'm not trying to repair.
right, you still have 2 more attacks.
Oh, okay. So
We
I
don't
can,
have to do the
Yeah,
legendary?
because you have quick draw. You pull out, you drop bad news, you got your weapon, so you still
oh,
have
I'm taking 2 more shots. Then sharpshooter shot with retort.
Okay.
Does that mean you don't yourself?
That's no, it's different because it's 16. And last shot.
Just fires off into the distant cloud
Yeah,
of
Damn
rain.
gun, it's just hard to.
No, that gun's
Its
toast.
sight is all shit.
Oh, that one hits on the other hand, I think. 15, 22.
That hits.
That hits. So that's not much, but I'll take it. Yeah, that's not much, but I'll take it. 9 points of normal damage plus 2 necrotic, so it's 11 points of damage.
11 points of damage.
Oh, no, 21 points of damage, I'm so sorry.
Right, with the 10.
1 point.
Yeah, there you go, 21. So, first one misses, you set it up, doesn't take a shot. It hits Vorugal from underneath, a few feet off from where Vax is, and you can see the wound beginning to bleed now. The more damage Vorugal gets, the more you can see like the trickle of reddish blue blood darkening against the white skin. So Vorugal's looking fairly damaged.
I'm gonna burn my action surge and just take 3 more shots.
Go for it.
Fuck it.
On
See if I can lose a 3rd gun. It's that night, apparently. No, I will not. That's 11. That's 18?
Nope. Shot.
No, fuck the sharpshooter. I'm just going for it.
No sharpshooter shot.
No sharpshooter. Thank God. That's 20.
20 just hits.
Excellent. Good to know. That's my bullshit shot. Oh my God, that's bullshit. 10 points, 3 necrotic, so that's 10 points. 10 points of damage. And
Your final shot.
My final shot. Boy, come on. No, it didn't. This one doesn't do that, so that's nice. But I missed. That's 16. That misses. So.
Yeah.
Wow.
Thankfully, that doesn't burn that guy.
On that
No, that comes better built.
Damn.
Right.
Yeah, I'm rolling
Damn.
poorly.
It all evens down the wash, I
Yeah,
guess.
it does.
So ends your turn. That comes to Kima's turn. Kima's gonna get up.
Come on, represent us melee.
3.
The 3 of you down on the ground.
I know,
tried, man.
This is a rough fight for the melee.
Making a mean face so far.
You just mad dogging the dragon?
Yeah.
Just John Cena.
It did maintain concentration. That's good. Kima's gonna go ahead and use her bonus action to heal you, Grog, for 9 points of hit point, 9 health, using her aura of vitality.
Why wouldn't she heal me?
She's not close enough to you, unfortunately.
And she hates me.
You may have cut this out. She will move up into range with, but she can't actually attack. It's just too much ice, and her legs are not the longest, and she's having a hard time getting in the fray. But now she's locked in the battle. All right, now it is.
I will say Because I agree with you, G. Urkum. I do believe Matt mentioned during that sequence right there, Matt mentioned, oh, you can do it because you have quick draw. Which sounds like potentially a gunslinger feature that might let him draw a gun as part of an attack. So, raw, definitely not. But possibly with a gunslinger, maybe you can. And I will also say in 5.5, I believe you can consistently, I think you can draw a weapon as a part of an attack. So you could theoretically use 2 in the same turn. I don't remember. 5.5 is unclear. Me and a player did a whole like rules. We tried to do a rules dive to really figure out what the exact ruling on it would be, because he was playing New Fighter, which actually gives you reasons to potentially want to switch weapons mid-combat. So we were really trying to like hammer out like what were the rulings around it. And I don't remember exactly what we decided. He wrote it down because it has to do with him primarily. But it was complicated, but it definitely wasn't more than 2. I remember that pretty distinctly. It was 2 or less. Unless you have, some sort of other feature. Ripley's haunting his guns for the grave. And I just came back and now all my guns are exploding. It is true. It is very, very, very true. Which this is one of the things that I love about New Exhaustion is they sort of put you into this hole of the more exhausted you get. Because Percy essentially has New Exhaustion, They essentially put you into this hole that you can go deeper and deeper and deeper down into, which I love. I love, like, risky death spirals, if that makes sense. So I wish that, or I hope that there eventually start being even more ways to use exhaustion. And I know that as a DM, I am going to start utilizing exhaustion as a potential cost towards the PCs doing something cool in combat and potentially getting like a higher result. So I might start saying, because normally if they want to do something cool, I turn it into like a save or suck. So it's like, oh, they want to do something cool with potentially a greater effect. You got to roll acrobatics or you got to roll arcana. And if you fail, you totally waste your action. I might start offering them, you can either roll arcana or you can take a point of exhaustion. Whichever. And that sort of offer starts getting them in the death spiral. Which that's one of my favorites. So I would love if Percy could take a point of exhaustion to just have his weapon not jam. I'd be so down with that. Essentially, if you've played BG3, the frenzy that you take on when you do the extra attack with Frenzy Barbarian. Love that shit. That's my favorite. And Frenzy Barbarian is even pretty generous with it, given that Frenzy clears after you drop out of rage, but still. Mega trying to kill Percy again. Always. Isn't equipping a weapon a bonus action? I don't believe so. Because, and only, at least in 5e, and the only reason I'm pretty confident it's not is because the thrown weapon fighting style in 5e gives you the ability to draw essentially a weapon as part of the attack. I guess to be fair, that doesn't necessarily... That could just be it replacing the bonus action requirement. I believe it's technically a full action, though. I believe. I'm not sure. I believe it's like the utilize an object action, technically. I could be wrong, though. I've had to recheck and litigate this rule many times because I never remember it exactly correctly. So I could be wrong. I saw one DM give each player a hero token at the start of each session, which is essentially an automatic success for the player. Oh, it's like super inspiration. Yeah, that could work. Especially if you're playing in it's well named. Especially if you're playing like a super heroic campaign, like a big high fantasy heroic campaign. Hero token works perfect. Yeah, just saying like I succeed. Fuck you. Yeah. I think that you can do a lot of that sort of stuff, depending on the tone you want to strike. Yeah.
Larkin's turn.
Yeah.
Good old Larkin.
Good old Larkin. Come on, Larkin, bring him down.
Anybody has
Wake up,
All
Yank.
right.
Larkin.
Yeah.
Bring him down, Larkin.
Where's Yankev?
Well, don't, because Yank ain't got nothing but us to hit right now.
Oh no, it's Vorugal's turn?
No, it is
Let's not dwell on that.
Larkin's turn, technically.
Oh.
You see him, Larkin.
Okay, you watch as the tiny dwarf form kind of looks around at the chaos here.
Ah, shit. Ads are incoming, but we're so far away. I think I'm gonna say no ads. I think I'm gonna say no ads. We gotta keep trucking. We're gonna skip ads this time. Especially because I think the dog. Oh fuck. Shit, I actually should have run ads. Because I actually need to go and feed one of the dogs. One of the dogs is on an auto feeder, but we're coming up on their feeding time. So I'm actually going to run that again, and I'm just going to say yes to ads. I'm going to say yes. Okay, yeah. So we'll do ads so that I can go and feed the puppies. No, not on Larkin's turn. Not on Larkin's turn. No. Theoretically, if I don't pause at all, we only have like 45 minutes left. We could get it done before the next ad break. Easy. Somehow, I think that may not be the case. But if it's not the case, who cares? It'll be fun. All right. I'm actually, you know what? I just realized I can go to break quicker if I have nothing to say. If I'm not already talking when the auto switch comes around, I can just go earlier. I'm just going to go to the break earlier. Goodbye. what's up? Hello. Oh no, he's learning. Now I just have less to say about this episode, I think. Which is crazy given how long it's taken me. But I think that you guys have just been intelligent. You've been responding. But we're going to get through it, I swear.
Things are going. Shite.
Fucking did. Don't you ditch out.
Form vanishes as a...
Oh, cards on the table.
What just happened now?
uses the movement to fly up to about...
Oh, shit.
Is she gonna go for him? She's going. She's doing it.
She's so teeny compared to him.
She is a diseased dragon. Releases full blast of poison breath in this direction.
Hero speed, man.
As the billowing cloud of toxic fume fills you, you instinctually freak out for a second before you realize that the magical protection in your lungs is preventing any of it from taking hold inside. Vorugal, it's cocked. That is...
Like that chicken parm.
It does make it save.
What kind of save is it?
It's a Constitution.
Does the hand need to make a save?
Actually...
Hand has no gloves. Hand has an AC of 20 and my hit points.
I don't know if the poison's going to affect his hand as an arcane.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to affect it.
Okay.
That's more like for physically hitting.
Got it.
However, Vorugal does end up taking 38 points of poison damage.
And then Vax goes, wait a second, Larkin was a dragon?
Okay, at this point, that is going to end Raishan's turn. Yank goes. Yank gets up.
This is fucking crazy.
Looking around the battlefield, just sees this giant hulking Goliath. Well, technically with seeming, a large dragonborn with axe, and just lurches forward. Kima does going to attack opportunity against Yank. That is a 10.
Would he still look like a little dragon?
It does hit. No, his physical form still should be a larger one. He's still smaller than his actual self normally, I guess, comparatively. We'll say for the fun narrative element, he looks like a bigger dragonborn. Because I think Gargoyles look bigger on this one. So it does actually, Kima does hit Yank. Is going ahead and use Divine Smite, 4th level spell against him as part of that. So, ooh, that's gonna be nice.
Remember to go into the stomach. There it goes.
14.
We've got a relic in its stomach.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, don't like eviscerate him. Although, no, eviscerate him.
damage.
It's fine.
Plus-
It's not gonna go anywhere.
Very hot.
21 plus 4d8.
20 minutes to pick it up.
Yeah.
4d8.
Can't do anything with it.
5d8 because the fiend.
Yes,
Additional
5d8
damage.
to the fiend.
She is so cute.
I want to rob her of any sort of awesome damage here.
Yeah, come on. For my few times, Kimmy gets to shake the dust off.
I know, seriously.
Yeah, it does look like he's coughing a few. Yeah, totally. Little pinch.
Yeah, it's a fiend, so it's an additional 1d8, so it's 5d8 additional damage.
He's trumping.
So
He's trumping right now.
So much. That's a good roll.
This is our fantasy land,
I'm
man.
the owner of this dragon contest.
No, mixing it. This is my safe place.
Exactly. I don't want to hear that.
48 points of damage.
48 points.
Strike from Kima against
Whoa,
Yank.
Kima! Just from the attack of opportunity?
Attack opportunity, yeah. She poured a level 4 divine spite spell into her. As she stands behind, and fiends are kind of bouncing. As Yank goes running away towards you, Grog. No, you don't! Slams over the maul and it strikes the side of Yank, almost causing him to tumble. Still keeping his trajectory though. He slams forward towards you. That would move. That's more than 15 feet, so yeah, he's gonna go for a board attack against you, Grog. With the horns, like he did with Vorugal being in the battle.
It's going to take 15% of your hit points.
Yeah. That is a 22. That'll hit. Okay.
Can I cutting words that?
I don't think you're in range.
Am I 60 feet?
60 feet? Let's see. 60, just out of range. That's out of range. So you suffer 55 points of piercing damage from the horns, plus
Halved.
halved, plus an additional 38 points of piercing damage from the momentum from the gore.
Whoa.
Piercing damage?
And you said additional 30?
Additional 38.
Additional 38, so that's half is also, so that's fair.
So much math.
19.
So 19 on top of the half of the 25. Plus an additional 7 points of cold damage. As the horns strike into you, the horns almost solidify into ice spikes as it hits you, the ice breaking off.
It's elemental shit.
That's pretty cool.
Would have been great against a fucking dragon.
It did. He did fire damage against her.
One attack.
48 points of damage.
Okay, there you go. That ends Yank's turn. It is now Vorugal's turn. Vorugal's pissed and hurt and angry and is going to move away.
Half elven dingleberry.
You get an attack of opportunity.
Did he move away? Oh,
Yeah.
So you do get one, yeah.
yeah.
Come on, come on,
You don't,
man.
unfortunately.
No sneak attack because it's just me and Bigby, right?
Currently, yes.
All right.
Well, you don't get sneak attack yet. You don't.
Right, because there's nobody here with me. 27 hits, so that is 3 plus 8 is 11, plus my psychic damage is 12. 12.
Okay.
How do you want to do this?
That'd be great. Cut him in the butt.
6. Nice. Some good luck with the
Three
battle.
giant monsters.
Jesus, he's back for my shit.
I should have moved.
Back for me and you, Pike.
Keyleth, Pike, and Scanless all make Constitution saving throws.
Yeah, well, you know.
boy.
Okay.
Oh boy.
18.
18.
15.
All right, all three of you guys take 72 points of cold damage.
God, sorry that I keep getting distracted by the dogs farting. I normally wouldn't even bring it up, but Bug had tummy troubles yesterday, so I keep getting paranoid that she had an accident. Because she never does unless she's like having a problem, which again she was yesterday. So But I think that she did not have a problem. I think she just came in and I scratched her butt and she crop dusted me, which is rude. You think we'll get squished by dead by a dead Vorugal falling out of the sky? Yeah, Yank is interesting. I think Yank is he is somewhat, oh man, it's hard. It's hard because I think that Vox wants to consistently like sort of give him the opportunity to be on their side, essentially. So they're not like really going after him. But he does provide something for Grog to do. It's like theoretically you could kind of pace it to where it's like when Vorugal is on the ground, Yank and Grog are going after him. But then when Vorugal's up in the air, Yank and Grog go after each other. But that requires like almost weird coordination on the part of the DMs and the players in a way that would, I think, feel very odd, like would not feel right. So, because I was thinking about when he went after Grog and when Grog just survived that, I was like, oh, right. Like, I guess Grog could go after Yank. But I also very much understand why he hasn't been up until now. Because Yank is kind of both on and off their side. So it makes more sense to go for Vorugal, who is definitely not on their side. But he can't go for Vorugal sometimes. So it's a very odd place for Grog to sit right now. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's why I like cats. You can never hear them fart. Oh, I don't hear them. Well, I do sometimes hear them fart. But as is the smell. You should try to whittle him down at the same pace as Vorugal. Yeah. Try to whittle them both down. Don't kill either of them. Just get them down at the same rate so that they're up for the same amount of time. Oh, wait. Oh, fuck. I hit the wrong button.
Okay. So that's unconscious.
So Pike is unconscious.
Shit.
Scanlan?
I'm okay.
You're okay. Nice.
Okay,
Hit
well,
points.
I healed myself last time, just the amount of hit points I have.
Gil, where you at?
Selfishness.
Good. I'm at 36.
Alrighty.
Luckily, I also healed myself up.
I'm a field medic. I'm a field medic. I get you up.
Yeah. Alright, and for the rest of Vorugal's turn. 5, 7, 8.
Does this do it?
Uh-oh. This isn't good at all.
Are you unconscious too?
Same down right.
I'm up. But Pike isn't, correct?
Pike is currently unconscious, yeah. That ends Vorugal's turn. Grog, you're up.
Wait, you're not unconscious, Mersh?
I'm not.
There's also
it's
another-
Pike.
there's an exit door.
Out. There is an exit door. We can literally toss Pike's ass in the door.
Yeah.
How many are you down, Pike?
Can I go into
Zero.
frenzy
Zero.
range and
So
unload?
it doesn't matter. Negative.
Yes, you can.
Okay, these will be reckless attack, great weapon master.
Okay.
That's fucking wild.
Yeah.
Come on, Grog.
28 for the first one.
That hits.
Kill him.
Natural 20.
Oh!
And 27 for the
Yeah, all three hit. The middle one's a critical.
Okay.
Give me your additional 1d4 damage with your axe.
Oh, right, because
You're large.
And those are all great weapon master?
Okay.
Those are all great
All
weapon
great
master?
weapon
That's fucking awesome.
Okay, so the first one is... Yeah, 15 plus 6 points of necrotic damage for 21.
Including the 1d4?
25.
25 plus, is that including the 10 for Great Master?
Nope.
So 35 points of damage on the first strike.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. Second attack, which is the critical.
It is.
So all dice are doubled. Is that how it works?
Well, he rolls one. All dice
Dice are
roll
not
double.
dice
So
double.
so roll a d12 plus d6 plus d4.
That's an 11.
D6 plus D4.
So 17.
That's fine.
18 times 2. So 36 plus 10, 46. Plus 2d12 because brutal critical.
Ooh, doctor.
1,
Ooh, Nelly.
6, 7 extra points.
48.
So
No, you're at 46.
46.
Oh, 47 plus.
53.
Is that with your axe damage?
53 points of damage to the second strike. Roll damage to the third
Holy
one.
crap.
Maniac, here it is.
Finally
Get
gets to
it, get
attack.
it, get
It's
it.
been like 6 months since
Yeah,
he's
I know.
actually attacked anything.
I know, and he kills everything.
This is
Yeah, he
good.
steps in
Good.
and just demolishes.
This is a rage spanking right here.
28 on the third one.
28 on the third. Nice. You did over 100 damage one round of melee combat.
He's still standing.
Did you add your 10? Did you add your 10 to the final one?
No.
It was 38 on the final.
30. Jesus. So as you angrily get up your large draconic form, you rush forward, stepping right to where Yank was slamming into you. After goring you in the chest, you just embrace the anger and whack! Bring the axe down right into the side of the shoulder, and the final third attack, put your foot up and drag it down across, cutting into it. You see a bunch of black blood just scatter across the snow, darkening it. The snow immediately melting with a hissing sound as it impacts with the ground around you. Yank looks visibly hurt now. And
Is
it's
he
like,
a little tired?
and
Poked
the
through his
red,
belly? You see a little spider poking through its vest?
Nothing coming out of Spooker?
Nope. But you do see that the red kind of beady, coal-like flame eyes of Yank are burning with a vibrant red and are focused entirely on you.
I got everything you want, big boy.
All right, then Grog's turn, I believe?
Yeah.
Scanlan drop.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Okay. I will.
Actually, at the end of Grog's turn,
Oh, shit.
He did indeed. And he did it to a combatant that didn't need to be there. Oh, man. Like, I was debating ahead of time if I thought that Yank would be like a value add. I don't think he was. I don't remember exactly how much damage him and Vorugal did to each other. But given how much damage he did to Grog, and then how much damage Grog essentially kind of wasted on him, I think they would have been better served by just taking like a full-on surprise round against Vorugal when he showed up to the hunting grounds. There wasn't anything there. I don't know. We'll see. Unless Yank, for some reason after that, goes back to fighting Vorugal. But I don't think he's going to do that unless maybe Scanlan charms him. But even then, which to be fair to them, they didn't explicitly know this, or maybe they just didn't think about it. I think they probably just didn't think about the fact. I think they weren't broadly thinking about Vorugal flying. Like, kinda, period. I think that because even the description of the Garistro, I don't think anything about that description says to me, yeah, this is a ranged person. You know what I'm saying? I don't think anything says that's a ranged combatant. So the fact that they were like, yeah, it's gonna be helpful, I think is more indicative of the fact that they really did not heavily consider Vorugal's flying to, at least they either didn't consider it or they didn't think it would be a problem. Because like Vorugal's just flying away and it's like, well, what's Yank gonna do? Attack nothing? He's gonna attack the box. So they kind of just brought in an extra combatant for no reason. I think it was around 500 or 50 to 100 from Yank, so not much. Yeah. So would it be a surprise round if Vorugal knew he was going to fight something? I guess it depends on when they trigger it, but I would probably rule that it's like, he would show up. Maybe nothing would be there, and then they would spring the trap. I don't know. I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly. Your voice volume spiked a lot when you said, yeah, they're going to be helpful. Bad spike? Spiked a few times. Distracting level of spike? Really? I haven't seen it go crazy on the stream mix. I can try turning it down a skosh. Try turning it down a skosh. Maybe it'll help a little bit with that. But yeah, I don't know. I think I guess it is debatable as to whether or not, it would be any sort of surprise round, but I don't know. Either way, I think just not having Yank there would ultimately be a boon to them. Because he's now sucked up 2 of their attacks. At this point, he's just a big bag of hit points that they have to get through instead of finding ways to attack Vorugal, I think their assumption was, he hunts beasts and that's going to be on the ground and forgot breath weapon is ranged. Yeah, I think that's fair. I think there was some missing link. I think the party broadly, they understand that dragons fly and that that's a problem. But I don't think they were necessarily like fully valuing how much of a immediate problem it would be for them. I think they were thinking about it more in the abstract. Yeah. They didn't choose specifically Yank for killing Vorugal. They chose Yank to speedrun at Fetch Quest. Yeah. I don't know. They chose Yanks for the Spire of Conflux. Yeah. Which I guess I just don't. I'm having trouble understanding. I'm having trouble understanding their mindset no matter what. You know? Because if they just, okay, I guess I'll put it another way. If they just wanted Vorugal to kill Yank, they should have waited longer. They shouldn't have gone in and tried, and, Liam shouldn't have gone in and done the assassin thing. They should have just waited until Vorugal fully killed Yank. Because otherwise, stepping into it early, they now have to contend with Yank. So, I don't know. Yeah, I agree. I think they mostly wanted Vorugal to take care of Yank, and damaging Vorugal was a good bonus. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's my point is, or not my point. So maybe Vax waiting seems unlikely. I guess that's possible. If they were just basically if the original plan, I guess, was just use Vorugal to kill Yank, and whatever Yank does to Vorugal is gravy, I can understand that mindset. I can get that. But then if that is the mindset and that's the plan, that makes Vax going in as early as he did. Because it's not even like he went in kinda early, Yank's on death's door. He went in when Yank still ostensibly had more than half his HP. And that is, maybe we can say, a misplay in that case.
Vorugal's going to use one of his legendary actions to attempt a tail attack. Does a reach of 20 feet. You are within 20 feet of his
against me?
There. Yep.
Oh.
That is cocked. 18 plus 14 is 32.
Yeah.
So you take... That's 3 plus 7. You take 16 points of bludgeoning.
I'm going to use cutting words to reduce the damage.
Okay.
I'm going to, as I see the tail coming, I pick up my book of Shakespeare insults.
Yes.
And I will say, with thy brawls, thou hast disturbed our sport. I love thee not, therefore pursue me not.
As the tail swings towards you, go ahead and roll d12.
One of the plays.
6, and I live.
Wow. Nice.
It was 14 points of damage?
It was 7 plus 8, so then, no, 16. It was 8 plus 8. 16.
So reduced to 10. I'm okay. I have 4 points left.
Oh, shit.
Okay, my turn?
Now it's your turn.
I look at Pike, and with my bonus action, I will heal her, healing words, 2nd level.
Okay.
I will sing to her. You're trying to kill a white dragon, just like the ones we used to kill. May your days be merry and bright, and I hope we all survive this fight. Okay, so 2d4, right?
Yep, 2d4 plus 6.
13 points.
So Pike is up 13 points. Nice.
Shit. I gotta get out of here. Are you okay, Pike?
I am just at 13.
I mean, are you gonna be okay?
Well, I'm gonna run away. I'll be fine.
Don't forget you can go in the mansion. Pop in the mansion to heal.
I don't want to be a coward.
Okay. You can be a coward, Scanlan. It's okay. Go for it, Scanlan.
Shit.
Safe.
I'll move away from it. Wait, am I within its...
You are within, yes, you are within range.
Jesus, that far away?
It has a 15-foot bite reach, a 10-foot claw reach, and a 20-foot tail reach.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh goodness.
Hit it. I want to go away. All right. I will... Fuck. I don't want to leave my pikey. I'm not going to leave my pikey. You never leave your wingman. No.
4, Scanlan. You're 4. It's somewhere safe. That way you can keep
If he takes you down and multi-attacks you, you can kill
down.
you.
I can get to her.
You'll be dead.
You healed her, right? She's conscious now.
All right. I dimension doorway.
To where?
Over in Yankville.
Okay.
But not in Yank Range. Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
In Yank adjacent? Yeah. The suburbs of Yankville.
There you go.
Yankee has struck out.
Yankston.
All right. That brings us to Vax.
I know that from here to here I'm 100 feet, so from the angle am I 180 feet away?
You are ish.
To Pike?
Scanlan, by the way, I need you to make 2 concentration saving throws. Or make 2 concentration checks. Concentration saves.
With advantage?
Well, it's one of them with advantage. Roll twice. Which way?
I rolled twice. One was a 17, one was a 10.
All right, so yeah, no, even with the bonuses, the big D10s.
Okay.
All right, so I want to say...
It would have been 19, but it's still not high enough.
You took full damage from the blast. So that would have been 72, half that would have been 30. You had to roll 36.
Okay.
I want to save 1 action to grab Pike and yank her, so that means I have an action and a bonus action and movement to fly a total of 360 feet halved, which is 180 feet to Pike. like a rocket, grab her and roll into the door of the mansion.
Okay. So as you dart past and grab her, right?
I can fly. I can arc.
So you're then taking your action to grab her
and roll us into the door.
Okay. You are leaving his combat range in doing so.
All right.
So he's going to get his attack opportunity on you.
Yes.
As part of his bite strike against you. So that is 18 plus 14, so 32.
That hits.
You take.
Do I have momentum? Grabbing her.
If it drops you, you drop, and you drop with her.
Well, I would imagine I did this. Boom. Blah, blah, blah. That's the intention.
Right. I understand that. The attack of a bite is going to change the trajectory of a dragon slashing at you.
Whatever you want.
So that's 8.
Oh, I'm out, dude. I got 5 hit points.
Okay, well, the total will be 8 plus an additional 46 cold damage. So yeah. So you grab Pike. As you begin to try and make the way, the bite snatches into you and lifts you up and just like throws you to the ground next to Pike, and you're both there on the ground.
But he bit me, right?
Yes, didn't bite Pike. You're both right outside of the door right now.
Oh,
Pike's alive. Pike's alive. And she's super strong.
So I'm just watching everybody like barrel to my feet.
Kind of, yeah.
My boyfriend. Hey, babe.
That ends Vex's turn. Vex, you're up.
Thanks for trying, Bex.
I'm gonna try to get.
Wait, so is Vax down? I don't think I'm quite understanding what happened there. Is Vax down, or was he trying to like essentially get extra movement like through the momentum? Or is Matt saying that just the bite just took away the rest of his movement? Because I know that he said like, oh, the bite would change your trajectory. So was Vax or Liam essentially trying to argue for extra movement? He was trying to get more movement with the momentum. I see. Okay. But he's unconscious now. Okay. So it's actually both. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. If he's unconscious, yeah, absolutely. I thought that Matt was essentially like out of nowhere ruling that Vorugal had like Sentinel, where he was like reducing Vax's speed to 0 all of it out of nowhere. But okay, that is not indeed what happened. He's just down to 0.
His attention and say, hey, stupid, and then I'm gonna hit him a couple.
Okay, go for it.
22.
22, does it?
Do I have sneak attack on him at all?
Currently.
Marisha isn't next to him.
Well, no, he's within range from Marisha. Marisha is not threatening him at the moment.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah.
So no sneak attack.
Correct.
Although I was hidden at the end of the last turn.
You were. He did not see you.
Okay. I'm threatening him.
Just growling at him. Keep growling.
10 is 15. Plus 9 is 24. Plus 4 is 28 on the first.
That hits.
Oh, that's damage.
Yeah. Nice.
And then the second attack hits is a 31.
Okay.
So 17 plus 5 is 22.
These are sharpshooter shots?
24.
No, I'm trying to remember. So it's the 1d10 plus bonus plus
1d8
sorry,
plus 8 plus 2 for Dragon plus Hunter's Mark.
Right, there we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so second one is how much damage?
24.
24, got it.
With 2 lightning damage. The first one had 4 lightning damage.
Okay. Is that your turn?
I mean, I want to help. I just don't know what I can do.
Hit the dragon.
That's all I can keep doing. Okay, then I'm gonna use my bonus action to hide.
Okay, go for a roll self check.
Okay, asshole.
We're bleeding them.
13.
Okay. End of your turn. The Vorgal's gonna use a second legendary action. And he's gonna swing around the tail over the top of the rock to slam down on the conscious Pike. So you're prone. Has advantage on the attack roll against you. That is 28 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
Okay.
Damn it.
22 points of bludgeoning damage.
Gone.
Oh.
So Pike's not unconscious, okay. Vorgal is now in this like ravenous primal rage and is just trying to finish things off successively. That's been a problem. So now with that, both of them are unconscious on the ground. Scanlan's out of the picture. Keith is still standing right by the side of the tree. Pike, you're up.
I will say that might seem brutal, but that is actually one of the most charitable things that Matt can do right now. Because if you don't use all your legendary actions, you're fudging. You're swinging it in the player's favor, right? Can't do that. And in like an obvious, detectable way by the players. Don't want to do that. If you go after Liam, or Vax, in this case, you might actually kill him. Bad. Obviously don't want to do that. That would be a huge dick move. Which, I mean, what Orthax and Ripley did, but also they were dicks in fiction. So I can, forgive that. Going after Ashley, who ostensibly has probably less than 22 health. I don't know what she got healed up to. I don't quite remember. I want to say it was 8, maybe. I think it was around 10, somewhere around there. And so by attacking her with that and dropping her back to 0, she is not only 2 people, it seems like they're pretty close to the mansion door. It's hard to track exactly on the map where the mansion door is. So they are the closest to objective safety, which makes them the better ones to go down. But also you're wasting a bunch of Vorugal's damage on that attack. Because if he had done that attack on someone else that had more health than Pike, then all of its damage would have actually gone through. You know what I'm saying? If you do that to someone with, 18 or 20 or even like 30 left, the full weight of that damage is going through. So overkilling Pike in this case, while yes, taking her out of the action economy, I think is more charitable for the players. It's like more on the players' side of things, like trying to help them out. Because if everyone is low and then he runs off and does a fucking breath weapon, he is way more likely to kill all of you in succession. So if he's getting off his like full damage from his tail attacks, from his claw attacks onto the higher health individuals and then breath weapons all of you, that's bad. But if he if he overkills people individually and then breath weapons the remaining people, they might have enough health left to survive. I mean, it's risky, but I think it's the right choice. And attacking and taking out Pike as opposed to anyone else has the least swing in Vox Machina's power. You know what I'm saying? Because she's such a lower level than them, than the rest of the party. So taking her out of the combat is proportionally not as bad for them compared to if he took out someone like Keyleth or Percy, something like that. So I think the correct choice in terms of targeting priority. Also, killing a guest player isn't as big of a deal, yeah. Lol.
Next, so I need you to go ahead and roll that saving throw.
Okay.
Just roll D20.
This is where being at the end of everything is great.
Yes!
20.
That's 20. Natural 20.
Does that do anything?
You were stabilized.
Oh.
You gain 1 hit point. You're conscious.
You're conscious.
So I have
That's
one
one hit
hit
point.
point.
Oh shit. Holy shit. That changes everything.
I'll take that.
Be here every week.
Okay.
Let's check that.
Oof. I don't even know what that
Yeah,
means.
20 you gain 1 hit point. So you're conscious again. The tail slams you and you go out, and as the tail pulls away, and you just catch yourself again. So it turns over, but you're back. Pulling the tail back. That's the end of your turn.
Wait, but I didn't do anything.
Yeah,
Your turn was the death saving throw. You take it at the end of your turn. So
You woke up.
But you woke up at the end of it.
Okay,
At
I'll take
the
it.
end of your turn, Vorugal uses the third and final legendary action for this round with a 20-foot range and is going to go ahead and swing the tail around, breaking through the tree towards Keyleth.
Oh my god.
That is a 29 to hit.
Yeah. Wait, does he have to, is this where does this come into play with the cloak?
Yes.
So you're at disadvantage.
That's true, yeah. That is a 24.
Nope.
Ancient Dragon, sorry. So that is 7, 14, plus 8, 22 points of bludgeoning damage.
And that's it?
22 points of bludgeoning damage.
I'm still alive. 22. Okay. So you have 14 hit points.
All right, now it's your turn, Keyleth.
Now it's my turn.
Yes.
I'm so torn, you guys. Do I heal you guys or do I do damage and go Earth Elemental? It's a big decision. Scanlan,
It's all on you, babe. I'm
Pike, you're at
across
1.
The one.
You're down.
He's down.
With advantage on death saves.
I'm doing real good.
You have advantage on death saves.
I'm cool.
What do I do, guys? Do I try and kill him or do I heal?
You've got 2 nearly dead people right next to you who are feet away from a mansion.
Can you
get
kill
them?
them? Oh, can you grasping vine them through the mansion door? It's open, right?
The vine wouldn't pull them through the door because you can only create it within a space where natural.
Yeah, I got to build around.
Throw them through the
Throw
door.
them.
Not
It doesn't
to
work
the
like that,
But
unfortunately.
you can throw them as a beastie elemental.
That's true. Whoa.
Yeah.
What are you gonna do, Keyleth?
Put yourself
Hurry
in
up.
the
I
candy
just
shell.
do okay. Fuck.
Oh, by the way, when I left the mansion, I locked it. I locked it.
Oh, really, Jonathan? Interesting. I didn't know that. I didn't realize that it was at the start of your turn. I guess that makes sense. That makes sense with the rubber banding issue. I think I'm I'm used to, at this point, thinking about Baldur's Gate 3. Get banned, Risky Park. Goodbye. It's in Baldur's Gate 3 that you lose your action if you get popped up in a turn. But yeah, getting a nat 20 is the same as healing 1 HP. And yeah, it doesn't take your action. Interesting. I hate that in BG3. I mean, I don't love it in BG3. I think it's an answer to the problem of like rubber banding people up and down, which is a known problem in D&D that like I think can very easily break verisimilitude. I prefer, now that there's new exhaustion, I prefer 1 point of exhaustion whenever you go down. That's my preference. And sure, yeah, you get to keep your action when you pop back up. But I think there needs to be some manner of detriment to going down. And I think that it's a fair direction to go with it to just take away the person's action. But I don't think it's the best way you could go with it. And I do think it should be addressed because, yeah, just like the popping up and down and there being no detriment that can fuck with my immersion a little bit. Good old yeet meta. Yeah, exactly. You roll death saves at the start of your turn, right? That, according to Jonathan Busby, I don't know. I know where that rule would be in the PHP, but I'm not going to take the time to look it up. But I believe it. I believe it.
No, it's a code lock.
Oh, good. I forgot the code.
Okay, I am
6969.
Yes, that would be
That's
fine.
I don't believe it's 524. I think it's just a common house rule, but people used to not do it because exhaustion was so punishing, but some people did. And now that exhaustion is less punishing, I think that the home rule is just kind of gaining popularity. Because it's something I've always considered trying, but I never wanted to try it when exhaustion was so punishing. But now I'm super down.
I'm going to cast Sunbeam.
Okay, that'll do.
So I'm going to beam in his face.
On Yank, of course.
It's okay, I got this. Beam in his face.
Okay, so you cast Sunbeam. 60-foot line, 5 foot wide. Right past that way. Okay.
Actually, does that hit both of them?
60 foot right through them.
You here, you might have to reposition to do so, but
What, like scooch over one?
probably to do it.
Yeah, I'll scooch over one. Take a little side step.
2
kind
right
of
there,
line
be able to do it that way. You get around the tree and pass the rock.
Nice.
So yeah, you can hit both of them.
All right. So they have to make a Constitution save.
Vorugal, that is a 32.
Fine.
Yank is a 27. So they both make it.
Well, they still take half damage.
Correct.
So it's
Unless.
68. Well,
68?
68 radiant damage.
Normally they take full damage and they're blinded.
Yeah.
So it would have been way cooler if it would have worked.
Really cool.
Ooh, that's a good roll. 11, 9, 26 points of radiant damage, and then I'm going to then go
26 then halved?
then halved.
All right.
And then I'm going to go air elemental form.
Ah. Racing the age-old tradition of the Arashari, Keyleth vanishes into a warm, swirling wind and picking up the very bits of sleet and snow around you. You're almost like a slushy tornado.
That's cool. Can I then take whatever like movement I have left to try and drag?
You've already used your action to cast the spell, unfortunately.
I can't use my movement though to like try and move.
You can use your movement to move, to pull somebody with you. That's part of
Different
your
action?
Yeah.
Alright, fight.
Okay. Then I am going to use my movement to go airborne
Okay.
up. I think I can go like 60 feet. I can see my fly speed.
Which is halved.
I have 90 feet.
90 feet, so 45 feet up if you want to.
Yeah.
Okay.
Kick him on the way up, and then he'll like follow you.
Okay, I kind of give him a little air poof kick in the face, just for flavor.
Sure, why not? There you go.
Like getting slushy in the face.
You rush up into the air.
Don't die,
Vorugal
guys.
does not get a attack opportunity because he already used 3 action against you. So without an issue.
I hope that was right.
All right, then it's your turn. Percy.
Okay. I'm going to take my 3 shots. I'm going to use my bonus action.
Right above you, you see Raishon, wings beating, just looking over and assessing the battlefield. You see Vorugal down there, bloody. You see Yank bloodied, both engaged and distracted. You are currently not in either of their attentive states.
Oh yeah. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to use my bonus action to reload. I'm going to take, which I can do now. I'm going to take my 3 shots at the white dragon with what I have left.
Okay.
Ground.
No, I can do nothing. That's 30.
30 hits.
It's 11, 12.1 necrotic, 12 points with 1 necrotic.
Okay.
Shot number 1. So knock these off, 2, 3. Next shot, same thing, standard shot. That ran, but 22. Oh, no, I'm sorry, it's not 22. It's so tired. 17 that misses.
17 misses, unfortunately. It hits the side. The shot shatters across the dragon hide.
Third
Can I
shot.
do War God's Blessing?
Oh, what's the ground?
I'm good. Don't worry.
You know what? Hold on, Percy, hold on. You are conscious on the ground, barely paying attention, and all of a sudden you hear the shot go off, and you see it about to blast against the hide. As a war cleric, let's see if he has to be within range, or if it's one of the things he can do if he attacks in range. So, creature's within 30 feet of you, so no, he's not.
How far? Yeah.
He's way too far.
24 for the next shot.
Okay, so third one does it.
And that's 12 points with 2 points of necrotic.
Okay, and hits.
I'm going to grab my rope. And I'm gonna wave at the green dragon and start dropping down.
Okay. I have a rope. I know you do. And as you leap off the side, the clinch.
Oh, goddamn it.
And the stone tink, comes loose, and you just come on the hill. And you should go ahead and make an acrobatics check.
Yeah, I can do that.
You can do this. You can do this.
Even at -1, I can do that. No, I can't.
No.
That was a 1.
Natural 1.
So 0. Roll the 0.
So you tumble, we're talking Homer Simpson style, like down the icy rocky side, landing prone and suffering 18 points of bludgeoning damage on the way landing prone on the ground.
Fine.
All right, Kima's turn.
Down, I'm down.
Kima's going to go and
down
flank
in one round.
Yank against Grog, giving her advantage on her
Nice.
attack. Her first attack, which brings, that's a 25 to hit, and her second attack is, yeah, both hit. So, her first strike with her Holy Thunder Maul. 14, 19 points of damage against the Gristro, and she's going to, let's see, yeah, she's going to burn another third level spell to do a Holy Smite at 3rd level.
Get it.
Ooh, already. 12, 18, 23 additional radiant damage on top of that. And then her second strike, she's going to burn her last third
Open
level,
it up, Kima.
her last third
Kill
level
it,
spell.
Kima. Kill it.
That is 5, 11, that's 5, 16, 18, 19, 23, 31. Nice. Yeah, she did a lot of damage in that round. Slamming twice with the maul backside of Yank. The first one slams him in the shoulder, sending him to the ground with his fist. He starts getting back up. She spins using the inertia and slams the maul into the side of his knee, which pops out and sends him down onto one knee now. And Yank is basically half prostrate in front of you, Grog, preparing for your next round of combat. And Kima's turn is now Raishan's turn.
She made him bend the knee.
Raishan does not get the breath back, however, is going to fly.
As she's dizzy.
Not used to the ice and can't quite get full speed there, looking close enough to attempt a blight spell at the very least. Vorugal fails?
Yes!
No, that's 18. Yeah, fails to save.
Yeah!
Yes.
But,
Light spell.
but,
A lot of damage. Come on.
bit of resistance.
Remember when Kima used that?
Might have burned it.
All of them?
Yeah,
On what?
So yeah, it's burning legendary resistance to make it happen, so it still makes the save.
Oh.
Still half. It has 1 left. Okay, so it takes 18 points of necrotic damage. That's the end of that turn. Is now Yank's turn. Yank
Bad Necro.
is going to go ahead and do a full multi-attack against you again, Grog. That is a 24 to hit.
That'll hit.
She has advantage on you because you took this attacks. So yeah, that hits. Second one is 26 to hit.
Hits.
And natural 20. All right.
I'm gonna use my stone's endurance on the natural 20.
It doesn't seem to like underscores. Ragdollnoise.wav? Wait, so like test underscore test won't work? Like that? I mean, it might work if I type it in, but is that the sort of thing you mean, or the period, or what? It's weird. That's strange. Test.test. I don't know. I know. Also, while I wait for Topaz to respond, I will say, I don't personally think that the action is too brutal. Personally, I mean, you got down to 0. I think that's just kind of how it goes. I wouldn't personally use action specifically. Like I said, I like the exhaustion angle. But like going down to 0 is basically the only thing that matters. Because it's not like you can take like scars or trauma or anything like that in D&D. So I think if you go down to 0, it should be pretty punishing. And I mean, it's not like you can play while you're making death saves anyways. But like I said, I understand the direction that you're going. I would on the alternative, I would say that bonus action halved movement isn't enough of a debuff. I like exhaustion. I think it fits well. Especially because it takes multiple long rests to wear off. So if you go down in a single combat multiple times, I like the ludonarrative resonance, I guess, that going down multiple times in a combat would take you multiple long rests to sleep off. So I like that angle of it. But I don't think that the action is that bad. I think I would lean more on the side of like more of a debuff than less, because going down to 0 is basically the only thing you want to avoid in D&D. Streamer bot just has a vendetta. No, but yeah, it was similar to yours and amusingly Saunders. Weird. That's so strange. I wonder if it's because it thinks that it's like a file. Like, I wonder if it's, like, potentially filtering out, like, not HTML injection. What do you call it? String injection? Like, maybe if it looks like a file name, it won't go. So what would it be like? What? Ragdoll underscore noise.wav. I don't know. I don't know. It also might just be it will let mine through, but it wouldn't let yours through. I don't know. It's also, yeah, streamer. The streamer.bot chat is still in beta, so it might just have some weird bugs. Hopefully it's not too oppressive. I'm glad that you could at least get through a message to tell me. If it's too consistent, then I can look at possibly switching to something else. Maybe it spikes because you get closer to the mic. I mean, my volume would spike when I get closer to the mic. Did on ludonarrative dissonance, maybe something to check out later. Doesn't sound like something to worry about now. Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely, like, this is a very not sensitive. I don't know what to call it. Yeah, sensitive mic. So it does make sense that it would spike as I get closer or further away, or if I just have an animated moment. But it should clip off and hopefully not be too distracting. I haven't changed anything specifically about the mic since, like compared to any other streams. So that's weird. This is like a spike. I haven't heard you spike before. Yeah, that's strange. That's strange, because I definitely haven't changed anything about the mic. Like, it's not doing it now. Yeah, it wouldn't. I think it's mostly spiking when I'm talking loud and moving close. Like, I kind of do a lot of range. But also, I normally do that, so I don't know what... Yeah, I don't know what's different about it now. Because I also don't think that the volume setting is too different. It's been like 5 or 6 times the stream. Yeah, strange. Yeah, I'll have to look into it.
I'll do retaliation on one of those 3 hits.
Okay.
Retaliation?
Yep.
That's new.
All right. So the first fist is 12, 19, 29 points of piercing damage. Okay. So reduce that to 14. Plus 3 points of fire damage. The fist suddenly bursts into flames. It slams into you. The secondary fist comes swinging around the other way, dealing 20 points of piercing damage reduced to 10. Okay. Plus, you take 8 points of lightning damage as suddenly an arc of energy streaks the fist, slamming the other side of your face, just taking it on each side. And as you grin, it kind of leaps up in the air. This very, very strong, thick legs getting almost up above you, and then kicks down with its hooves towards you, like a very, very angry goat. This is the critical.
This is the worst kind.
What's Stone's endurance?
The angriest goat.
Reduce the damage, yeah.
Oh,
I've been hit by a goat in the face before.
Ooh.
Is
Yeah, no, really. I got nailed by a goat.
What?
ow.
The Zoot?
No, we were
That hard?
filming this ridiculous television series called Helltown when I was like a dictator's office.
I'll say.
No, well, no, not the show.
If
If you see the show,
46 points of bludgeoning damage. 46. Reduce 23. Plus 10 points of ice damage as the hooves slam into you, leaving this kind of frozen cracks where the blood should be underneath, but it seals the wound almost.
Like, 14, so I reduced that by 14?
Correct. Reduce that by 14, and then you can make a retaliatory strike.
Ray Weapon Master Reckless. Go for it. 26.
That hits.
22. 32.
30 points damage. How do you want to do this?
Yeah, girl. Grog.
Oh, snap.
Grog. Give me that stab.
So when he jumped up and did the like hoof kick down, I'm gonna take it and then grab his hooves, and then wishbone him.
As you grab him, you slam him. You try to get him to pull, and he just slams onto the ground. You see him grab his arms back, try and pull himself back up. You just kick him straight down again, and as you laugh, you push your foot into his crotch area. As you pull, yank in half.
Yank him in half.
Just like smearing you with black burning blood, and it does burn you. You do suffer 5 points of fire damage. The blood that's squirting on you is like burning into the skin. You tear him mostly in half. You can see the innards kind of spilling into the snow and melting the snow in like a 5-foot radius of you. It's like still surviving as you pull him apart. As you get closer, it reaches forward and grabs you and palms your head with his last bit of strength and just to squeeze. The fingers just eventually go lax before the hand to the ground.
I look at both the legs in my hand. I look at him and go, "Which one's lucky?"
She goes, "You are." All right, so that ends Yank's turn. Yank's turn. Vorugal.
Hey, Matt, can I rewind?
Forget about it, baby.
No. Sorry. Yank is done and torn open on the ground. Okay.
Now I just have to deal with the 2 dragons.
Well, one, hopefully.
Yeah.
We can let
6.
them.
One now.
It's gonna walk.
Vorugal, he's going to go ahead and
Attack Rayshawn.
come up, and then
Does Pike get an attack of opportunity?
Pike is not going to hit him. Yeah, with Raishan blasting it, now seeing the dragon, Vorugal's going to turn this way, kind of behind the space underneath the elemental. Turn, you betrayer! And unleash a blast of frozen death down, hitting Raishan as well as Vax and Pike. Pike, you're unconscious. Vax, you fail a death saving throw automatically.
I thought Pike had 1 hit point.
1 hit point.
Right. If you make the save, you're still taking 30
Now
damage, cold damage, so you're down.
And on automatic negative.
Automatic 1 fail on a death saving throw. Raishan does
So I'm unconscious.
not make the save. You're unconscious, yeah. Raishan does not make the save and takes.
Oh, that's interesting. Because I was about to say it should be 2 death saves, but I actually think it is. Yeah, it is only 1. Yeah. No, it's yeah. That's straight up. My instinct, because at least most of the time that it's happened at my tables, it's not. I guess probably not necessarily the most common, but it's if they're downed melee attacks or criticals. Criticals are 2 death saves. And so at first I was thinking, oh man, a saving throw can't crit. I guess that's fair. But then I was like, oh wait, it's just not melee. That's it. Yeah, it's 2 for melee. I'm surprised Vorugal isn't fleeing at this point. I guess it depends on how much health he has and how strong he considers Raishan. I think at this point, if Raishan wasn't here, I think he'd be feeling relatively... Well, I guess I don't know. I don't know how much health he has. But it seems like he'd be doing okay, at least, against Vox. So I guess it depends on how weak he views Raishan. You know?
72 points of ice damage.
1's down.
But it is interesting. Honestly, in general, I'm pretty sure we've already gotten the bloodied indication at this point from Matt. I would have had Vorugal probably flee at bloodied. And if not, fleed after bloody once Raishan revealed herself. I guess there's maybe an argument that he's in, I think Matt called it like a bestial rage, which I guess could mean mindless lack of self-preservation. I don't like that trope personally, but I guess it could kind of work.
Yeah, it's going to end in Vorugal's turn very angrily. All right, that brings us to Grog.
Yeah.
Come on, Grog.
Can I make a quick look down? Do I see any like spire of conflict?
Make a quick investigation check.
In my rage.
In your rage.
Natural 1. I'm gonna take off running towards Vorugal.
All right. As far as you can get on a full movement, you
I'll
could dash
and do whatever extra
or dash.
as I can. Yeah. Dash. Sorry.
There you go. You can get up there.
Okay. Cool.
All right, that ends Grog's turn. Scanlan, you're up.
I will bonus action take my potion of greater healing.
Okay.
Right, that's the medium one.
Yeah, it's 4d4 plus 4.
Okay. All my d4s are gone. I'll do this. Ooh, terrible. Okay. Oh man, that's terrible.
What'd you get?
11 total.
From which potion?
Raider.
Yeah.
Okay. And well, shit. Okay, I'll move towards the dragon a bit.
Actually, person making concentration check, we could just make a constitution save.
Oh shit! Thank you.
For Hex, yeah, I forgot about that.
Constitution saving.
Yeah.
That would be a -1. no, not -1. At -1. That's is that -1.
Yeah.
That would be a 9. 15.
15. No, actually, I'd say for you to take half damage. Yeah.
Okay.
So Hex stays. All right. So Scanlan.
I don't know options. Not to save our friends. No, I'm way out of range.
Can you dimension door and then run with her?
I can't.
That's an action.
I'm done. I've moved. I've acted. I can just throw a ball. I'll throw a fireball at Big Whitey.
Okay.
Yeah. We're centered way back, so it doesn't
Way back
get
there.
into my friends.
Okay, go for it.
Three charges, I guess. What do? I just do
Okay,
it.
it's natural 20 on a save, so yeah, he does make
Yeah.
a save.
So when I was gonna say, I rewind because he didn't let me. He has disadvantage on a save this time because he didn't let me retroactively go back and do it.
That's right. Natural 1. 21.
Are you kidding?
Wow. Okay.
Burn this motherfucker.
Every time we have one of these big fights.
It's just like there's no middle ground, is there? There's just no middle ground at all.
To be fair, we do a lot of rolls in these big fights.
Yeah, the microphone pops are definitely coming from CR. Those like while it's playing. I don't think it's the spiking that Sarah was talking about, but yeah, those small microphone pops are coming from their video.
But a straight 20 to 1 flip flop.
Heads or tails, heads or tails.
It's okay, it's okay.
Better than having it.
29.
That's good. That's okay.
The explosion hits, you see it sends ice shards shooting everywhere, leaving a big kind of crater in the ground where the snow once was, and part of the stonework is barely scratched. The blast hits Vorugal, and Vorugal, he's like...
Oh, he's looking bad, guys.
Looks down at the two unconscious bodies on the ground, looks up at Raishan.
Don't do it. Run.
Then your turn.
Yes.
Okay. End of your turn. It's going to go ahead and use 2 actions to go ahead and do a wing attack, beating its wings, hitting every creature within 15 feet. So I need... Oh shit. You're out.
Also, I definitely don't think that we're going to do the next episode because I'm slowly losing it. The energy and attention. Because I definitely should have commented right there on Spicy Sam. On Sam being like, oh, you didn't let me go back and rewind, so now he has disadvantage. It's like, oh, damn, okay. Sheesh. That's a little, woo. I mean, I don't even disagree necessarily, but damn, a little, woo. I do think that's like fair. Is like, he didn't have, he should have had disadvantage on the last one, but we skipped it, so he has disadvantage on this one. I think that's fair. But damn, little aggressive. But I do also think I heard earlier Taliesin say that he's very tired. I think it's pretty late for them. I mean, this is 4:32. And they started this session late to try and wait for Ashley. So I think they're probably a little bit tired, a little cranky. The combat isn't going amazingly. Like, I think they're probably going to win, but it's not going the best. Like, they're not out of the woods in terms of death. Yeah. Sam tried to pop in to rewind, but it got lost in the shuffle. I mean, I heard him try to pop in to rewind. I think Matt legitimately just said no. I think Matt, when he tried to pop in to rewind, Matt was just like, no. Which, to be fair, just like the phrase rewind, I've never heard them use before. I don't think it's like, I don't think it has like an explicit meaning. Run ads. No. We're not running ads. We're pushing through. But no ads. We're fine. I don't think it has like an explicit meaning in their group. I don't think it means like, hey, we did something wrong. So I think when he said, can I rewind? In my head, which I think is possibly how Matt heard it, it sounded like he didn't do like his bonus action and like wanted to do like healing word or something with his bonus action. That's how I interpreted his like, can I rewind? But it was not like that. So then we got Sassy Sam. And we got Sassy Sam. Everyone's tired. The cast, Mega, me. Everyone is tired. That's true. We're almost there. Yeah, we got 10 minutes left. I'll push through after this. Jonathan Busby. Matt assumed he was changing an action or something rather than going for a disadvantage reroll. Yeah, I think so. I also believe Ashley's the most tired. She just got off a plane. Yeah, she did. Fuck. From New York, which is an earlier time zone. So it's like her body thinks it's like 3 hours later than it is. Oy, oy, oy. She's probably exhausted.
Range, actually. Marisha, Grog, I need you to make a dexterity saving throw.
I got a bad range. I do. 21.
21, unfortunately fails. Take 15 points of bludgeoning damage and you're knocked prone. Also, Pike and Vax, you both failed a death saving throw from the bludgeoning winds of the ice dragon's wings beating downward.
Damn it.
So you guys are at 2 failed.
She's
Did 2 failed. Pike's at 1.
Vorugal is going to go ahead and start. He's going to head upward and begin flying in this direction to just telltale flee.
Spot and flee.
Do you get an attack as he's flying by?
Yeah, do I get an attack of opportunity here?
You were right over him.
You were right over him as he gets up. I'll give you one.
It's just like 2 like
Because I
melee
don't have
basics, right?
any more things here, we'll say.
Yeah, then you got below
We
it.
have to go get
He's
him.
leaving.
Huh.
Unleash.
Can I do a spell attack on him as a action? It's just melee, right?
Yeah, that's specifically a Warcaster feat ability.
Just one slam attack?
One slam attack, yeah.
Not a lot.
Small thing from Matt there, but that sort of describes a lot of my thought process on rule of cool or flexible ruling type stuff. And I've mentioned it before of like, oh, that would step on blank class's ability. That encapsulates my thought process right there. If Warcaster didn't have that aspect of it, I might say like, sure, why not? But I am much more restrictive when it steps on a feat's ability or a class's feature or something like that.
Nope. Definitely not.
How fast? Is he still within visual range?
Yeah. Can we
Currently, he just moved 40 feet with that one reaction.
Okay.
We can still
We
hit
can
him
still hit him.
with the ranged.
Possibly, yeah. So that ends Scam's turn. Vax needs you to make a death saving throw. You have advantage.
Advantage.
Okay.
17.
Yeah, okay. So you're okay for now. Vex, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna hit him twice.
But
Alright, go
burn
for
this guy down.
Hit him with everything we got. Hit him with everything we got.
He's almost
27.
There's some hits.
Okay. $25 on the first.
25 damage. All right, then the second hit.
Okay. The second is also 27.
How do you want to do this?
Oh my god!
We're gonna live! Oh my god!
So you're just taking away, and you have a shot as it's kind of arcing to the right of you, just bleeding, kind of limping in the air, but managing to pick up speed. The sleet and the snow is strong and firing
I
around
want
you.
to see a cut on his stomach where Yank left a hole, and I want to go straight into his heart.
As you decide the first arrow, you aim for it, it streaks off and hits another wound, and gets jammed in. Pull back the second arrow, and right as you see the snow beginning to blind the image, just one moment of clarity that hits you. Release the arrow, piercing inside of the wound eyes where one of Yank's horns had gashed into its front of his chest. Vorugal and just spins into a corkscrew, plummets and crashes into the side of the ravine. To blind the image, just one moment of clarity that hits you.
Actually,
Release the arrow.
I'll slow it down a little bit
Piercing
more.
inside of the wound eyes where one of Yank's horns had gashed into its front of his chest. Vorugal and just spins into a corkscrew, plummets and crashes into the side of the ravine. Tumbles backward, rocks come tumbling onto it. Vorugal hits the ground, smacked open as it begins to get back up. A bunch of rocks slam down and one big shard of ice just slams into his chest. Still like writhing in place as he's
And
bleeding
a
out.
tree grows out of his guts.
Yeah!
He's still like currently holding on as he's kind of jammed to the ground. You see like the bluish blood kind of leaking outside of the mouth. And just can't move, and you can see like the strength leaving Vorugal's body. Raishon swoops up next to Vorugal's corpse, leaning over.
Tell your master on the other side, when you see him, that it was worth it.
And Raishon just sinks her teeth into his throat and tears it out. You see the spray of blood across Raishon's mouth and across the front of the ravine as Vorugal's body just falls limp to the ground. Spits the chunk of white dragon flesh onto the bottom of the ravine. The green dragon spins around, facing you all.
Well done.
And just kind of backs into a sitting position. The wings kind of furl down and fold into the side.
Take your spoils. It seems the war is nigh.
Shit.
There will be a conversation.
I run as fast as I can over to Pike and Vax.
I run to the body of the big demonic thing and start going through it.
Okay, roll an investigation check.
Right.
I have 2 basic potion spells. I decoy both of them and shove them in their gullets.
Aww.
Okay. While that's happening, in the time it takes you guys to rush over, I need you both to make one more death saving throw.
Oh shit.
Oh, fuck, come on, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah.
Whoa,
And a 10 and a 3.
I mean,
Oh,
Not funny.
Jesus.
Not funny.
Oh, good. 11.
So yeah, Grog comes by, Greg scoops you both up, and just force feeds you 2 basic healing potions. You both come to consciousness, bruised, beaten, but apparently the current struggle is done. Though you're now shivering, cold, soaked through, all of you, the elements themselves have really sunken in once the adrenaline begins to wear
I
off.
fly down and cast Cure Wounds
don't know yet.
on Vax.
Okay.
To you, inside the mansion, now.
How much do you potions heal for them? It's 1d4 plus...
Yeah, it's the lowest.
Oh, sorry, 2d4 plus 2.
Yeah.
Yes, we do.
Vex, we have a dragon to discuss.
No, I'm good at that. I'm the one that's good at that.
Take them in.
You go.
Take them
I'm
in.
the one who's good at harvesting.
6.
Did you find
Let's do.
everything?
So I don't
I'm
know.
gonna work on
You
it.
heal 8 Vax, and for
He's-
Pike,
8.
I'm
Oh,
gonna
I
come
did
help you
7.
because he's get inside now,
7.
So 7 to Pike.
and I'm gonna fly over and try to help Percy now that they're safe.
Yeah,
I got a 16.
I help
16
Percy
heal?
as well.
No, 16
Oh,
to
to
investigate.
sorry.
Fuck healing. I'm looking for.
Yeah, as you start peering through, you can see there's an intestinal tract that's like covered in thorns. It's just a very weird, fucked up alien creature based on any sort of, anatomic understanding you
Diving
have.
face first.
But as you pull back, you can find there's one rigid portion of the inside of its intestinal tract that is swollen and looks to have this kind of...
Such a Tibbs move. That's a very funny way to put it. I did think for a second. I'm gonna let it all play out. I think I'm gonna fully let the episode finish before I talk too much about it, because I want to do the whole thing. But I do have a thought on that.
weird black pulsing mass that's surrounded, like it's just infected perpetually.
Pull out my cord and cut it out.
You begin to cut into it, and the black mass, as you pull it back, you can see there are actual vines and ivy that are begun to grow inside of its abdomen.
It's a dermoid.
You tear back and pull it, and as soon as you cut back the rest of the muscle that's currently tensing it in, the muscle almost instinctually pulls back all the tension lost, and it almost fires this staff-like entity out that kind of just shoots outward, and you have to kind of dodge to the side immediately. You see this strangely pristine amongst all the crimson and gore, like the blood of this creature does not even touch its surface. What looks to be a twisted series of clumped together thorny vines that form this curvature at the top. A singular kind of yellowish green gem in the center that seems to almost hover, locked in place by no noticeable force. It's just there, jutting out of the body of the creature.
I run to Percy.
I walk to you as we're walking to the dragon anyway, so, and I just hand it to you. Your Majesty.
I land next to them. Oh my god. Let's get inside.
Right, that's right.
Karma's a bitch! Beautiful.
Vorugal ain't shit.
You all rush into the inside of the mansion?
I don't immediately.
Okay.
We're finishing up the harvesting, and I go to talk to Raishan really quickly.
Yeah, we're
I
about
stay
to have
out
a
and I search
conversation.
more around Yank.
I'm sending you to work on the dragon.
I'm coming with you to have that conversation.
I'm just sending. Okay.
I'm coming with you to have that conversation.
I will come as well.
I'm outside
Sure,
as well.
Keyleth doesn't kill anyone.
Yeah, me too.
Thank you. You've earned a conversation. We'll see you at home. You should get there quickly so that there's no suspicion.
What's home?
We don't say it.
Very well. I hope that perhaps this display of intent has quelled some of your worries. See you at home, then.
The form shifts down into that of Assume. Closes the eyes for a second, and the form just shifts as you see a sudden glyph appear beneath and vanishes.
Damn.
That was not a fight we were about to have.
Soon as we did.
Wait.
I just silently go and start harvesting the white dragon.
I mean, did you see how weak she was compared to Vorugal?
Let's just hope she stays that way. I start harvesting the white dragon, as much as I can.
You've got to find Larkin.
Yeah, where's the
Send off a signal.
Larkin, where are you?
An empty potion bottle out and get some of Yank's blood.
Notice how Larkin and the green dragon were never in the same place?
And I'll put it in the hold.
Never mind.
Okay. As you're doing that too, like you notice that Yank's body is like rapidly decomposing. Like its form is
Pull
dissolving
anything
from
we
the
can.
inside.
I'll go over.
I try as
start
fast as I
pulling
can. Oh wait, from who?
To Yank.
Oh.
I'm gonna run over and try and pull anything from Yank.
I figure for the fact that it's near midnight,
yeah,
we can go ahead and begin next game with working out all the logistics of what you've managed to harvest, the rolls and such. We'll pick up from here next time.
Or we could just do that off the table. Yes! Let's begin the next section with homework. Woo! God.
That was intense, guys. Well done.
Oh my god.
Perfectly executed plan.
No, it really was. It actually was.
This
This exactly. No, this is.
Oh my
As
god.
bad as it could have.
That couldn't have gone any
Maybe you
worse
had
in
a
the beginning.
minion.
Everyone hitting each other maybe once, and then it was all on.
Actually, they did some pretty decent damage. I think Yank did close to 100 points of damage before you guys even engaged for it all.
Oh boy.
Can I have
That was not what we foresaw.
Can I see it?
She wants to see the card.
Can you see it?
I don't want to wait a week.
It's not.
Sure,
Yeah,
sure. I know you're gonna take some time to do it. So yeah, you can go ahead and have a look at your Spire because you earned it.
Good work, girl.
I didn't think I was gonna get one, you guys.
That's cool.
Well, guys,
Well,
well done. You've now taken down 3 of the 5 Chroma Conclave dragons, and with the death of Vorugal, pretty much are spearheading the final push to Thordak.
Thordak skirt yet?
We'll find out, huh?
I'm gonna throw up.
Well, guys, thank you so much.
All right. That's where it ends. That's where it ends. Okay. Okay. Yeah, we're definitely the dogs would be pissed if I started a new episode. I think my gut instinct is that we will probably do the episode 72. Gut instinct is that we'll just do the whole thing on Wednesday. That's what I currently think. Next Wednesday. I reserve the right to change my mind. But I think we'll probably just do the whole thing on Wednesday. That fight, I am sure I will have more thoughts in the takeaway section. But my main... It's tough. It's tough. Because I always say fudging is cool as long as your players don't know you're fudging. And what that means depends on the players. It depends on the table. Like, it is very table-to-table dependent. And so, you know, I can only say that for me personally, Vorugal staying until he did feels like fudging to me. It feels like being too generous with them being able to kill him. Like, I think broadly, Matt is probably more of like what I would say is like a deadly DM than I am. Broadly again. But that was a situation where like my Vorugal would have run away a while ago. Cause it's not even like Vex and Venthros did a decent amount of damage in the last turn, but not that much. And like not enough that I would even consider it like a surprise that she did that much. She had already done more to Vorugal in previous turns, so he knew that she was capable of doing that much. And this just gets on one of my big things that makes enemies feel like D&D video game combats is when they don't run away. Like, I don't know how Vorugal could get to be his age if his survival instincts are that poor. That, like, one decent attack killed him. I don't know. Again, I know that is just a me thing. But I think that every player is going to have that level of thing about something. You know, something that really brings them out of it. And for me, apparently, it is that survival instinct. If a enemy doesn't feel like they have one, I am almost instantly like, DM just wants us to kill it. DM doesn't want us to have to do the work of fighting it again. Which, like, I get. Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't want to fight the same thing over and over again. Because that's boring and lame. But I think it's on the DM to balance that, to make there be a reason that the dragon can't run away. Or if they do, then that's on the players to go and fight them later. I mean, it's essentially what happened with Umbrasyl. Umbrasyl ran away, and then they fought him back at his lair. So yeah, I don't know. To me, this was like a moment that they should have learned a lesson of, hey, if you don't stop the dragons from flying, they're going to run away. To me, this feels like a learning moment for the players of like, it happened with Umbrasyl, and they actually prepared even less for that eventuality with Vorugal. So I think this should have been a moment of like, guys, if you don't stop them, they're gonna run away. They can fly. Like, you need to learn that before you go and fight Thordak, the big one. Yeah. That's how it feels like it kind of should have been. But based on the reactions that we could see, because I don't like to speculate on like what the players think or feel, but based on the reactions we can see, it doesn't seem like they questioned it much. So maybe it worked for them, but it really didn't work for me. I don't feel like I can see that distinctly behind the screen sometimes, but yeah, I don't know. For some reason, this felt very strange to me. Also, what if Vorugal doesn't like to flee, ruins the hunt? My opinion of that is that if that was his status, I don't know how he made it to ancient. If that was how a young white dragon behaved, like a la like Rhymefang, or not even Rhymefang, Sky Sunder, sure. But I think that anything that had that type of mentality has either gotten cosmically lucky to never have encountered anything that could kill it. It's just gotten very, very lucky. Or it would have died long before it made it to Ancient. Because my understanding is that Ancient is hundreds of years old. Hundreds. So I just... you get sold, you become arrogant. Dying to the thing you're hunting also ruins the hunt. A bit. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I think that is, and this is where I think that, like, I do think that it was within a realm of plausibility to where some people could suspend their disbelief. Like, I think you can play on the ego of the dragons or the arrogance, of getting old. And especially, like, maybe once you reach ancient status, there stops being things that you have to worry about. Like, I can see that. I can see that being something that someone could suspend their disbelief. You know, I can see that being a mindset someone could have. It doesn't ring right to me, but that is a personal thing. I can fully see. Like, that does not kind of clear my bar, but it might clear someone else's. I could see that. Not only it varies the fight, but it also characterizes Vorugal in relation to Umbrasyl. It does. It characterizes him as, in my opinion, dumber than Umbrasyl. Which, like, I know that he's supposed to be dumber. Like, I know that that's, like, kind of the whole thing is, like, oh, the white dragons are the dumb ones. I think it just characterizes him as too dumb to be believable for my own believability. I cannot personally believe that he would be that dumb. I as dumb as I personally think that was. I can't quite get there. But again, I can see that some people could either think that yes, he could be that dumb, or that people think, oh, it's not actually that dumb because of X, Y, and Z. I disagree with both of those, but that's fine. It would be lamer if he also fled to his lair and got killed there exactly like Umbrasyl. It would be lame, but like Vox kinda deserves it. Maybe this is a hot take, I don't know, but they kinda deserve that because they still have no plan for how to deal with the fact that dragons can fly. And that's like a big thing that they need to address. Especially before they fight Thordak and or Raishan. So it's like, it is lame if they try to fight a dragon somewhere else and they fly away and then they fight them later at their lair. I agree. But that is also just the result of trying to fight a dragon somewhere else. Like, their plan shouldn't always work, you know? The plan of we will fight the dragon somewhere else but not have a plan to stop them from flying away, I think there's a big hole in that plan. I think there's a big hole in that plan that makes it a bad plan. And they need to be presented with that fact. Like, I think their plan was broadly good, except for the fact that they couldn't stop him from running away, which they needed to consider. I don't know. Vorugal may not be the smartest of dragons, but he knows not to turn his back on Raishan. Does he? I don't know. It's, I guess instead of turning his back, he can suck up the poison from the front. I think he should have turned his back on Raishan pretty quick. Yeah. We don't really know how low health Umbrasyl was when he fled, since he had some healing potions, if I can recall, in the cave. He should have fled when he had enough health to flee. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe Vorugal was having an off day. Maybe he was. That is a legitimate explanation, honestly, that like works within realism. I just can't suspend my disbelief for it, you know? Yeah, Vorugal fleeing there, IMO, he just flees to Amon. I mean, yeah, he could also just flee to Amon, yeah. Now that I think someone is in the wrong for thinking that him not fleeing makes the fight lame, I just think it's less lame. No, sorry. Honestly, to be fair, I do think it would have been more lame, like in a vacuum. If I can pretend that I'm like suspending my disbelief no matter what, I think it's more lame. I think it results in more lame gameplay if he flees there. But I personally, it breaks the fiction too much for me. And that's why I said I think that this is a personally me thing. But I do also think that different people are going to have that level of thing for different aspects of the fiction and of the game. Like we were talking last time about how much it annoys me in how they insist on handling Pike. And like, to me, I'm just like, hand wave it. Who cares? This is lame, the way that we're doing it, wasting all this time. You know? It's like, yeah, the thing that I am advocating for, that I would want, I think results in more lame gameplay, but I can't not want it because it bugs me so much that he wouldn't run there. It just feels too much like we are playing a game now, you know? Yeah, I don't know. Oh, lame is considered an ableist term. No one means it that way, but I feel it should be said. Yeah. That's fair. Yeah. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah. Okay. I guess I knew that, but I had not thought about it that way. Which is not great, but I think that's the honest answer. Yeah, okay. Yeah, good to be reminded of, yeah. Could have sworn that the ableist term and the slang for uncool were spelled differently. No, they are spelled the same. That is true. Yeah, today I learned. Yeah. No, because it is. Yeah. That's fair. I think if you use lame to mean boring or uncool, then it's not ableist, not 100% certain. Yeah, that is how I had thought about it, but I'm not. Some slang / slurs work that way and some don't, and I'm not really in any disabled communities, so I don't really know. And I can avoid the word. Not that hard. So yeah. Good looking out. Yeah. Interesting. Doggies. But anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I do think it would have been uncool though. I think it would have been less interesting for him to run. I think it was like a fun death, a fun kill, and a nice resolution to their plan. But it also might have, to a degree, something to do with the different types of tables that me and Matt run at. I think his table is generally more heroic, and mine is less so. Like, I think the general tone of Vox Machina is that, yes, they are presented with challenges, but they are challenges that they are kind of supposed to overcome, if that makes sense. Which is what I generally think of when I think of heroic. It's like, there is something wrong, but if you try hard enough, no matter what you try, as long as you give your best effort, you will defeat the problem. You will solve the challenge. You will defeat the evil. As long as you try hard, not necessarily try correctly. And my tables definitely lean more towards like, I don't really care how hard you try. If you don't do the right thing, and by right thing, I don't necessarily mean that there is one solution to every problem, but there are problems that need to be dealt with a lot, and if you don't address them, you might just lose. And that's it. Which sometimes when my players do lose, it doesn't feel great, but I don't need to threaten death to my players. I can just threaten failure. And my players do fail sometimes. They don't die a lot. I've had one player death. I've never had a TPK. But my players fail all the time. And then when they succeed, I personally feel that it makes the successes even more rewarding. But yeah. If he went back to the Ravenites instead of his lair to risk collateral damage, it may have been cooler because he's raising the stakes and it characterizes Vorugal as rageful. Possibly. Yeah, I could see that. I could see if, he went and just like burned out the Ravenites. Or he just takes a nap in the wilderness and then comes back and ruins the Ravenites. There could be some consequences there. Because I think one of the things that would really feel, or that didn't feel quite maybe as good about Umbrasyl, and would have felt even less good if they had repeated it, is the fact that it was basically just doing the fight again and there was really no difference. But I agree, if they fail to kill Vorugal the first time, he escapes, and then there is a detriment. There is, hey, your plan failed. It didn't work. He got spooked. He ran away, and you had no way to hold him there, and now the Ravenites are dead. That is more the sort of thing that would happen in my game. And, you know, I think that if you're going to run that sort of thing with like those sorts of consequences, you have to make sure that they don't get into analysis paralysis. But that's one of the reasons that I make a lot of use of timers. A chase where VM are the ones in pursuit would be a nice change of pace. I mean, it's theoretically what they could have done with Umbrasyl, and it's one of the tough parts about like a dragon and why you have to lock it down is because it's really fast. It's hard to catch a dragon, so it's hard to even like really do a chase sequence with it. It's one of the reasons I was thinking about the control weather from Keyleth to potentially make some sort of weather conditions that would slow it down so that you could do a chase sequence with it. That could have been interesting. But I don't know. Chasing would have led to the same problem since they also did that with Umbrasyl, or at least they plummeted from the sky. I mean, yeah, with Umbrasyl, he escaped, so it wasn't even... I think when I think of a chase sequence, I think of two parties going at relatively the same speed. But Umbrasyl and Vorugal, to an extent, are so fast that I don't really think you can do like a full-on chase sequence with them. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe you'll feel better about it if you headcanon that the Divine Intervention grounded him perma. I mean, I would feel delighted about that. I could headcanon that, I guess. Or I could headcanon that the Divine Intervention made him even stupider. I don't know. Yeah. In mass, endangering innocence is always a fun escalation. It's a fun escalation always. Which, I mean, with both Umbrasyl and Vorugal, that has been the threat. With Umbrasyl, he started taking members of the herd. So that was kind of the escalation, is, you know, maybe the herd are more or less innocent. But I think the implication was that it was going to start happening with the Ravenites too. So that threat is, yeah, I think, and I actually, it's funny, speaking of the herd, I'm almost positive that I had a very similar reaction when talking about the Kevdak fight, where I said there needs to be a punishment if Vox runs. And I hope there's a punishment if Vox runs. It's the same thing in reverse. If the enemies flee, there needs to be repercussions, and the enemies should flee. Oh, yeah. Yeah. And endangering innocence is always the one of the easiest escalations, yeah. To play devil's advocate towards you, I can see Matt wanting save another potential fleeing dragon for the big two. Possible. And again, it's hard. It's hard because if I was Matt, I would not have wanted Vorugal to run. I would have really wanted them to kill Vorugal there and then, because then it triggers the end of the Chroma Conclave, and goddamn, do we need to kill Vorugal already. We need to get out of this arc. So I want them to succeed in this fight. And maybe this is like the ultimate, like what it comes down to as a DM, is like, I'm not willing to let a bad plan work. If it shouldn't. If the plan shouldn't work, it shouldn't work. I will pull out all of the tools in my toolkit to facilitate that. Like I have tons of ways that I could try, that I can try to swing the combat in their favor. I absolutely think that grounding Vorugal permanently with the Divine Intervention is a perfect way to address this. But while I am using all of the tools in my toolkit, my brain says the monster needs to use all of the tools in their toolkit, or it doesn't work. Maybe this is how some people feel about fudging the die roll numbers. Because I super don't care about fudging die roll numbers. But the monster not acting reasonably, the monster not knowing what they're doing, bugs the living shit out of me. Because to me, it's so obvious. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's not obvious or as obvious to other people, but it bugs the shit out of me. Yeah. Saren Ray smacked him stupid. Yeah. I meant more like cross-continental race to Amman. Yeah. I think even on a large scale, Vorugal is more capable. Maybe you could say that, like, oh, because of all the damage that he took, he's not as, like, capable of flight, so he's going slower. That is, maybe there's something there. I could see that. Yeah. Would you have rather Vorugal never attempted to leave or keep how the fight originally ended? I would have rather him never attempted to leave. Yes. Because honestly, then I can justify it as he is essentially in a rage. Because Matt did narrate that for like a second. He narrated like the bestial rage. And I kind of like rolled my eyes a little bit at it. And I was like, okay, sure, whatever. Yeah, bestial rage, fucking whatever. I thought that was the narrative justification for Vorugal not running. And it would have been loose and it would have been a lot, but I think I could have gotten myself there. I could have been like, okay, sure. Or even I could have seen, especially if we narrate this bestial rage ahead of time, if Matt narrates something to the effect of when he sees Raishan, he flies off the handle, he's in an unthinking rage, or something to that effect, I can start to be like, okay, he's not thinking logically anymore. He's so upset by Raishan being here that he's, not thinking logically. Maybe he throws away his life. I can get there. I can get there with that. But the fact that he did run away does make it substantially worse for me. The fact that he ran away, but that late, to me, makes it feel like a token effort. It makes it feel like, it makes it feel like, oh, he's running. Don't shoot him in the back. So how dare you? The piece of plastic with numbers on it is sacred. Yeah. Yeah. I would have loved it had Vorugal had his wings torn off via divine intervention, make him crazed, angry enemy. Absolutely, yeah. And potentially making Raishan very wary of VM and Pike. Absolutely. I think that could have been a great. The divine intervention was an incredible get out of jail free card. I can justify anything for Matt. And I think that Matt did so much amazing work to get them into that combat. But I think that he missed a few things in the actual running of the combat. In terms of like feasible justification. Or make Raishan also kick him out of the sky. Or that, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, at the end of the day, it's not that bad. It's not that bad. I will quickly get over it. It's not going to ruin any aspect of the story for me, but I would be actively disappointed as a player because I would feel like the DM just handed it to me. And I want every part of it to feel earned and like justifiably earned. I want to feel like the reward matches the effort. And I didn't quite feel that from that fight. I didn't quite feel that from Vorugal. But that's that. Yeah, I guess that's it. I would love it if Raishan didn't think much of any of VM, but is terrified of Pike. That would be sick. She would be like, I don't fuck with the gods. She's like, I fuck with adventurers all the time. I don't know what the fuck she's up to. I don't like that shit at all. Did you see that hand that she summoned? And then Scanlan's like, I can summon a hand. And she's like, not that kind of hand. Yeah. I don't remember what Ashley asked for with the Divine Intervention, so perhaps Matt didn't want to get too specific. Maybe. I think he got to like the 1 yard line with it. Well, that's an American football reference for you. I think he was like right there with it at the punch knocking Vorugal down. It's just like, just hold it down. Just hold it down. That's it. That's all the extra stuff I would have wanted out of it. But that's, what are you gonna do? Yeah. This is lack of reward is why I dislike fudging, or rather feeling like I earned it. So I get it even if I don't get it. Yeah. Which, like, I think that's why I truly consider all of this fudging. Like, I consider what Matt just did with Vorugal, in my opinion, fudging. I think he fudged the combat to make Vox kill Vorugal. Because I think that if he was playing Vorugal reasonably, Vorugal would have lived. So I do view what Matt did as fudging. And as I have said, I think fudging is only okay if no one can tell it's happening. Because I agree. If you can detect the fudging, it knocks you straight out. It totally ruins the feel of reward. I agree. And so I guess I can sum it up by feeling that end of that fight felt fudged. I think that's how I can kind of sum it up. Yeah. I guess Kiva did manage to do something in the fight. That's true. Yeah. I think he knows asking Ashley to be specific puts her in a spotlight that shuts down her brain. That's fair. Especially when she's like been on a flight all day. It's so late. That's very fair. For Ashley, like, I like trying, you should absolutely draw her in as much as possible, but there is an aspect of like putting too much of a spotlight on her is a lot of pressure for someone that doesn't play very often, Yeah. Like, she just flops on top of me, fails because the flying creatures usually can't carry something. Yeah. Narrative fudging. Yeah, sure. Narrative fudging. I even more specifically, I'd call it decision-making fudging. I call it decision-making fudging because it is something that is theoretically possible, but is not what should have happened. So, like, when the die behind my screen rolls a 3 and I act as if it rolled a 15, that is fudging because it could have rolled a 15. But that is not how I should be acting. I should not act as if it rolled a 15. I should act as if it rolled a 3. Because that's what the die showed. I consider it the same thing when it comes to decision-making fudging of if Vorugal should have run, but I act as if he's choosing not to. I am acting in a way that is contrary to the reality of Vorugal. And that brings me out of it, Yeah. Not only about I think fudging is actively changing something in rules or roles against the mechanics. A roleplay choice isn't fudging. I think that fudging is a term that is, slang. It's community defined. So if you want to have a different definition of it, that's fine. You know, I can't, you know, say that that's incorrect, but I would say if it is a roleplay choice that I wouldn't consider justified, I think it has the same implications as fudging if it is realized or discovered, essentially. So I think you can split them into two separate categories, but I think the effect of them is essentially the same, so I don't find it overly useful to split them into two separate categories. It's like if like, for example, I think that Vorugal not finishing off Vax, like, most intelligent enemies in a D&D based setting where resurrection magic and healing magic exist should actively and immediately finish off anyone who is downed. Anytime an enemy doesn't do that, I would call that fudging. But that is a form of fudging that we have all just accepted as a community because it is way too brutal if enemies act like that. But I'd say that this is just like an extension of that. But I'd say it's all fudging because it is tipping the scales in their favor in a way that doesn't make sense within the fiction. Yeah. If all enemies fled as much as real beasts or people would, then that's too real. Yes, people would flee. There's also not treasure in every cave. I mean, I guess I just disagree that that's too real. I can say with absolute confidence, every one of my beasts and or people, every one of my adversaries flees exactly as much as I think they logically would in the real world. I force my players to make sure that they can't. that is like a distinct part of my combats and like the problems of my encounters. Because it truly makes them feel too unreal. I would say if they don't flee as much as they should, it feels too unreal. I feel too much of the game. It doesn't even feel like a story at that point. So I don't know. For me, that seems like an incongruent thing to hang your immersion on, considering how critical combat is to leveling and general gameplay. I mean, I fully disagree. I fully disagree. It is something I have done from the beginning. Doesn't stop my players most of the time. Because honestly, fleeing is not that easy. And it also like depends on how close the fight is, I guess. Like if the fight is close, I might be able to justify the enemy trying to eke out the victory and then dying because of it. Like, I'm not saying that every adversary in all of my combats always tries to flee. It depends on how the combat appears to be going to them. So if it looks close, then they might stay. Or if they have a reason to think they could win, they might stay. But otherwise, yeah, they'll try to flee. Yeah. Mega wants to kill Vex and give Vex more trauma. Yeah. As much as they logically would in the real world, but how real is a dragon? How do they think? I mean, that is one of the things that's why I keep bringing up survival instinct. I think any species, no matter what, because I agree, dragons have alien, weird minds. I don't know how they think. But I do know that they are a species that has to propagate. They have to make it to breeding age to continue on the line. And if that is the case, they need to have some manner of survival instinct, which is the most basic. If I'm going to lose this fight, I run away. And that's why I think this is such a thing to me, is that to me is one of the most basic levels of thought, is like the thought to flee. I can understand if, like, and that's why I say that if Vorugal didn't run, I actually might be able to justify it more to myself. because I may be able to justify that he just has a different perception and he can't acknowledge that the fight is going in a direction that is non-favorable to him. I could maybe get inside that mindset and say, okay, he doesn't understand that the fight is going poorly for him, and so that's why he stays till the end. But if he flees at any point, I feel like he should have fled way earlier. That's what really takes it out for me. Like, I can make justifications as to why someone might stay and why they might not flee, depending on, it's all very context dependent. But that one right there, I don't know. GM changing a solution to a mystery so the players win really irks me. Yeah, I think that's another example. Yeah, the solution to a mystery, the solution to a puzzle, I would also call those fudging. Like, if you have a puzzle planned and you have a solution to the puzzle planned and you change it midstream so that they solve it, even with the wrong answer, I would call that fudging as well. I think that falls into the same category as changing a number on the enemy sheet. And I think that all of them have the same effect of it depends on how visible they are. Yeah. Maybe one of Matt's flaws is being unable to estimate when an enemy should flee. That is possible. That is, I could see that. And that is why it's also so table and context dependent, is if I legitimately believed that about Matt, then it actually wouldn't mess with my immersion. If Matt could truly convince me that he truly thought that Vorugal was totally fine up until the moment he fled, and he explained the thought process and he convinced me and I believed him, then that would restore my immersion. But at least from the outside, without talking to Matt, I can't quite get there, I just disagree on necessarily due to the degree that you do. And separately, I don't consider that fudging as a label. Yeah. I mean, I think that, like I said at the beginning, I think that that this is a matter of taste. I fully agree that it's a matter of taste. Yeah, to me, it's clearly more important than it is to other people. But I will say that I think the broader definition of fudging is a more useful definition, which is all that I'm really focused on when we're talking about fudging, because it's like I said, it's slang. It's meant to communicate an abstract idea. So I find it more useful to consider fudging in the more broader sense. But I think it's also fine if you don't. Yeah. Vorugal and Raishan is the thing when she showed up. He thought it was just Chicago foreplay. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know. It's not something that'll wreck me for too long. It's truly not that bad. I'd put it more in the category, especially fleeing specifically. I would put it much more in the category of pet peeves, where it's it's not that bad. It's something that does bug me, but whatever. It'll be fine. And ultimately, as an audience member that is watching it, I am happy that they killed Vorugal this session. If I picture myself being at the table, it bugs me. But from someone watching the show, I don't care if it throws me a little bit out of it. I'm happy that we're not having to do another battle with Vorugal. as a watch-through member. And I think that there is something to be said about, you said, Sarah, I don't agree on it being necessary to that degree. I think you also do have to weigh these sorts of things against each other in like terms of the pacing and in terms of like, man, we've been in the Chroma Conclave for a while. Like, yeah, sometimes you have to give up certain other priorities in order to, you have to have like a stack of priorities. And I think it is very possible that if I was Matt, I would value getting out of the Chroma Conclave more than this pet peeve of mine. It's hard to say. I don't know. It's hard to tell because I don't think I would have necessarily gotten to this point. But if I had gotten to this point, there's a decent shot that I would value them just being done with Vorugal more than this other pet peeve. I think there's a decent shot. Megaphone, get this dragon off my screen, man. A bit at this point. Man, I want them to fight and talk about something that is not a dragon. I'd really like them to not have the dragon looming in the background anymore. Yeah. He's up against 7 players with 3 allies against 1 enemy. It's probably hard to judge how much damage this lot will do each round. Yes. I agree. Which is why, I think I mentioned it in the last stream, I would have gone into this combat with a vague HP number in mind for when Vorugal runs. Because I agree, it's kind of hard to tell how much damage they'll do. And so I'd not necessarily fishbowl it, but I'd kind of run through a reasonable turn and just be like, okay, let's assume, let's just take the averages of everything. About how much damage are we looking at? Not because I'm trying to like pre-plan so that I make sure that like Vorugal gets out with enough health. That's not the reason. The reason is to try to predict how the first few rounds of combat will go. Because Vorugal will experience the first few rounds of combat, so in those first few rounds, he'll get an idea of how much damage they do. And he will have an understanding of his health bar. And he'll be like, damn, they're putting out that much in 6 seconds? And then he can onboard an amount of a stopping point, a fleeing point. And since I have access to their character sheets, I can kind of try to predict how those first few rounds will go ahead of time. And so I can get a number for Vorugal, a ballpark number. I'd probably make a range ahead of time. And then I might modify that number based on how the first few rounds of combat go. So, like, if they do less damage than I'm expecting them to, like, than the average number that I calculated ahead of time, if they do less damage than that, I might lower Vorugal's, like, flee threshold. I might say, oh, they only did, this much damage in the first round. All right, maybe I don't flee at 50 HP. Maybe I flee at 40. He might stick around for one more round because they didn't do as much damage as I was kind of expecting ahead of time. Or if they do way more damage, that might scare him off. That might freak him out. I might, kind of raise the number. So I'd probably have a range, and then where he actually ends up fleeing in that range would be determined on the first few rounds of combat and how much damage they dealt then. Is probably what I would go with. Oh my God, we're already to more ads. Holy shit, I said no. Oh no, I didn't say no. Ah! All right, well that's the mistake on Megaphone Man's part. That will, I guess, end the discussion. I kind of yank Larkin Raishan. Oh, I forgot about Kima. Yeah. But anyways, I will leave it there. Maybe I'll have more in my takeaway, maybe not. I will also maybe see you before Wednesday, which will be episode 73. Maybe I won't. Who knows? I'm going to determine that in the next few days. And I will make announcements and post the YouTube events when I decide. And with that, thank you so much for joining. Thank you so much for discussing. It's all in good fun. Do whatever makes your table happy and delighted. I didn't get to say good night, and that's fair, ads. Good night.